Wagwan man, welcome to my season 16 ultimate Naafiri guide. In this video I'll be teaching you how to play Naafiri like a pro and how to actually master the champion. Whether you're a beginner with a champion or you're a pro, there will be things that you can learn in this video, right? And for me, right, I am the rank 1 Naafiri. I've been playing this champion since her release. I've been playing it for 3 years. I have about 5 million mastery points with the champion. I've been ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, holding 4 accounts with those rankings on the ladder with Naafiri. So in this video, right, I'll be covering everything regarding to Naafiri. I will be talking about her. I'll be covering the runes, the items. I'll be talking about combos, basic combos, advanced combos. I'll be also talking about, even from the beginning coming up, just explaining the abilities, to a beginner, because this guide will be for beginners and advanced players alike, right? And the next thing too, by the way, I will be talking about matchups. So I'll be covering every single matchup in this video. I'll be giving you a little rundown of how to interact with each of these champions. There will be a timestamp that will take you to each of these topics in the video. So let's go. But before we get into that, right, I do want to say why you should be playing this champion. And the reason why you should be playing this champion is because she's a very fun champion, an AD assassin, but can be built like a bruiser, so she can get tanky or she can just one-shot people. She has a range ability that allows her to play play hard fights in a very good way that some assassins really lack. So if there's a lot of tanks on the enemy team or too many people that you don't want to dive into, she can poke them out with her range abilities. And many people do think that Naafiri that is just an easy champion and all there is to it. While she doesn't have the most complicated mechanics, to ever exist, there's actually a very high skill ceiling to this champion, that there's ways to differentiate yourself from a noob Naafiri to a pro Naafiri, and I'll be taking you and going right through everything. So to start, right, I do want to get into the abilities first, right? So we're gonna start there. All right, guys. So we'll be moving to the runes part of the guide. Now for runes, right, there are several different runes that you can take on Naafiri, and I will be going through everything when it comes to runes so that you can understand why you're taking a rune, because my goal here isn't just to say, hey, take this, take that. I need you to understand why you're taking something, so that way, right, you can adapt your runes better in your own game based on the elo that you're playing in, right, and the matchups that you're feeling or playing into. All right. So for the first rune here that I want to get into, I want to get into the Halo Blades rune, right? So this rune, right, this page basically is the page I'll go versus anything that I want to one shot, right? But I can also stay on top of them while I'm trying to one shot them because of Halo Blades. Now how Halo Blades work with Naafiri specifically, right, is that it is a rune that gives you a burst attack speed for your first couple of auto attacks on the enemy, right? But why would we take that on Naafiri when we don't have a on-hit passive or anything like that, right? The reason why is because Naafiri pack mates share a 1-to-1 attack speed ratio with her. So once you activate this rune, your pack mates start getting crazy attack speed and it'll start mauling the enemy when you attack. So that is why Halo Blades is good on Naafiri. The next rune here is Sudden Impact. Now this rune here is really good. It does 2 damage whenever you use a dash. And the key thing here with Naafiri is that she has a bleed on the Q, so you can land your Q on the enemy, have the bleed, and then you can E, and then you get the 2 damage proc, right? So it's actually a very neat thing here, but it's just basic thing here to run on any assassin, every assassin will be taking sudden impact. There's no brainer here. For the next row here, right? We have Sixth Sense, right? This is the preferred rune. This one basically allows you to see a on-track ward, so a ward that isn't pinged, basically, right? You'll be able to see it, and at level 11, it will also reveal a ward for you to kill if you choose, if you want to actually take out the ward. So this is useful for knowing, like, in the early game, it can be used to, check if the enemy warded your raptors. You can check where enemy ward is early, right? And so it's very, very useful for that. And if you're invading as well, it can be useful on jungle if you were to take domination. But if you're trying to set up a invade with your jungler as a mid laner, right, or even as a top laner, whatever the case may be, you will be able to use this rune and actually spot out early wards. The next one is Grizzly Mementos. This one is also really good. It basically just lowers your trinket cooldown time, and it's pretty basic. If you feel like you don't really not seeing value out of Sixth Sense, right, then you can just go this. It's the basic one, right? And then you have Deepores, which you will not take unless you're playing the Fury support, because you should be swapping to red trinket or blue trinket on Naafiri. Now the next one here, the next row, here is the bounty one, right? So we have Treasure Hunter, which is the preferred one that I like to take on Naafiri. This one grants you additional gold. And the reason why this one is really good is because how many times have you recalled, right, and you're just like 50 gold short or just 100 gold short of your item? So in the early game, this item can really make the difference between getting an extra longsword or just getting your completed item. Like, let's say you're going Voltaic, gets you that Voltaic without having to stay for additional wave or two, which is a big difference. Because let's say a dragon is coming up within 30 seconds, right? You would like to be in base by then, and you like to be running to the objective by then, or be at the objective. So it's really good for spots like that, especially in solo queue where it's very hard to time. Like, well, there's a lot of randomness happening. So if it's time for dragon, it's time for dragon. Or if enemy is invading, you guys need to fight. You want to have the item before the enemy do so that you can win the fight. The next one here is Relentless Hunter, which is decent. If you're not feeling like you're not seeing big value from Treasure Hunter, you can just go this instead, right? And it's actually a really good rune for roaming. If you're a player that loves to roam and you're actually really good at it too, you can take this rune and actually start running around the map. The next one here is Ultimate Hunter, which I think is the weakest out of the tree in some way, because it grants you ultimate haste, which is nice and all, but there's a lot of ways that you can get your ulti cooldown very low. So, right, so that's why I usually would, like, I would support the other two more, especially this one, because it's just like snowballing and whatnot. Over to the secondary tree, right? I love to run mana on Naafiri. I need at least one mana rune. This champion is very mana hungry, actually. So I do recommend taking Presence of Mind, right, on Naafiri if you are doing this setup. The next one here is Cut Down, which is the best rune in this tree on Naafiri, right? Many people be wondering why not Coop, or people usually default to Coop. The reason why this one is better is because when you're fighting champions, the easiest analogy that I made up, or I came up with here, is that when you're fighting champions, right, they will be at 100% health coming from base, right? Team fight starts, everybody's at full health. So this just allows you to burst them down very quickly, because you'll get the full value from the 100% to the 60% mark of their health. While Coop, right, it starts working at 40%, which a lot of times the enemy might just, if you get them low enough in lane, right? Let's say you're lane and you get them low enough, they'll probably just leave the lane. So let's say you fight them at 40% health and they back at like 20% health, and you only got 20% use value out of it. Now, and if you still don't believe me, right, and you're still running Coop, try to take a cut down a few times and just compare the damage in the client. Just look at the client and go into runes tab and just compare the damage and you'll see the big difference. Right. And as for the shards, right, usually this is my setup here, the adaptive force with the health scaling, or actually usually I do actually go the flat health, because usually if I'm doing this setup, I'm usually trying to get early kills. So this setup is really good. If you're again CC, right, then you go to tenacity and slow. It's actually pretty decent, right? And if you if you are running hill base but you're not going to be under any real threat, then health scaling is good. As for other runes here, the movement speed shard, I mean, it could be decent, but usually just prefer to just run this and just focus on the damage that you're getting. Right, the next page that I want to show you is Electrocute. Right, so this one is similar to Halo Blades here. It's all you're doing is really just swapping out the keystone. Now the big difference between these two, right, is that Electrocute is, as I explained how Halo Blades is what it's good for. It's good against champions that you can attack, right, and stay on top of and keep attacking. But if that is not something that you can do in that matchup per se, then it is actually better if you were to go Electrocute. So because Electrocute, right, you can basically prop this off your one ability. So your Q, if you land your double Q against the enemy, right, and you get a dog to attack them along, right, you will proc Electrocute. So being able to proc Electrocute off one ability, really nice, and that allows you to actually be one of the a great Electrocute user, because you can use it from range basically. The thing though with this rune compared to this is that Healer Base actually does do more damage if you are able to get the full attacks off from this, right? And it does do more damage in the late game if you can actually stay on top of the enemy and auto attack them. But if you can't get that done, especially with your dogs alive, of course, but if you can't get that done, right? Let's say in a matchup where you can't ever get to ult on the enemy, then you're getting zero value from Halo Blades. Electrocute will obviously just outshine as long as you can land a double Q. So that's where Electrocute really shines. Now the next tree here, right, I just want to get into. Now this is the one that you'll be taking the most, or the second most compared to Halo Blades. So because the top two runes would be Halo Blades and Deathfire Touch. Now for this page, right, this would be what it would look like. So as I said, right, I do love running a mana rune. So for here, mana flow band, which has a difference over presence of mind. So presence of mind gives you mana when you actually kill people, right? The mana that you get from hitting people is very small. It's basically non-existent. It won't really help you much, right? But mana flow band, right, basically you stack up, you increase your mana pool, so you get an extra 250 mana, right, once it's completed. And then you also gain 1%. You restore 1% of your missing mana every 5 seconds. So this rune is really good mana rune, because it allows you to have a large mana pool to work with. You don't have to get a kill to have value from it. So it's really good it's really good in spots where it's you're burning a lot of your mana to try to kill somebody, and you know presence of mind would probably run out of mana before you even kill the champion, and then that can leave you in a spot. But mana flow ban, really good. The other rune, so let's talk about the Deathfire, because I'll be talking about the mana already, but let's talk about Deathfire. Deathfire Touch, right? Basically, when Naafiri lands an ability, you will be doing magic damage with the rune, right? Over a couple of seconds. Now, the thing here to note is that the reason why this rune is really good at Naafiri is because her Q is a bleed that lasts 5 seconds, right? And the Deathfire, right? After burning for 3 seconds, The damage of the burn will increase by 75% while they remain on the burn, basically, right? So since Naafiri Q lasts 5 seconds, right? And and Deathfire Touch, right? As it states here, right? Single target is 4 seconds, area effect 2 seconds, and damage over time 1 second. So what this means is that DFT will last 6 seconds on the enemy, right? If you were able to let the Q get maximum burn on the enemy. So you'll basically get 6 seconds out of DFT. Now, there's been a lot of nerfs to DFT since release. So it's not a strong rune early per se compared to the domination tree keystones. It won't do as much damage early game, but it scales better. It scales really, really insane compared to the other two in different ways, right? Because Deathfire Touch does not have a cooldown, so you can proc on multiple champions, right? In later stages of the game, so you can get crazy damage compared to Electrocute. It does outscale Electrocute in the late game, right? It won't do as much burst as Halo Blades, right? But it will, like, in cases where you're trying to take down multiple people, it actually be really, really strong. So the next thing here is the next thing too that is pretty good enough for you too is that your dogs can proc the room, and they I believe they count as damage over time, so it lasts for 1 second when your dogs auto attack with you. So when you're auto attacking champion, you can actually proc this room. All right, then the next couple of trees here is Oxymark. I do think Mana Rune is better than Oxymark. I do think Axiom Arcanist is a little bit of bait. The damage is very small compared to the other runes that you can get, right? And the CD reduction, for the same reason why I don't think Ultimate Hunter is that great, right? It's the same thing with Axiom Arcanist. There's other ways to really reduce your cooldown on your ultimate by a lot, while not giving up something as important as mana. Nimbus Cloak, I mean, Manifold Bat just outshines history. So, yeah. The next one here is Transcendence. So I like to take Transcendence because it gives you free ability haste. You get 10 ability haste upon level 8 and upon level 11. Right, when you get a champion takedown, it reduces the remaining cooldown of the basic abilities by 20%. So this rune is just solid, decent, stable. It's just good. Right. The other tree, the other ones, right? Absolute Focus used to be. I used to take this rune over this on old Naafiri, but seeing that Naafiri now has changed somewhat, right? I do prefer this rune over it, but this rune is still decent. It's not bad. Celerity is also not bad as well. You can take these runes if you feel like you want to switch things up. All right. And as for the last tree here, I do go Scorch because trying to kill people in the early game is more impactful usually than trying to gain the extra 80 from this, right? So Scorch actually just kind of like outshines everything here in this tree because the early game matters more in this game, right? So yeah. And for the secondary tree, right, so it's similar to the other tree over here, but the big difference is that we don't need to run Presence of Mind since we are running Mana Flow Band, so we can opt into going the Haste rune here, which is very, very strong. So this rune gives you a total of 15 ability haste once fully stacked, and 15 ability haste plus 10, that is 25 ability haste without building a single item. So this is what I mean by this rune just scaling super well, because you'll have DFT, you'll have so much CDR. It's gonna be insane for your late game. All right. Usually in this case here, I do run belt scaling as I explained before. These two are also really good. Just depends on what you're facing. All right. And as for the other tree here that I want to touch on, it would be Conqueror. So Conqueror is decent if you are against a champion that is tanky, like very tanky, and you want you're gonna be fighting them, and you're gonna want that damage over time as you trade with them. Right, so this rune is very good for long extended trading, right? And for my secondary rune here, right, because I've already explained all of these, right? For my secondary rune here is that you have sudden impact and death. So why sudden impact here is because the rune that does the most damage in the game is cut down, or keystone, well, not keystone, rune outside of keystones is cut down, but the second, the one that comes closest to it is sudden impact, and even sudden impact can out damage or cut down sometimes, but most times it really cut down. But the sudden impact can do a lot of damage. So this rune here, you want to use it if you're just trying to do a lot of damage, basically, right? And you'll have the double. You have these two runes, which are gonna be crazy damage as the game progresses, right? You can also switch this up though. You don't have to go this setup here. You can actually do mana flow ban with transcendence. So I do this sometimes versus like let's say you're playing Naafiri top lane against tanks. This setup here can be really good because having double mana runes is pretty nice because you can actually run out of mana. Because the problem with this one here is that presence of mana, as I said, by itself isn't, like, if you're not getting a kill, it's not going to restore that much mana. So a lot of times you might want to run this one. But if you actually be able to trade with the enemy and actually get the kill, then this one does really good, right? So as for other trees here, though, Inspiration have some decent stuff as well. Triple Tonic with Cosmic, if if you're running like Ignite or so. Treasure Hunter is also really good. Sorry, not Treasure Hunter, Cashback. Also really good. They did nerf it, but it's still a decent rune. Magical Footwear is also really good. But you would need kills to make this really valuable, right? Because I mean, it's still valuable even if you're not, because you do get the 10 additional movement speed to your tier 1 boots, right? Another page here, if you are choosing to go first, right? Now this I don't go this rune a lot, right? But if you are going to, you're saying, hey, I want the first strike page because I'm against something that I can't kill and I just want to farm a lot of gold, I would recommend doing this, something like this here, right? So magical footwear or cashback, you can do either one depending on which one you're feeling, right? Triple tonic and cosmic. Cool. Jack of all trades is also really good, but he's also getting nerfed very soon. So I believe it'll be nerfed by the time this comes out. I'm not sure what the strength of it will be. But I usually like Cosmic, because if you run paired up with CDR boots, your Flash, Ignite, or Teleport can be really low cooldown. And as for jungle, right? For jungle, this is my preferred page on jungle. This is what my jungle tree would look like. Yeah, cut down even in jungle. Literally. So in jungle, you would expect Coop to do more, but from my experience, cut down has done better in jungle. In jungle though, you could take Coop in jungle if you want. Like for the mid lane pages, I do just recommend cut down all the time, but cut down Coop could be more valuable in jungle depending on what you're trying to achieve in that game. So yeah, cut down. Yeah, Triumph is the difference here. Obviously, you don't need extra mana in jungle because jungle camp, being in jungle restores mana. So Triumph is just very, very good for that. And as for as for over here, Magical Footwear is just very, very good in jungle because free boots, OP. You're supposed to be getting kills, so you should be able to get the boots earlier because of that. And Cosmic is really nice in jungle because it lowers smite CD, so it can be the difference between when you get invaded and then the enemy jungler has smite up and you don't. Right. As for other trees here that is viable, this would also be something that you could do. If you don't want to, if you want to switch things up, you could run the sudden impact with the relentless hunter to be running around the jungle faster, like to roam, like if you're moving from camp to lane or moving from your side of the map to the enemy side of the map, the movement speed is just really, really OP, right? So yeah, so that basically be it for the room pages. Oh, I almost forgot. Holy, the next for DFT here, you instead of going this setup here, right? Because sometimes, right, if the lane is fine, you may do this. But if you're in a difficult matchup, like a mage is gonna bully and poke you out, like let's say Lissandra, for example, or Syndra, I do recommend running a page like this, right? If it's Lissandra, you can run it unflinching instead. Otherwise, you just be going overgrowth. And you can also run second wind as well, although second wind's falls are very, very hard. But bone plating scales very well. It can be very useless depending on the enemy trade, but this scales super well. So this is the other page that I would that I also kind of forgot to mention it. And the reason why you would run resolve with this setup here is because normally if you need extra mana from mana flow ban. So let's say you want to heal off jungle camps, which I'll be showing to you. This like you're gonna need an extra mana to do that, which presence of mind won't provide you unless you kill the enemy. And if you're in a hard matchup, you're not gonna be guaranteed to get these kills all the time. All right, Mandem. Time to move on to the item section of Naafiri. Now, when it comes to Naafiri and itemization, right? The big thing here is that there is so many different items that are viable on Naafiri, right? It's not as simple as, hey, just build this and you're good. No, there's actually many different ways that you can change up your build slightly to get an edge in each game that you're in, right? So what I'm going to be doing, right, what I've done with all my previous guides is to explain to you why an item is good on Naafiri, right? You know, so you can understand like, hey, okay, in your own game you can think about what you should actually build and adapt your build, because sometimes you're gonna actually have to build a certain item in a few games, right? But you hardly ever build it in other games, right? But in this game, it's like, okay, it's actually pretty good, so you can go it, right? So cool. So first off, right, I want to start with your first item, right? So the first item here is started item, right? Doran's Blade. Simple. Like Doran Blade is the go-to item here to start on Naafiri. It gives you 80 health, Omnivamp. The Omnivamp basically heals you for damage that you deal, right? Any damage that you deal, right? Through abilities and auto attacks, right? It is reduced versus minions, but against champions, it has full effectiveness, right? Even on AoE on champions, right? So on minions, I believe the AoE is reduced on minions or whatever. But the big thing here is that this item is just solid, right? The next items are Longsword Start. I don't recommend Longsword Start anymore since they've buffed Doran's Blade to have the same amount of 80 as Longsword, and with the 80 health and the Omnivamp, it just makes it so that this gives you a lot of healing and scales pretty decently as well. The next item here is Doran Shield. They nerfed this a lot, so right now I'm not really recommending Doran Shield. Seeing that this is no longer lifesteal and is Omnivamp. If there's changes to this in the future, though, you can run this into very heavy poke matchups, right? And you could probably still do it too, pull it off against like a Syndra or Victor or so, but usually I'm just gonna recommend that you just do Doran Blade. Now the next item here is the first item, right? This is, since its introduction, right, it has been very, very solid in the period. It is the most built item, right? Usually before this, right, would have been Eclipse. As you know, we love Eclipse. I'm the one that invented the whole Eclipse and Naafiri thing, actually. And with with this item being introduced, right, you are going to be building this first item like 99% of the games, basically, right? Just to make you understand like how often you'll be building this. Cool. So what this item does, right? You gain energized right? And then when you are energized, right? So let me buy it. So you can see here it's charging up the energize, right? So yeah, the energize is building up, and then once it's a fully stacked, right? Your next auto attack, right, will deal 9% of the target's current health as bonus physical damage and grant you 15 lethality for 4 seconds. So as you can see here, I'll proc it and then I'll get the bonus lethality and I'll just do a lot of damage for the next like 4 seconds, right? And if the enemy is like full health, right, the more HP they have, the more the first instance of damage deals, right? The next thing to note here is that it does work on ability. It can be procced from abilities, so this is why it's actually like a bread and butter item for Naafiri. It's basically was here to like it's introduced as an item, right, for Naafiri and Zed mostly, because these two assassins were the big ones that didn't really have a first item to build, a first lethality item to build, you know, because they wanted to focus on casting spells and hitting the enemy, right? While most of the other assassins wanted to jump in. So, you know, Profane Hydra was like better on them than it was on us. All right, as it goes for mid lane, of course. So you can see here, can be procced on abilities, so I can do a lot of damage from a range, right? So yeah. So the next thing here is in mid lane, usually you'll be thinking about your boots as well. So for the boots, right, I will say that most of these boots are actually viable. So the standard one that you should build probably most of your games is going to be a union boots, right? This boots is really good. So yeah, the boots that you're going to be building, the two boots that you're going to be building most of the time will be gluttonous greaves and ionian boots. So these boots are the most, well, before these boots came out, right, it was ionian boots, but with this boots coming out, it's actually really solid on Naafiri here, and you can abuse this in very good ways, right? You get the Omnivamp. Once it's stacked up, you can gain a total of 10 Omnivamp on it, and then once if you're mid lane, right, you also get the upgraded one, which is Immortal Pad, which will grant you 5% increased damage when you are above half HP, and when you're lower than half HP, you gain increased healing and shielding, right? So this boost is has received some nerfs. It's received but by the time this video comes out, there will be another nerf on it, but on the upgraded one at least. But it is pretty solid. It still will be solid in good spots, right? So this boots is, you know, if you're in a game that is just okay, you're trying to do like a full assassin build, really, this boots usually is just like good for that, because it does give you upfront damage, right? Because if you're trying to assassinate somebody, you're going to be above like half health, so you're gonna have that 5% increased damage, right? The next boots here is neon boots, right? CDR boots, pretty simple. It also gives you 10 ability haste on your summon spell, which makes it really nice to use with ignite. But the upgraded one, right, is crazier because it gives you 20 ability haste on the summoner spells, right? And your ability base in general goes up by 10, right, for your abilities. So and so that means that you just have a lot of CDR with this. So in the late game, if you're looking to have a lot of DPS versus like tanks, and so like it can be really good. So I'm gonna just build this here, right? Either two is fine. Just need to think about like which one you would really want depending on so and so. So if you're trying to like build more one-shotty, right? This can be really good, especially for snowballing. The other boots, Ionian boots, can just be better for just like if you need more than one rotation, all right, and you want more uptime on your ultimate. Um, or maybe even on your well, more uptime on your Q, your alt, WE, whatever. It will dying and boots will be better in that case. So this will actually be like your how your build look for the first two items down. For let's say I'm trying to do I'm gonna start with like a lethality build, right? So if I'm trying to like one shot and cool. So if I'm like, hey, I wanna just one shot my opponent and I'm just looking for a full lethality build. So quick update here. There has been a change or like a little adjustment in the Naafiri lethality build. So on the patch that I am currently on, right? They changed, they buff Bastion Breaker. The Bastion Breaker right now is actually really strong. So for the lethality build, right? I've tested it for a few days since it came out. And what's the build that I'm really looking towards right now, right? Most of my games, right, is to try to build Bastion Breaker. But um, if it's a case where I am definitely trying to do lethality, right, then Bastion Breaker is going to be built in your lethality build, as the item currently stands. So the change that they did was to bring it down from 3,200 gold to 3,000, which is a big deal because it makes the item way more accessible. If you look at the other lethality items, a Voltic is also 3,000 and Edge and Knight 3,000. So it being 3,200, then you compare it to like Axiom, for example, right? Or even Serpents, whatever. Like the cost was crazy, they crazy. Even Hubris at that point, right? So with it coming down to 3,000 makes the item way more accessible. And with the stats that it gives right now, right? It's 55 attack damage, 22 lethality, and 15 ability is really good stats to be honest, because obviously it gives the most well, the item that gives the most lethality is Voltaic when you proc the passive, but this gives you 22. Right? You combine them both, you're sitting at a lot of like you're sitting near you're sitting at almost 50 lethality just off those two items, right? So it's actually pretty insane, right? So you're gonna be at like 47 lethality once you're going in under two item spike. But here's the thing, right? If you're doing this build, right, and the enemy team, so I had a game here, for example, where I looked at the enemy team, I looked at the amount of armor that they have and the targets that I'm facing. So based on the amount of lethality that I was going to have, right, it is actually better to just grab another lethality item and skip the Sorella or the Black Cleaver until like last item, because you can see I was gonna go Sorella last item here, but you can just skip that basically if you're in a state like this where, hey, the people that you're going to be targeting are not building armor, because even this game, right, she has a lot of armor, like, AMBESSA. Serpents and armor pen would be nice versus her and the Blitzcrank, but my target was mostly just the lock and the jinx, and even then I could still kill them with this build. Um so yeah, like Bastion Breaker really good. How you use the item, by the way, you how to utilize the item, the passive, right? So you get a kill, right, and then you go and take a turret with it. So, right, so if you look, right, you'll see that this item, right, scales off, well, the true damage that it deals, right, both parts, right, the damage that it deals to champion, right, a small amount, works in Epic Monster 2, 20-second cooldown, pretty simple stuff, right? But this is crazy because this does a lot of damage, right? So it's doing So it does a lot true damage. So just to put it in perspective here, it's doing 25 well, 300 plus 25 per one lethality. So Bastion Breaker gives you 22 lethality, right? So that's like 550 right there. So damage. So if you keep stacking those lethality items, it actually gets an insane amount of damage. And then, right, so you get a kill, you get a takedown, right? Damage, you know, somebody that died within 3 seconds of you damaging them. Then your next auto attack against a turret or epic monster, you know, is gonna be like empowered. So it you can use it. Sorry, your next auto attack against a turret or monster here is gonna consume the effect, and it's gonna do all of that true damage over 3 seconds. Now with my, like in this game, right, I was doing about 2000, how much was it? 2,500 or something like that, or two, yeah, I think it was around that. 2,500 with a full lethality build like this, right? Obviously we could get more lethality if we didn't have Edge and Knight a little bit, you know, going maybe like Ghostblade, you know, or you know, something like that. But I mean, hey, the point is it does a lot of damage, and the reason why that's big, because if you get a kill, right, you can say, hey, let's do Baron, let's rush Baron. You can rush Baron because you're doing double, almost like double a smite. You know, you're doing a smite and a half damage to the Baron immediately off this. It just allows you to rush Barons, dragons, just take turrets quickly in the side lane. So as soon as you get a kill, you should try to go use this passive against a turret for the play-ins, or just to get the turret itself, or just go on an objective. And if you and your teammate, maybe your jungler also has this, yeah, objectives are gone very quickly. So yeah, right now this would be your lethality build. If they are building armor though, right, I do suggest to grab the Sorella third item, but you want to build the Bastion Breaker second item, all right? And then, you know, if you can, throw another lethality item on it. So I went Edge and Eye here, and then I went Axiom because I felt like I could just ult these guys and just kill them perma. So yeah, that is what Bastion Breaker is doing for us right now. And remember, to utilize this item properly, right, you do need to stack lethality, because the passive of it is, right, they benefit from lethality. So ideally you don't want to build this item and then start doing a bunch of bruiser items at that point. Just do the other builds that I talked about. All right. So for the lethality build, you're planning on building Edge and Knight, maybe Axiom, Serpents, right? Cause you don't need to go out, you don't have to go this, right? Remember, Serpents is there if they have shields instead. Make sure that, but you just want to make sure you're building lethality items if you're deciding to go Bastion Breaker, because the best way to take full use of it is to actually build lethality. If you're not building lethality, then the damage isn't actually allowed, right? So yeah. So I'm gonna do Axiom Arc next, right? So Axiom Arc is really good because it refunds your ultimate cooldown by percentage based on how much lethality you have. So this item is really good for cases where you have enemy champions that, hey, if you see them, you can just ult them. So, you know, let's say you're against a Lux, like a Lux can just be ulted, like, because you just see her, you just ult, all right, and so forth. So I'm just giving that as an example. So if you see champions like that, an Axiom Arc is really nice because you can just kill them on repeat as often as possible, right? So Axiom Arc is just really good for that. Now it also gives you a lot of ability haste, which is just really, I love ability haste, so it is really nice, just giving you 20 ability haste, which is crazy. And it just allows you to have more uptime on all of your spells. Now the next item here, right, this is going to be your typical, if you're doing a lethality build, on most times you're probably going to do Sorella, right, because you want that extra damage. You want the armor pen, but you also want the biggest thing here is the armor pen, right? So this is your armor pen item that you would go most of the times, right? The other item that is viable is cleaver, and I will say that you can do cleaver instead of the Sorella, but the way how to go about it is to say, hey, okay, do I do is like, is there tanks on the enemy team, right? Like, okay, there's tanks. Okay, cool. Now, do I have a lot of AD champions on my team? Okay. Do you have a lot of champions? AD champion team? Okay, if you do, then you check and see, okay, does any of these champions on my team, AD champions, are going to be building Black Cleaver, right? Are they good Black Cleaver user too? If they are, then you know your team doesn't like they can build it, and you can just go Sorella. So they reduce the armor of the enemy, and then you have the Sorella to work on top of it, and you'll just be doing a lot of damage to the enemy. Otherwise, you can just do the Black Cleaver to help your team out. But this would be your a simple build here, right? And then the next item that you would most likely build, right, is going to be it's just going to be Edge of Night. So Edge of Night is really solid assassin item. It is one of the it's literally one of the best assassin item because it gives you that spell shield, gives you a little bit of health, right? And but the biggest thing here obviously is just the spell shield. So the reason why this is very strong is because let's say you're playing against an Annie, right? And Annie has her stun up, and if you alter, she's gonna stun you, right? Or if you're against a QA, he's gonna fear you out of your ult, Ninja, or stun, right? If you have the Edge of Night, right? What you can do now, instead of like trying to use your W to dodge the ability, right? You can just like engage right away. And then with the Edge of Night being able to block the CC ability, it gives you time to just one-shot the enemy just like that, alright? And that's why Edge of Night is just really strong. It's very oppressive to play against. Like, have you ever, I mean, if you play another champion, you're playing against an assassin that has Edge of Night, and you're playing like, I don't know, Morgana, like, it's hell because it's like, oh, I can't stop them now, right? So it's really good for the assassin build. The next item here that I will say that is probably what you'll build a lot of times though is going to be Edge of Night. So this Edge of Night here, sorry, not Edge of Night, whoa, Serpent's Fang. So Serpent's Fang is really strong assassin item. It is the under the right circumstances or the you know the enemy team has a lot of shields. This is the best assassin item because it is very cheap. It costs only 2,500 gold, right? Gives you 55 AD, 15 lethal. So it gives you the same amount of AD as these items, right? But it does give less lethality in total compared to these two, right? But it costs 2,500 gold. And the shield break is insane because if a Karma over there, right, or an AMBESSA has those big shields, this item just shreds it, and it's just really strong in those situations. But if the enemy team doesn't have any shields, it is pretty bad, right? So look at the enemy champions, right, and think about the shields that they have. So think about the Draven E, the AMBESSA shield. Think about the QAW, or well, hardly, but more like in total it could add up, right? Or the Seraph's Embrace that the enemy team is building. Seraph's Embrace here, Archangels, if they're building this, like, you know, Shield Bow, right? Against the Yasuo, against the Yone, they build Shield Bow, the Graves, he builds Shield Bow. This is really good for against them, right? Styrax Engage, it's really good against them, right? So think about the items that gives you a shield too. And obviously, right, we have Eclipse as well. So think about these shields that adds up overall with the enemy team, right? So this would be your go-to lethality build, right? Now let's let's take it back a bit, right? Let's take it back a bit here. So let's tell some of these items, right? Let's say now, right, I want to do a caster build, right? And this is kind of my one of my favorite builds is to do like a caster type build. So the caster build, right, is basically you're focusing on items that gives you damage, EDR, right? Those are the basically what you're kind of like focusing on. And the key difference here is that the between it and lethality is that you're not really trying to focus on stacking the lethality, but more so you're trying to stack AD and CDR, right? And it allows you to do a lot of damage, right, without necessarily having to go into the enemy team. So you can spam Qs, right, against the enemy, and then you wear them down until the point where you can ult. but it's also not just for that. You can ult in with the caster build as well, so it can play both ways, right? Because the assassin build usually like you don't have that much CDR, so sometimes you might feel like, oh, I'm showing my Qs to soften this guy up, but the Q's not coming back up anytime soon, right? That's how it feels in certain games. So, typical caster build, right? Let's say I'm doing CDR boost this time with it. Again, you can still do gluttonous views with it, right? Um, the idea here is that you would go Eclipse, all right? Then you do Sorello or Black Cleaver based on the circumstances, right? And then after these two, right, this is where this you can like kind of switch things up. So here you can do endless hunger, right? So this is like if you're truly focusing on like just grabbing the next item that is a steroid item here, it would be this, because look at how much CDR this gives. 36. 36. And if I add another item to it, right? Let's say I'm going Death Dance. It's 43. And then I press my W, it's 53, right? As you can ask Q. I'm just saying, like it comes down to a very low amount, right? So that is the thing here when it comes to the caster build. So you see these become very, very low. Let me max out my abilities just to show you guys what we're working with. One more. Okay, look, see? W is 8 seconds right now, and you have Hextech dragons and CDR runes that can help bring this down even lower. And look at the ultimate, by the way. I have no Axiom art, right? But my ultimate is 38 seconds. This is insanely low, right? This is a mini wave spawns like every 30 seconds, so you know that's how much your ult will be up. So it's very, very nice. This would be like a caster build here. Another item that you can go instead of Death Stance would be like Spear or Sojourn, but I don't really recommend Spear or Sojourn anymore because Death Stance is just so broken. There's not much need to really run that. You can literally just run Death Stance with this setup. Alright. And then, alright, again, right, remember, you can do Black Cleaver instead. And Black Cleaver does give more CDR, by the way, than so it would even lower this even more by a little bit. Cool. So the next one here is, so this is your typical caster build, right? You don't have to do it exactly like this as well, right? Like for example, let's say the enemy team has let's say they have a lot of shields. You can swap the Death Stance out for the Serpents if you feel like you don't need that, or you can swap the Endless Hunger out, right, if you feel like you don't need it, right? So yeah, and to explain and to just go into depth onto each item, right, I want to talk about Eclipse here. So Eclipse has been like, this item is still really good. It shreds 6% of the enemy's max health. It's really, really good versus AHRI stackers. It allow you to just take them burn the HP. So you have 9% from this and then 6% from this. So it's really good versus like tankier comps that has a lot of HP. Right? The shield is also really, really big. It's make you so much more tankier when things play out, because if you get like 2-3 procs of this, right? So let's say 2 procs, right? You're getting over a 500 shield. Right? So you have 500 more health, right? So you can see my health bar right now, 2.5. I basically have 3k health. And if you get more than that, like if you're trading constantly, it's gonna be even a bigger deal. And the thing here with Eclipse, why it's so good in the fear is because you can proc it off one ability. So you land Q on the enemy, and then the dog's jump, which is considered a second attack, which makes you proc the Eclipse, right? And Sorella, right? Remember the Sorella slows the enemy when you do damage. The reason why this item is so unique and really good on the Fury is that it will your Q bleed, right, last 5 seconds. You can keep the enemy perma slowed. But not only that, right, because your dogs are counted as spells, right, as you can see the blue slow around it. Your dogs proc the slow as well, so you can just stay on top of the enemy and keep them slowed forever, basically, right? And then you have Cleaver, right? The reason why Cleaver is good on Naafiri is for the same reason why Cyril is good, because you have you have bleed and you have the dogs. So as you can see here, you can insta stack the Black Cleaver versus the enemy. And if it's just your Q that you're going to use, right, it stacks up immediately. You see what I'm saying? So that is why those two armor pen items are really, really good on Naafiri. Now, the next item here is Endless Hunger. I already talked about the ability haste, but the Omnivamp is really, really nice as well. So you get 5%, right? If you pair that up with Gluttonous Greaves, you're getting 15, right? If this is fully stacked, you're getting 15 there. And then when you get a champion kill, right, within 3 seconds after you deal damage, right, it's 15% for 8 seconds. So you're getting 30% Omni in total for the whole 8 seconds. And the tenacity is also a nice little bonus. If you're against comps that have a lot of tenacity, it can be really helpful. You're not necessarily building this for the tenacity per se. Like, it's more of additional, like, oh well, it's a good item, plus I could use the tenacity versus the enemy team. That's all I'd like you to think about. Because if you do need tenacity, right, and you're like, okay, I really need tenacity, merchants. Although you could, in a sense, like say, hey, I need steel caps because I'm against Yasuo, but I also need tenacity. I mean, that could be an angle as well to really think about it like that way. All right. So that would just be like the caster build here, all right, in general. Now the other set of items here that I want to talk about is like bruiser build. So bruiser build, right? It's similar to this build, right? But there is I mean, there's like a small difference, I guess, because the idea behind this is that you focus on AD and CDR, right? The death stance is just there because it kind of does give you AD and CDR, and it's just a broken item. But if you're doing like let's say a bruiser build, right? I would do something like this. So let's say I do these two items, then I could want to drop this death stance. Sorry, Black Cleaver. Then I'll drop the death stance afterwards, right? And then let's say the enemy team have a lot of magic damage. I'll drop them all. And then like at this point, right, you can see where the item build is going. I'm stacking like HP, right, with resistance items, or I can do the resistance item first before the Black Cleaver, right? Bear in mind, you can still pair this up with Sorella if you feel like you don't need that much tankiness, but the idea here is that, hey, you're trying to be tanky and when you're going and fight people, right? And it just gives you armor, magic resistance, and health on top of the resistances, because if you have the resistances alone without the HP, you won't be as tanky, right? It could still be tanky enough, but like if you really want that tankiness, this is what you're looking for. And as for your last item at this point, right, Eclipse could just be your last item because it does give you a shield that you can really use, and it would actually be really, really good if you're trying to be fueling and you're trying to wear down your opponents at the same time. So this would be like how your bruiser build would look, right? Because the idea here is that you just want more tankiness from HP and resistance. Bear in mind though, you can switch this up once again. If the enemy team does have shields, I still do recommend you build a serpents. Probably second item or third, whatever the case is, right? All serpents is always going to be good if the enemy team has shields. The next thing here is that you can do death silence instead of maw if you feel like, hey, I don't need this maw because they don't have any magic damage, or at least any magic damage that is threatening to you. So for example, let's say, I don't know, let's say the Rumble is the one that, or Mordekaiser is doing a lot of magic damage, right? But he's trying to ult your ADC and you're trying to dive your backline, which is like the Senna, the CAITLYN, and so forth, and the Zin, you know. So you'll just double up on the armor and just focus on those guys. So that is what I'll say for the build. Now, as for other items that are viable across these builds, right, is that here's items that you can build that you don't necessarily have to follow the build directly, like or down to the T. For example, as I said, like if you're doing like lethality, you could put drop a GA on top of that, right? So let's say I am building let's say I want to one shot people, right? And I build this, and then I build this, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I need an edge and knife, and I'm like, oh wait, you know, I don't need serpents, so I'm gonna just go GA because I feel like if I one shot that person, and then I just like, you know, I trade my life with the enemy, you'll have the GA to buy 4 seconds of time for your teammates to just do some work and just get you back up. All right. So those are the items that I'll go most of the times, right? There's other items that are viable here, right? So let's start with talking about some of the other boots that are viable here. So for the other boots, right, Swifties is really good as well if you are against a lot of slows. It's really good. So it reduces the effectiveness of slows. An upgraded version reduce it by 40% actually. And if you're running that 15% rune page, rune shard, that's 55%. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Steel caps always really good. Versus it's better than these two if you're against like a Yasuo, Yone, or ADC mid. Like you should just AKSHAN. You should be doing this boots straight up. Like this boots is better if you're against auto attackers, auto attacking team comps, not just AD team comps, guys. Auto attacking AD champs. All right. But even the upgraded version does give you that shield, so it's really, really good. The next thing is Merc Treads. Again, do not build this item for magic resist, guys. Do not. Look at it. It says it gives 20 magic resist. This gives you 20 magic resist, and it costs 400 gold. No magic mantle. So basically, look how much gold you spend for the same amount of magic resist. You never build this for magic resist. You build this strictly for tenacity. So that's the only thing you build this for, right? So please do not build this item for. I've coached many people and they've said, "Oh, I want the magic resist." You know, no. Like if you want magic resist, build this. You know what I'm saying? Or build this. All right. And yes, this gives you 25 magic resist, which seems low, but you get a 280 shield. Then the upgraded one also gives you 40 magic resist and a lot of stats with the 80, right? So yeah. All right. And then the next thing here, right? Talking about other items. Yeah, that would be it for boots there, right? And just want to touch back on the bruiser items, some of these bruiser items here, right? Death Stance. As I said, it's broken, right? If you don't know, it basically ignores 30% of damage. Basically, 30% of damage taken is dealt to you over 3 seconds, and then if you get a takedown, right? Basically it will cleanse the remainder of the damage. So let's say you were to take 1,000 damage, right? And then, you know, 300 of that damage you'll take you'll take 700 instantly, but you take the 300 damage over 3 seconds. If you kill somebody right as you get that, right, then you're not gonna take that 300 damage. It's just gonna be gone. And then you also heal for 162 over 2 seconds. Now, I say 160, but it's actually more than that or less depending on when you build this item. It's based off how much AD you have. And the thing here that it scales out bonus AD. Naafiri W does give you bonus AD, so it will be even more healing. And the next thing here too is Maw, right? The shield that you get is based off your bonus AD 150. So if I pop my W, right, you can see how much it's going up by. It's a crazy amount. You know what I'm saying? So a full build with this would just be crazy. Look at the shield, 700, and I press W. It's an 831 shield. Late game. Cool. So yeah. It's just really these items are just really good enough here because she does get bonus AD from my W. All right. So after talking about boots here, right? As I said, right, those are the items that are just mostly just like the ones that you're gonna build, right? As for other items, right, you can do, let's see here. So another item here, like let's talk about hubris. Now, hubris is a very misunderstood item. It is themed as a snowball item, right? But it's not a snowball item. A snowball, it's not like it's more of a scaling item. A snowballing item, right, is an item that, hey, you get it, it helps you kill more people, right, immediately, and allows you to be like, you have a big lead, right? So it just allows you to keep stomping the players, right? Keep killing them over and over and over. Hubris does not actually do that. What it does is that if you are killing these people, if you're snowballing hard already, right, then you can do it to get like like a stronger late game, right? Most of the times, right? I don't build this item, but sometimes it's actually really, really decent, especially in spots where you're looking at your team, right, and you say, okay, I'm having a good game right now, right? But your teammates are also having a good game, and there's a lot of volatile things on the map. So let's say um you have a jungler like Nunu, right? Nunu's gonna gank a lot, right? For example, I had a Skarner like yesterday. He was like going to gank my lane a lot. So, and anywhere Skarner is gonna be, right? Somebody's probably gonna die. So Hubris, you just show up to the fight and you just get a free kill. It's just OP in that regard. Like you're just getting a lot of free stacks because you're just there when the enemy is there, and you just get Hubris stacks and you just become stronger in the late game. But as a snowball item, right, it's not it, right? So Axie Mark is just better for that. Now, as for when I would build Hubris, right, I would build Hubris second item in mid lane. I would definitely try to build the second if I'm going to build it. I would not build it first. You need your bread and butter item that can help you snowball. All right, um, and so forth. So, but if you're playing a jungle though, right, this item can be more valuable in the jungle. You could build it first. It's because since jungle it's kind of different. You're just showing up to fights and killing people that are already fighting people. Then usually it's good, right? And so forth. So the other item here is Bastion. Bastion Breaker, Bastion Breaker. This item is not great. I don't really recommend building it. It's kind of a bait item. It costs 3,200 gold. For 5580, 22 lethality abilities. That lethality seems like a lot, right? But if you remember, you're paying extra gold for this. You know, like think about, let's compare it to Axiom. Like, okay, same amount of 80, right? 5 less lethality, but costs way less, and the passive is way more useful. Gives more abilities also, right? And this item, right, it does do a little bit of bonus damage, like 2 damage, right, with a 20-second cooldown, which is quite long. The other thing here is sabotage, which basically allows you to do a lot of damage to epic monsters or turrets, right? Which is a crazy, it does a lot of damage to turrets, right? But the problem is fundamentally, right, if you can 1v1 your person in the side lane, then you could probably take the objective anyway. So I would rather get an item that helps me kill them to take the turret than an item that doesn't do anything, right, until I kill them to take the turret. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. If you do need grievous wounds, by the way, I will say you should go executioner and hold and stay on this as long as you can. I don't really recommend upgrading it. Mortar Reminder could be a decent item, but because Naafiri is not very good with auto attacking like how some of these other champions are, um, which she is, it's just like PDR is just like a bigger team. You'd rather somebody else build grievous wounds, but if you do need it, you can build executioner and stay on it, and then late game you can just get the camp up sword, right? As for the any other items here, right, that I want to cover, I already talked about GA being pretty good, right? Solid item, defense, right? Um, I don't really build this item on Naafiri. If I'm problem with it is that you have Voltaic. You're a very good Voltaic user. You should just use Voltaic. It's a good item though on other assassins. You don't have a stealth, so it's not the best on you because of that. Um, so yeah. The next one here is Yomu's. Um, good item is just that it, there's other items that you'd rather build. Profane Hydra, not very. This item should be built for wave clear. So on Naafiri, she doesn't have a wave clear issue, so it's not very great. On jungle, it can be, you could build it in jungle, but with the addition of Voltaic, it has like kind of like been replaced basically. Now, and then other situational items, right? Spirit Visage also really good if you need that extra magic resist and you want to get healing. Increase the healing from your abilities, right? And the shielding from your R and Eclipse, maybe if you're building that. But also, like, if you have a Sona, you can increase the heal and shield that she gives you, right? It's also really, really good with enchanters like those, right? So, Sona, um, maybe Seraphine, Karma for the shield, and so forth. So it will be really good on them. Random wins can also be good if you are against a heavy crit team. Very, very situational. This is what I mean by like 99% times you won't ever really be building this. But like, let's say against a Draven that is two-shotting people, you probably might need this for real. And if you have a lot of crit users, right? Let's say they have 2-3 crit users, you could do this instead of Death Dance. With Death Dance. In cases like that, if you feel like it's something that you could just go for. Yeah. And for jungle, I do want to say for jungle, right? Your build for jungle should look something more like this. This is kind of what I would do on jungle. The boots doesn't really matter. Any boots is really good. I usually do it like this, and then just yeah. And then for the last item, it could literally be anything you really want, basically. So this is what I would do in jungle. I do Voltaic into Axiom. So you basically, because you're in jungle, you outtime your ult is nice, but you're just gonna be killing people over and over. Black Cleaver, very, very good. Because it gives you the HP. Because you're gonna do a lot of damage, right? So just getting Black Cleaver usually is better than Cirilla, just because because you'll just be a little bit more tankier. Not saying that you can't go Cirilla, obviously. That's fine. You can switch it up if you want to do Cirilla. If you want to do one shot people more like that, you can do that. You can do the Edge of Night instead of this. You can do a more lethality build too. But this is what I like to usually go for jungle, right? You can switch things up a little bit if you want to. It's fine. I've already explained these items, each of them, right, and why they're good, so that you can understand, like, hey, okay, I could build this here and I could build that here, right? Just want to say, another lethality item here is this one. I didn't talk about this because it's really bad. You don't use crit, so I don't recommend building this. The active people think, oh, the bleed works with the execute, but the execute is kind of like fake, because if you have another item that does more damage, you would get them, you would kill them without having to try to bring them to this 5% and then get the kill, So yeah. So for Naafiri abilities, right, we're gonna start with her passive, right, which is We Are More. Basically, her passive allows her to spawn pack mates alongside her that interacts with the champion's abilities. So for here, right, we have the pack mates, right? So when Naafiri auto attacks, they also auto attack with her. So they do a good amount of damage, right? It may seem like a little, but it actually does add up. And every time you auto attack, right, they will just auto attack with you. So the key thing here with a passive, right, is to, like, when you're to maximize your damage when fighting people, of course, right, is to auto attack a enemy here, and when you auto attack again, you can see them jump into the target. So this allows them to stay on the target alongside you and do maximum damage as possible. Welcome on them. Today I'm trying to show you guys the Naafiri dog CSE mechanic. So if you guys don't know, basically Naafiri has a hidden mechanic. It's not listed here, it's on the wiki. So basically the dog will jump to a minion and last hit it for you if it's once it's in a threshold for it to be killed. Now you notice it went there but it didn't go for that one, right? Because it actually has a cooldown, so it's a 10-second cooldown. All you need to do to make use of it is to be in range of the minions, right? Be close enough to where the dog can jump to it. It doesn't work from bushes, right? Let's say your Q is down or you don't want to use Q because the enemy is going to be able to trade on you, right? You can Q one minion here and then use it to get this one over here, like that. The next ability here is the Q. So the Q is her bread and butter. It's called Darking Daggers, right? So for this ability, right, it launches basically like a blade at the enemy that does damage and then also leaves the enemy bleeding and does a certain amount of damage over 5 seconds. And she also and it makes her be able to recast the ability after the first cast. And if you hit an enemy with the recast ability, right, or just hit them with another Q, it will end the remaining bleed that is left over the 5 seconds. It will end the bleed and add that damage to a large amount of damage, which is also, this damage is also based on their missing health. So to make that easy to understand, basically if they have the bleed, let's say the bleed does 100 damage and there is 50 of the bleed has been passed already, right? If I land a second Q against them, then it will end the bleed early and just they'll just take the whole bleed damage just instantly upon taking the second Q. All right, but it's the big thing here to note, right? And this is the key thing that makes Naafiri does more damage than make Naafiri do more damage, right? Is that the second, like when you hit the second Q against a champion or a target, it does more damage based on the missing health of the target. So the lower they are, the better. Even if it's just 1% less health, it will equal the Q doing more damage. So it's always good to Q and auto attack when you can to get the extra damage going. All right. And also to note here that you do get a healing if you land the double Q against a champion or large monsters. So Q in here, you can see the healing happens on my character. Right now it's healing for 85, right? So yeah, and part mates will jump to a target when you land a Q on them. It will jump to the first target that you hit. The next thing is the call of the pack, sorry. Now this ability makes you untargetable for 1 second, right? And then you also gain 2 additional dogs, and it gives you increased AD and increased movement speed for 5 seconds. So as you can see here, I have 2 dogs before, now I have 4 dogs. All right. And also to note here with the passive is that you will be getting more dogs as you level up, right? So when you reach level 15, you will have a maximum of 5 dogs. So like on base, and then with the W, you'll have a total of 7 dogs maximum, right? So the disability, right, is very, very important. This ability has a lot of skill expression here because you can use it for more damage or to dodge an ability, and a good Naafiri will know when to use it for either case, right? Another thing to note here is that the W does recall the dogs to her. So for example, if I land Q on the enemy here and then I press W, you can see they reappear beside me. So this is good if you're trying to keep the dogs alive, right? But also can be bad if your dog is about to kill somebody and then you use your W to pull the dogs back. So be careful. And the E, right? The E is basically a dash that does 2-part damage, so the dash in itself does damage, right? But when you land, it also does another damage, which does more than the dash, right? And it's a very simple ability. It's nothing too crazy here. It does damage in 2 parts. So the key thing here is to try to land both parts against an enemy, right? The next thing here is that it also recalls the pathmates towards Naafiri, just like the W does. But the key, there's a difference, because the E actually heals the dogs, right, to full health. Cool. So yeah, and then the last ability here is Hound's Pursuit, right? So we had Eviscerate on the E, and then the ultimate is Hound's Pursuit. Now this ability is your ultimate. So what happens with this ability is that Naafiri basically channels for a brief moment, and then she dashes at a enemy champion that you select, right? And this ability is a point and click, right? So all you need to do is press R and aim it at whoever you want to, and you get them, right? And this ability can be, if you gain a kill within 7 seconds, right, then you will be able to recast this ability. And when you recast it, right, the second cast, you will be granted a shield instantly upon cast. So the key thing here with this ability here is that it also does more damage based off the amount of pathmates you have. So if you notice, right, my pathmates are with me here. If I press R, you'll see them channel just like Naafiri, and they will also dash towards the enemy. So the more dogs you have, the more damage your ult does. So if you use your W before, right, your W gives you increased AD, and the ult also will do even more damage because it has more, you have more AD, so more damage, but also you have more pathmates to do more damage with. There's another thing here is that the ultimate will, upon reset, you will be granted vision of nearby enemies, right? And the next thing here is that this ability briefly slows the enemy upon contact. So if you see here, kind of hard to see, but in the top left corner here, you'll notice that the movement speed of the enemy goes down. So let me move that out the way. You can see that. All right, so we have made it to the combo part of the guide, right? And here we're just gonna be covering some. We're gonna start basically with the basic stuff that you'll do on Naafiri, and then we also talk more about some more advanced things that you can do on Naafiri here, right? So yeah, so let's get started. So the basic thing with Naafiri, right, the combo, right, that you do is literally just Q and then Q again, right? So as you can see, right, if you have Electrocute, it does probably Electrocute there, but this is basically your basic combo. So you land the first Q and then you land the second one. Now this is just going to be what you're going to do most of the times in lane. So the enemy is here, you're going to just throw the Q at the enemy, and then just like Q the you're going to try to land another Q on them to proc your Electrocute, right? Or just to get the heal in and just do the bonus damage. So bear in mind that this ability is the thinnest skill shot in the game, actually, right? No exaggeration. So what I recommend is that you want to watch the enemy movement pattern, or you can use minions to help you hit Q. So for example, let's say the enemy is going for a CS on a minion wave, right? While they're going for the CS, you can throw the Q at them because they'll basically be locked in that animation to auto attack, right? So it makes it like easier to land that, right? That was the combo there. The next combo here that I would talk about is, let's say you're in lane, right, and you're trying to do a heavy trade onto the enemy. So I would do something like this: W up and then Q into the E, walk them down with auto attacks, and then throw a Q whenever you know it's a good time to, whether it's earlier or later. So that combo does a lot of damage because you use the W to increase the amount of pat mates you have, right, by 2, but you also gain the increased AD and movement speed to walk them down with the increased stats, right? The Q does more damage the lower the enemy is. So when you get those auto attacks in, and the E, of course, right, to gap close, you will do a lot more damage. You can do some big, like some pretty big damage, like that, right? They, so that is like your combo really. If you are just basically trading with the enemy and you're trying to like run them down for a big trade, right? Obviously, sometimes you're gonna want to use a W to like dodge an ability. Let's say I'm against let's say I'm running up to a TF and he has a stun card. I run up to him and then I just use the W to dodge it, and then I go in like this, and then yeah. So you can also E first if that's the case, right? Um, they can either Q first or E. It just really depends on your positioning on the enemy, right? But sometimes I say I land the Q first, and then I'll just like, okay, let me go in, and then I'll continue like that, you know. And as for the ultimate here, right? Um, the basic ultimate thing that you can do here is you can, you have the two most common ways to open, right, is to W into alt into Q auto E, and then Q auto again, right? So it's kind of hard to explain like that, but you get the drift, right? So it is basically uh you want to use W, right, to increase the amount of damage you'll do, right? As I explained in the ability section, right? The more pat mates you have, the more damage your ultimate does per pat mate, right? And the W just give you more AD, so it's just more damage overall. So if you use the W first, right, and then you use the W into the R, and then you follow it up with a Q, because the Q briefly slows the enemy for 99% slow, um, which is that's like 0.25 seconds basically. So it helps you to line them up with a Q. If the enemy has a dash, then I mean the slow is not going to be enough to land the Q. But you know, typically that's what you would do, R then Q, right? So, oops, oh, messed that up. But basically, you would just open with W, right? And then R, U, E, and then auto, just like that. So that if you're just one shotting. Now, if you're against somebody that's a little bit tankier, then you may not want to Q so early, because you want to maybe like get one more auto attack in first, or whatever the case is. It just depends on who you're trying to one shot, right? The next combo here that you may do is you actually may just hold the W first. So you might use your R and then W and then E and then you Q. So the reason why you may do that is because some champions, when you ulting, you might want to W instantly, because you want to use the W to dodge something. Or you don't have to use the W instantly, right? You could R, right, into Q, into E, and then you're like, oh, here's the ability that comes out, and then use the W to dodge it. So it does depend. The W usage should just be used depending on what you're facing. If they don't, like, let's say I'm against an Ezreal, right? He doesn't have any CC, right? So I'll just like W first most times, right? Unless I'm low and I want to dodge maybe his ultimate, because he might ult on top of me or something, then I would use the W to dodge an ability, instead of just like using it first to get more damage, right? And also with the E, right? The E can be cast where you want it to go. I mean, there's kind of like a, you can see here, you can just like use it just like that. Hit the enemy, and yeah, it's really easy to land the E. Sometimes you can overshot it though, but just be careful of that. But once you get the hang of it, it won't be that big of an issue. All right, so as I said, Naafiri combos aren't not that crazy, right? It's just like sometimes just about how you apply them when it comes to like using the W, right? So the next thing here that I want to show you guys is the I want to show you a different combo here now. So this combo basically you would do um in a different way. So instead of us using W and then R, right, we could use Q first, then W, and then R. So why do we do that, right? It's because, right, remember as I said, right, the R has a slow. So if you were to use Q first, then W, you could R and then guarantee the second Q to hit the enemy. Because the second Q, right, if you land that, it does a lot of damage, right? So using the slow from the ultimate can set that up for you. Cool. All right. So that would be the combo there that you could do, right? To that's basically maximize your effectiveness, like, because you can do it, you can like you could use W first and then QR immediately. Like it goes through flawlessly. Let me show you again. It goes through flawless. So we're gonna just pop W, right? W doesn't really matter for this, but I just want to show you. So if I'm in the bush, right, and the enemy is walking past, like I could use my W and then that's QR, just like that. Or I could, you know, W first, Q, and then E in. And then I could either Q if I can land it, and then wait for my next rotation to be up, or just R them and into Q. Just depends on like what you're looking for, right? And the next thing here that I want to show you is if you're in lane, right, and you are looking at the enemy, right? Remember I said the QQ, right? Sometimes, what if the enemy starts respecting you and being far away, right? So this is where you just basically E forward into the Q. It's simple, right? All you're doing is just pressing E before you Q, because you just want to get closer to the enemy to be able to land up, right? Cool. And yeah, those are the biggest like things there that you can really do. As for the other thing here is that the ultimate does have a recast, right? So I will be showing you guys some clips here or some videos just to explain and show you the other things that you can do. COG'MAW, one of the most insane mechanic on the double R tech. And the double R tech, right, is basically getting two ults onto the same target. All you have to do, right, is to hit someone, and then while they're about to die, or then the person that you actually want to ult. And then once the other person dies, while you click on them with the R, and you'll get the ult back. And then you can just ult them again whenever you're ready. So this is the very good combo to chase down targets that are super mobile. Nobody's expecting to get ulted twice by Naafiri. IQ Lux and wait till the dogs reach close to her, then R. Okay, and then we all. Dogs become untargetable while channeling R and until they reach the target. Dogs are closer to Lux than me, so they reach it quicker and they can block her Q. Alright, and for this part here, I do want to show you guys a bit of some of the important walls that you can jump with the E. So I'm just gonna go around the map and just like E over some of the more notable walls that I like to use my E to go over. So one of the first ones here, I'm gonna start here, right, is that you can just E over this wall. Cool. And then all you have to do is just stand right there and you get it. It's not hard to do, right? But you wanna be in the middle part and just aim for anywhere over here. Next area is, I mean, you can E over this wall, right? And you can also just E here. Whoops, double E. But yeah. And then here, obviously, this one is very simple. A lot of you guys should be able to do that. right? And we get that one done. And the one of the better ones though, right? My best one is just going over this wall. Because this one just puts you like in a very dangerous spot for the enemy if you're chasing somebody down, right? Or let's say you're here in bot lane and you're like, okay, let me go here. Or if you're running away from somebody, you just go like here and then see over the wall. Just like that. Because you can take it from here, but this one is just really, really nice to do. Oh, and yeah, it's mostly just like those are the big ones, right? Anything else is just eating over the wall here, but nothing too crazy. All right, and we have the red buff one here, so you can just go here and just E over this wall. But you can literally just E over it. Just get to where you need to go. And this wall here too, just jumping right over it. But yeah, from the buffed Naafiri E range from the rework, it's been very easy to jump over most of these like walls. Another one here is I already showed you guys on this side. Well, this side one, right? But you have this side too. This one is very, very nice. So you're trying to escape, you just jump over the wall. You poke from here and then just jump over the wall like this. It's so nice. So yeah, you can also jump this wall here too, which can be really good. Like you're trying to escape from an enemy, or you're chasing somebody down. Right. Alright, so in this section here, we're gonna be showing you how to full clear. So what I'm gonna be doing is basically explaining some basic things that you should be looking out for when you're trying to clear the jungle as fast as possible as Naafiri. Alright? And so we're gonna start off right here. We're gonna do blue start. So first I'm gonna Q into smite into the auto and the second Q. So the point of this, right, is that my Q does more damage the lower the target is, right? So you should smite it early if you know that you're not going to be invaded. Right? And the next thing, right, is that, so you may be wondering, why don't I like try to do the camps, like Q the camps, take longer to Q the camps? The reason why is because the CD of the spell is more important than the bonus damage you get from how low it is. But the thing that you should focus on is trying to Q it early to get it back. But here, right, you're gonna see that I used my my Q there on the fade away from the jump. But the next thing with jungling, right, the thing that makes you play pretty fast in general is just starting the next camp as soon as possible. And here I'm gonna try to let the dogs just do the rest of the auto attacks here. So that's another thing. You can let them do like 1 or 2 extra auto attacks, which means that you get 2 more from the pet, the jungle pet. This one is a little tricky. Yeah, I messed it up there as you can see, but it's fine. So now I'm gonna be doing the red. You see W over the wall here to E on it. Basically the thing that you're supposed to be doing. And you just do red right now. Use W in between. I'm gonna Q this camp right now because I already have my Q on this one. And I'm gonna go over the wall to it. I'm not doing the clear perfectly or anything, but this is just a general idea. And see, we finished the clear in a, because Naafiri doesn't have the best full clear, right? But you can see I got a decent time there. But the thing is, right, there are videos to show you like how to like full clear. So those videos are good to watch because they let you know like the full possibility of the clear, like the fastest time you can really get, because they spend their whole time just trying to full clear. That's all they do. So it's actually good to actually look at those videos. But the problem though is that sometimes, right, the clears that they're doing is like very hard to pull off and sometimes unreliable in a real match. But it does give you like an idea. Like right now, I believe the fastest clear with Naafiri is like a 249 clear, right? So yeah. So I'm gonna show you starting from red this time. I'm gonna just do a red start instead. You guys can have an understanding of what I'll do if I'm just starting from red. The same thing again, Q, smite, Q. Right. Also, the next biggest thing is stand close to the camp. You don't want your dogs to tank. Because if your dogs tank, then you're gonna lose DPS. Remember, their damage is very important for clearing the camps faster. So E over this wall. You can actually Q and land on both them, or you could just E over. Now here's a thing that I used to do. I'm gonna do it here. Side that. It's actually kind of crazy, but yeah. I just E back over the wall. Try to get to the next game quickly. I'm out of the small one. And then back onto the big one. Drop one more auto. Then I'm gonna leave a little early. I'm gonna wait. Nice. The problem though is that my Q is gonna be down here, so but it's still fine. Could have done it better. Normally what I'm supposed to do is like use double Q on it so that my QCD would start. Alright. We finish that camp there. Usually you could also if I did it like with the double Q on this, and I could also just pull to this camp. So here I'm going to try to do this here. I'm trying to juggle both camps here. Oh, I messed it up, bro. Rip. Alright, so we're gonna do the clear from the red side, right? And remember, one of the things that you should be looking to do, right, is to make sure that you're the one tanking the camp. Because you don't want the dogs to tank. Because if the dogs tank, then they end up being targeted and then they end up dying. And then you lose DPS. I'm sorry for also did something very odd here. I actually autoed that the red buff first before queuing, which I don't typically do. So that might change things up a bit. And then I'm gonna just E over the wall and just get onto the Krugs. This is just the basic idea of just how to clear. Nothing too crazy. And just auto attack. And then the pet should finish off that one. Alright. Do the chickens here. There we go. Alright, level up W. We're gonna use W right before we engage onto this one here. Q. Double Q. Pretty good. And I'm actually walk towards the next camp, Q it to finish, and on this one. You can try to like, that's one way you can like try to pull towards the next camp. Just walk away and then use your Q to finish it off. Alright. Then the dog should finish that one off. So you can see this is how you typically just do the clear. Right, and I do, as again, I do recommend just following by just searching the YouTube full clear from whichever side, and then you'll also be able to see it. So I got a 256 here, which is pretty nice. The fastest full clear, as I said, is probably like 249. There's also like a Raptor clear, like on those videos where you can do like the Raptor clear. If you are doing Raptors though, right, I think there's a certain spot that you can stand in, like right here. And then you should be able to like just clear the camp from there. And the thing is, if you're doing a Raptor clear, right, you can use this to do the Raptor clear and then invade. Doesn't really matter. Like, it's up to you depending on what you want, right? So just, yeah, basically just look out.
Minions have spawned.
for those things. Just let it spawn here. Down here. And you're supposed to auto and then Q this way, that you can actually hit them all. And then, oh, whoops, I missed one there. But then you're supposed to do, you can do red into Krugs, invade here. There's so many stuff you can do, but that's how you would do, basically do that. Or you could do Raptors into Krugs. Most people don't do that anymore, because normally if you're gonna do Raptor start, you could just look for a gank bot or just invade of the Raptors. But yeah, basically this strat though, it's a decent strat that you can do. I was doing some, I saw this thing here, this trick you could do. They didn't do it on Naafiri per se, but it's the same thing. And then you would just walk to bot lane. By the time you clear this, right, they should be finishing their this camp here if they start the top side, and then you'll be able to just go onto this camp here. But one of the things too, I forgot to smite one of these camps, but that's fine. You could just smite the red buff. And then after you steal this, right, what would happen is that you could just go bot afterwards and just gank. And you could ward here if you want, just ward, and then you just go bot lane. Because this way, right, what's gonna happen is that after he finishes with the wolf, he's gonna, oh, my grump is gone. He's gonna start doing the blue, but by the time he walks over here to do that, you're already ganking bot lane and you're messing him up. And then you just reset and just hit the top side. You still have your top side, right? The jungler can't move from here to top side afterwards. The top side is pretty safe. Alright, so tower diving, very big part of Naafiri, right? And when you're tower diving, right, I want to let you guys know a couple things, right? So the first thing that I want to make you guys be aware of is the fact that if Naafiri is in the turret range along with the dogs, right, at the same time, right, it will focus the dogs first. Cool. So knowing this, right, knowing this, if we want to get to this end, right, and we normally have less dogs, right? So if we can get the dogs to tank and then we go on in the enemy, we can walk up right to the enemy, and then it's very much easier to hit our skill shots. Now the next thing that I want to get into after that, right, so you saw the way I walk up to the enemy and just dive, right? It allows me to get close so I can easily land a skill shot, especially if you're pushing them into the corner. Like, it gets very easy to land from that point because it's just a queue in this direction. You're gonna hit them most likely, right? You miss, you need to be reported. But anyways, so yeah, so now that we know that, right, there's more things that we can do than just that. So if you notice at the end there when I was doing that example, I was able to actually not tank any turret after that, right? So because this is the thing that most people know. Most people know that if, okay, I need to get in turret first. Yes. So most people know that if you W, it resets the turret logger. If you have dogs, it will turret will focus the dogs first, right? So this is very nice. So you can do that to basically, after you kill the enemy, you can press W to reset turret aggro and stand underneath the turret. So let's do it. Alright, so we're gonna combo first, kill, that's the enemy dead, right? And then we'll press W, just like that. And I'm no longer tanking. So, and we can even do it in different ways, because the way I showed you is just a regular combo that I did, right? Very ordinary combo. But then if you want to, you can do it like this too. So let me see here, let me just get full HP real quick. All right, so the next thing that you can do, right, is to basically you can do this with like this. So I can Q, and I'm not tanking. So this combo I would do if like I'm trying to like poke an enemy and I have the mana for it. I will easily just walk up to the enemy, Q, Q, and then W, right? And you can even do it in other ways too. Like you can like QR. Remember that combo that I taught you? And then you press W. So yeah, you can do that as well. Or you can just R in W and just sit and then wait until your teammates arrive, right? If you're diving with multiple people, and then you combo, because you just want to get next to them as quickly as possible. So once again, I'm going to R and then I'm going to W, right? Now here's the mistake that you don't want. This is the thing that can get you killed though, right? Because remember, if you don't damage an enemy champion, right? Once you damage an enemy champion, you will draw aggro. So what you want to do, right, or not do, but sometimes you may have to do it. So I'll say just watch out for it basically. Is if I Q the enemy and then I R and then I W, I'm going to start thinking again because my bleed is on the enemy, right? So you want to watch out for that. Cool. So yeah, so you can basically just get underneath the turret and reset it. So sometimes, right, what I'll do is I'll combo the enemy like this, and then I'll W. Hold on, let me do it. Let me do it like this actually. Let me turn this off. Let me show you. Let me show you in a better way. I'm gonna, okay. I'm going to go like this, and then my auto attacks, and then my W, and then I'm gonna wait for my Q to come back up. Normally I have CDR by then, so, and then I that, and then run away. Remember though, turret damage does ramp up every time it auto attacks a champion, and it I believe it lasts for 5 seconds right now, like the ramp up damage. So that's a long while. It used to be shorter, so this used to be more broken. But that's still fine as long as you wait him, like as long as you know what you're doing, right? Like you just need the right amount of damage. So that's the deal with the diving enemy underneath turret. The next thing to, like as I said, you can just walk up and then W, right, if you mess it up, but obviously you want to hold your W a lot of times. But that's some cases, right, you may need to just walk underneath turret and then reset it, run to the enemy, and then pop them, especially if you when you're coordinating with teammates. Now the thing with Naafiri, right, some people are like, well, how do I get the dogs to tank, right? So for me, the most reliable way I tend to do that is, if you notice, right, when you're walking, let me see. Let me stop. All right. And then we walk. So the dogs kind of spaced out, right? And you notice they kind of stay like to your side. Sometimes they will walk in front, right? It's a little bit awkward, but when you E, you notice they come in front. I'm gonna turn this cooldown on. If you use E, they actually do come in front. Now this is when you have this amount of dogs, so because pretty sure when you have less dogs, it's not just gonna auto go in front of you like that. Alright, it's because I have so much dogs. I'm gonna use W2 and just see the pattern. Yeah. Alright, so what I tend to do though, right, the most reliable way, because when you stop, the dogs be behind you. Right? So the most reliable way that I can do this is by walking to the turret and walking sideways and then getting the dog in. So that's the best way that I tend to go for it. I try to like walk a little bit sideways and into the turret. I messed that up right there. Okay, you just get the hang of it. So yeah, so I kind of like walk and then like try to get some dogs in first, and then I go. So that's the best way that I try to get the turret to tank first, right? And we're just gonna go back to the dummy here, right? Um, so I did forget to mention these earlier, right? But you can Q flash, so you can like this, If you notice, the Q comes out at that distance. Right? So, yeah. That's how it's supposed to look. So it comes from the enemy. Now, bear in mind that if you are, it goes to where your cursor, like where you put it, right? So you notice it aims here, right? So if I aim here and then it will always aim for wherever your cursor was directly hit, marked on. So for enemy, it will go that way. It's not gonna go like some abilities, you know, they will like fly this way. If I go here with it, it will go like sideways, but no. So yeah, so it's pretty easy. A lot of times though, I will also use those flashy. Makes it looks pretty quick. You can't E-flash. Can't do that. In fact, you can't cast an ability during your E. So that's the thing that's annoying. Also, by the way, you can do this too. So, let me show you guys. So, if you notice, it's kind of weird, but maybe I shouldn't talk about it. But the W comes out very quick. Nah, forget that. Anyways, you are very nice canceling there. Here you go for it. Now the next thing that I want to show you guys, right, is so you can do this when you're laning, right, is you want to Q Raptors and then Q again, and you can get the healing. If you are scared that it will but normally, right, when you're doing Raptors, right, you just Q like this, wait for the dogs to hit, wait for it to stop if you're scared, and you do it again to get the heal. You can do it with wolves too. Wait for the dogs and then you Q and then you run away. Oh, you're gonna be chased down, so but make sure to run because the wolf will be mad, and you can hit blue. The next thing is the grubs. Oh no, it's not up. Okay, well I'll show you dragon real quick. So this is just a small thing. It's not a big thing. Is that, you know, dragon pushes you away when you aggro it. So what I tend to do when I'm doing dragon is I Q into W, so I just don't get the pushback. So I use the W to dodge the pushback. It's a small thing, but it can be a big thing, right? And that's the thing with League. Like, it's those minor things that you know that actually just gets you ahead, right? All right, so I am actually going to see if I can just reset the game here. And then I'm going to fast forward 10 minutes. In the meantime, right, I'm just going to talk about a couple things. So, so we kind of got most of the combos down, right? The next thing that I want to show you guys basically is doing grubs. Because, you, as in where you can heal after the camps. So if you are jungling, right, this is kind of like real junglers. Because if you're a jungler, you're like when you start this up. So, I kind of want to like lose some health to make it more, you know, look better. So you're gonna see. Oh god damn. Okay, well this is I lost a little bit too much, I would say. So I'm going to do that again. Okay. Okay, good. So RQ heals for 40. Well, right now 34 because we don't have That's strange actually. I don't have double adaptive. Anyways, so what I tend to do here is this. Pretty simple, right? So if you normally, right, I'm gonna turn this on. If you do it like this, right, and you try to walk away, the dogs, as you can see, will pull aggro. So the best way that I do it to line them up, because basically my objective here is to get them lined up. I'm gonna let them reset. Cool. Let them reset. Best way I can do it is like this. I'm going to auto attack this one and then I'm gonna E away, and then bring it out just like that. And I can use W, because sometimes, right, based on the positioning, right, I can use W to get in this corner to land the triple Q. You notice I can get a big, massive healing off it. Oops, my bad. But I'm gonna try to walk through here. You see, it's a little bit difficult. So the best way I do it is just W to walk through. Now you can also use your W, right, to do the same thing, right? You can use your W instead of E if you want, but I prefer to save the W because the W is for helps you with DPS, right? And just the mere fact that you can actually just walk through units while in your W. Look at the crab here. Oh, body black, W, and I can go over it. So I'm gonna go like this. And I'm gonna use W to get in this little corner here. Perfect. Alright. So yeah, that's pretty much most of the stuff with Naafiri here. Yeah, so yeah, practice 2 is about to end. But yeah. So if you guys have any more questions or concerns, you know, let me know, right? All right, and another thing here that that I actually do a lot that sometimes I don't really think about is the fact that so Naafiri Q has a 5-second bleed, right? So what I like to do is when the enemy wants to recall underneath their turret, I will try to run towards them, right? And I will land the Q. So you're gonna see here Q, then he tries to channel recall. Gonna be stalled for additional 5 seconds. So that's gonna make him take longer to get back to lane, right? And miss more CS if he still has to recall, right? If he chooses to recall. If he doesn't, then he's gonna have to stay and maybe put himself in a bad spot. That is gonna miss CS or risk dying. So that's one thing that I love to do. And I can even like use my W. All right, and the next thing here is I like I'll even go underneath the turret too, right? To get that done. So I'll even like Q and use W if I need to. Or just use dogs tanking the turret. So I will also do those things to stall enemy recall and even get bigger values. It's actually really nice, something that you guys should be looking at like anytime that you can, as long as it's safe to do so, of course. All right, so the next thing here we're gonna talk about is how to play Naafiri in the early game, the mid game, and the late game. Right. So basically, to explain here what you should be trying to look for at these stages of the game, in the general sense, right? So first off, you have the early game, right? So in the early game, right, Naafiri, right, wants to focus on, let's say you're in mid lane, right? You're focusing on throwing out your Qs and trying to poke the enemy down, right? That is what you'll be doing for most of the matchups. Farming as well. Remember, farming is very key. So you want to be making sure you get those CS. Do not ignore the CS. If you killing your opponent, right, without getting the CS is not a good thing, right? So I'm just trying to stress how important farming is, right? I do want you to actually get farming done in the game. But for the early levels, right, typically it depends on what you're playing against. If you're playing against an assassin, right, usually you should be trying to look for those early Qs and trying to bully the enemy out. And then as soon as you get like if you have it like Halo Blades, right, for example, you get that level 2, you can look for the W, right, and go in. Or you can also use E if it's going to be better in that case, right? But W can be used to, like, let's say you're against a Talon, right? The Talon throws his W out and the W is coming back in. Use that to dodge, then he Qs you, and then you basically get baited, and then you just go for a big trade, right? So that's an example there, right? But you could also wait for level 3, of course, right? Level 3 just gives you the ability to have the E, so you can actually just gap close onto them. If you have Halo Blades, it's just really, really strong. when you're trying to engage. If you have Electrocute, right, then I do recommend, like, you can do the same thing, right, but you won't do as much damage if you're going for an all-in trade, right, with auto attacks, but you can you do have access to Electrocute from level 1, which you can just proc from landing a double Q. So in lane, you should be looking to Q the enemy, right? But if don't always focus on Q the enemy as well, you can Q the jungle to get, sorry, not the jungle. You can Q the minions to PS with those. And Naafiri Q, right? It does have a little bit of execute there, so you can see us very easy with it, right? So that's what you should be looking to do there, right? As you gain more levels, right? Some matchups also, by the way, let's say you're running DFT, you might just want to poke them out with Qs only. You're not really trying to jump in too much, right? But you still will be looking to jump in, like if you can use it to dodge your key ability. Let's say you're playing Syndra and she's close to you, right? You could use her W to dodge the stun and then run up to her and like Q E and just with some auto attacks and just get some nice damage done, right? But once you get to the level 6 stage, right? This is where things get really nice because now the Fury kill threat goes up by a lot, especially depending on the matchup as well. All right. So the ultimate you can use to uh essentially like to anybody that you can actually engage on, you can just use the R as long as you have enough damage, of course, and you just get on top of them. And the reason why this ability is so like increase the kill shot by so much because of the range on it, right? It's crazy far, but it has the reset. So if you're doing a skirmish, you're in the river fighting with your jungler for dragon or so, right? You guys are having a team fight. You're fighting for dragon. You can use your ultimate to kill one person from and get on top of them from far, and then you just kill them, and then you have the ultimate to reset basically the next target to just engage on. So that is something that is just really nice, and it's just really good for pulling that off. If you can get that done, it's just like really strong, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. So in the early game, right, you're supposed to be like pushing your lane, right? Getting the Q, using the Q on the minion wave with the E, push the wave out, then look for the roam. So you can roam to invade with your jungler or just roam to bot lane. Anything that you want to do on the map, you should just be looking to get that done after you push the wave. Be careful though, right? Some champions that you're against, right, can really punish that roam very well. For example, Diana can take turrets very fast, or some of them can really follow you on your roam very well. So you want to be careful not to just roam randomly. Do roam on good timers. That's why I always stress to people when I'm doing my coachings, push then roam. It is the highest chance of success because let's say you roam and you get a kill, but then the enemy got denied you 2 waves and you lost 2 waves mid and they get played in. You're essentially down goal if you think about it because you got like 300 gold from the kill, right? But then if you lose 2 million waves, right, you're losing over like 100 gold, and then the enemy gets a played in, which is another 100, and you know they're just up a lot of gold on you, and they're gonna have the XP advantage as well. So, and even if it's a case where you do a roam, right, and it doesn't work out, let's say you go somewhere and you come back, you don't really get anything done, at least you did miss mid wave, so you're not down on farm you're not down on farm, so you're still as strong as you were before you even step out of the lane, you know. So in mid game now, in mid game, um you should be trying to side lane at this point, right? So you should be in the bot or top, just depends on where the lane assignments are going to go. And once you're in the side lane, you will be looking to basically just you push the wave the same way, right? And you go for the tower to hit the tower, and then if if you're against a certain champions, right, you can look for the kill on them. You can try to 1v1 them in the sideline, you're an assassin. Most times you should be able to get that done and so forth. But if the enemy is scared of you and doesn't want to walk up because hey, they'll kill me. So what you do is you just push and you just roam. You just go mid lane, collapse on their bot lane that is mid, right? Or just go invade the jungle. You and your jungler can set that up, and you can go steal jungle camps or just look to go kill the enemy jungler in the jungle. So you can use this timer to get vision control by just using your red trinket, just sweeping out wars that the enemy have, and just you going into fog of war can put pressure on the other people in the game because they'd be like, oh no, I can't walk up here because Naafiri could just jump out the bush. But you don't have to be there. But just letting them think that just make them stand back and be extra safe to miss more CS and so forth, right? So that is the mid lane is essentially that. The next thing with mid lane though, that you'll be looking for some flanks as well. So let's say a fight is about to break out. Let's say you're setting up for dragon, for example, right? You can use the dragon to just the enemy team is gonna be like in a river. You can just go around. Let's say you're a blue side team. You can go around to the enemy like blue buff area, and just like come around from there and just try to ult onto the back line. Or you can, if you're red side, you know, you just do it on the opposite end on the enemy red buff area behind the dragon pit wall, and you just go and just look to ult. Now here's the thing though, right? A lot of people don't seem to get this, right? But that's why you're here watching the video, right? You don't actually have to ult in on Naafiri like immediately at least. You should be looking to Q the enemy. So when you see the enemy champion, you look and you Q them, right? And you do that to actually like burn and take them down. You don't want to just go and just Q, you don't want to just ult in and just like get popped, right? A lot of times you're gonna be going to the side and just looking to Q off the enemy, right? And the next thing is, let's say, yeah, let's say like they have like Dana, for example, right? You can't ult in because she's just gonna cancel, or they have Trish. So you just E forward, right? And then just Q them. And then just back off a little bit. Use your W to dodge anything that you need to, right? Or you can just try to walk up to them and Q and then use your E to jump away from them. It does depends, right? That's why you're gonna be switching things up like with the champion to get that done. So yeah, it's as simple as that, right? But here's the thing. The next thing too is that you in certain games, right? It's the flanking is gonna be more difficult to pull off. So what I do recommend is just playing from front to back, right? Um, just go in front of the enemy, with your team and just Q and poke them down. Like Naafiri isn't talent, right? He can use her Q right to from a range and do a lot of damage from there. So that's what I would recommend for a lot of more difficult fights to play. It's just like do that. But even then, difficult fights, hey, flanking still good in difficult fights. It really just depends. You just gotta look at the enemy champions and be like, okay, they have these champions that can stop me from ulting onto the ADC or the mage, right? A mage midlaner, whoever you're trying to assassinate. So let me play from front to back. And that's where Castable, like Castable is like really, really good at front to back. Right? So yeah. And the late game is very similar to the mid game, right? The bigger difference is that you have a lot more damage to really work with, and the enemy team does a lot more damage. So messing up here can cost you the game. But if you do kill that priority target, if that's the type of game that's going on, then you get a big advantage, right? The thing with late game though is that you'll be spending like like you like in the mid game, right? Random fights can really happen all over, right? So even though I'm saying like for dragons you set up on that, right? For a late game, usually the fights really only happen around objectives, right? For the most part, not always. But those times, right, you're really, really strong. you should be trying to come from the fog of war most of the times and trying to pop the enemy team, right? And also in these stages of the game, those side lane that side laning, right? Putting pressure on the enemy team, right? Isolating their key targets, and then just like, let's say the enemy team have a and Annie, just bring her, like, she goes to the side lane, and then you just alter kill her basically, right? So against the champions that you do beat, right, one-on-one, you just want to bring them to the side lane. Against a Lux, right, against this TF, you want to bring them to the side lane so you can just ult them and just kill them. So that is the purpose, or your purpose in the late game. So just to recap, right, early game, push wave, right, look for small trades, look for big trades too, depending on the champion you're facing, right? Use your W to dodge the key ability, or use your W to amp up your damage, right? Especially with the Halo Blades. I mean, it's still amped up even for DFT, right? So you just dive in and just like get a lot of damage off. The mid game, right? Just be thinking about like pushing the lane and rotating to the side and just go into the mid lane. Right, or when you're setting up for dragon, look for the front to back or the flank. And late game, deny those wards, get to that back line, get from that angle. Your teammates engage before you, right? You let them engage and do your thing. Then once you see the Ezreal E away, you just ult him. He has nothing up, right? Or let's say the Draven uses E on the front line. He has nothing up, so you just ult him and you just get that kill. So looking out for those key CDs that can disrupt you in the fight when you're trying to go for the flank. Good. And if you're not looking for the flank, front to back, play with team, wear down whoever is in front. The Jacks jump in, Q, get that black. If you have Black Cleaver, shred him. If you have Sorella, slow him. You know, Serpents, against the set, he has a big shield. Take the Serpents down. You use the Serpents to take the shield down. The Sterox engage. These things, right? So there's many different ways you can play the fight, just depending on what you are facing and how the game is evolving and how strong you are, of course. Because if you're weak, you're not going to want to flank. Just do the front to back, okay? And if they have a bunch of tanks, hey, there's nobody to flank. So make sure you stay with team and try to wear them down. All right, so here we're going to be doing a VOD review of one of my matches today. And here we're going to be just focusing on like things that I'm doing in the early game, the mid game, and the late game. So it's basically to show you guys what I'm actually trying to achieve in the game, so that way you can have a better understanding of what your gameplay is supposed to like, or what you should be looking for at each stages of the game. All right, so this is like the visual aspect of it, right? And just like recapping certain things. So the first thing I do here is I go for the control word. I do recommend to drop this word because it gives you a lot of information, right? We know Poppy started sweeper, and she's going to start red, so we know she's gonna pat down towards bot, right? And in lane, you're gonna notice all I'm trying to do right now is just show my Q for the poke, just like that. And that is, as you can see, I'm walking up here. I look for the Q. I don't hit it, but the dogs are, all attacking with me, so I'm still getting a decent amount of damage, even though I did that mess it up there, but that's fine. But that's what I'm really looking for. Now, because the thing is with Victor, right, he's a champion that wants to poke you out. So I'm gonna try to, poke him out too, basically. So normally one thing that I do like to do here is to just go to the Raptors to, check check if the jungler is doing it, so I could maybe steal a camp. But I don't think Papa Clear is that fast, so I'm not making it in time. But yeah. But anyways, here I do have second win this matchup, but I'm still taking a lot of damage. He does a lot of poke. So right now I'm trying to farm, right? But because I know I have second win, I know I can play like more upfront in terms of my HP. So that's what I'm gonna be doing here. I land the Q. I'm trying to get a second Q to get a heal in, right? But Victor, you know, Victor's trying to do the dodging. He's doing the dodging, right? So good. But I'm looking for a moment to recall here. But I'm seeing if I could crash the wave. I'm trying to hit the minions mostly, but it's not like um I'm letting him kind of like push. So this is where I'm like, okay, that's enough, right? And I'm gonna just look for a recall and teleport back. I do have like like right here. I do have the call, enough gold for the call. So I'm just gonna pick up a call, right? Because it's just gonna help me get more items in the mid game, right? So once I'm getting like that 2 item mark, the call will really come in handy. Although I did kind of get it a little bit early, so that's nice. Now, right now, you can see that I'm trying to pull the wave. I'm pulling the wave. Right? I'm losing health, of course, but the objective here is to hold the wave so that it groups up and there's just way more enemy minions. And that way, right, the wave can, his wave kills my minions to try to deny him some farm. That is the goal there, right? I was trying to cancel his recall. I didn't get it through, but that's whatever. But this is just like what's happening here in the game so far. All right, so right here, I just want to go back. Right, you're gonna see what I do here. So I'm gonna look for the Q, and then I'm gonna go in because I'm close enough to him. Right, normally he's far away and near his turret. So I'm using this timer to just run him down. You can see here, I go for one more auto attack, and I was trying to line up that Q afterwards, but he flashed. Now I'm trying to E forward into the Q. So that's what, like, when people are standing out of your range, that's what you should be doing. E forward into the Q. See? Just E forward. I dropped the ward so I can see where it's gonna be. Right? And then I'm gonna recall and get refillable. I don't want to stay in lane. Right? Cause I gotta go to reset timer here. I'm trying to run. I don't wait for full health because I'm trying to get back to lane as quickly as possible to look for the pole. Remember, he has no flash, right? So my Kiana just pulls up for a kill. So because he decided to stay, right, he got ganked by my jungler, and because of the flash that I blew earlier, with the pressure that I created, right, by running him down and such, right, it led into a kill for my jungler. So that is how you're in that's how your decisions in lane can help result into a kill. You may not get the kill yourself, but if Kiana gets it and then he dies, and then as you can see, he misses the cannon wave, right? He misses the cannon. So now I'm like, okay, I have some free time. Let me walk back. But then I'm like, this Uri about with Leona. Those guys are very tanky. Um, I don't really want to go for it because I'm not sure that we'll actually kill them. Because I'm not sure if we have the damage. We may have it, right? But I'm not sure. And because I'm not sure, right, I'm just gonna go back mid and just keep farming. So here we're in a spot where I believe I was saying what I needed to do here. So the thing is, right, when you're against Victor or these champions that can just perma poke, you kind of don't want to stay in this position forever. You do want to actually like engage on them. So eventually I'm gonna try to achieve that. Right now I'm just trying to I'm trying to dodge it, but it's really hard. Like Victor E is just really hard to get out of. And here you're gonna see him use his ultimate because he used a W. Normally I just W out of it, right? But I was like, I'm pretty healthy. He doesn't have his E up, and I just E out of it. So I'm not missing too much here, but the goal is for him to just poke me out so that I can't stay. I'm gonna try to get the cannon and then just try to leave because I'm like, okay, no need for me to stay any longer. I'm gonna come back to lane and pick up some of the farm, right? And then I'm gonna hard push immediately because I want to deny him. All right, goal. I also want to hit the tower for goal. All right, not gonna get it yet. It's fine. Right here, the next thing now, right? My jungler is doing drag. I E with the wall. I'm trying to get like control, right? Vision control. I'm like, okay, let me ward here, make sure that he's safe. I don't want to miss the minion, so that's why I'm not going over there per se, but yeah. And the cannon minion is right there for him to get. He misses it because of the pressure that I put on him. So remember, like the times that you choose to trade do matter. Like if you can fight when an enemy is going for a cannon, it makes it so that they have to decide between trading with you or getting the cannon. So if they go for the cannon, then you get free damage. If they just go for you, then they miss the cannon. So you're making it so that they make a choice and it's a lose-lose for them. So here I'm falling into that little trap of like loot getting poked out in this matchup. So I'm trying to like fight back. I'm trying to poke back, but it's I get a hit there, you know. But I want to like I want to get back full health. So here I'm thinking like, okay, well, I want to ult him, of course, but at the same time, I want to wait for to have a bit more damage. All right. All right, and I W his ulti. That's me anticipate like predicting when he's gonna use his ulti, right? I walked up. I know he's gonna like try to press ult there, so I just do it. All right, now I'm gonna reset, right? I do have the teleport, right? I was just trying to get as much gold as I could, right? With the HP bar that I have because I'm not, he doesn't have lethal on me, right? At like when I was there. So I make sure to like stay until I'm like, okay, I'm too low now where he actually has lethal. Now you're gonna see here, I see him recall, like I look right here, you're gonna see him just walk this way. So I'm assuming he's recalling here. So what I do is I move quickly to cancel the recall. And because there's a cannon wave, right? I know I could have used the cannon there. So I'm trying to give this minion up because I'm trying to go cancel and try to find him, but I couldn't get it done. It took too long, right? But because he's back, right, I'm just gonna hard push. And I realized that it's before 10 minutes, so I know this TP is gonna be slow. So remember that hit we got in earlier? Yeah, there we go. We got gold for it. And I took some damage here again. I'm trying to pot because I'm like, okay, I need to be healthy. They're going in on my piano here, so I'm like, okay, let me pull up. So these are skirmishes, right? So skirmishes are pretty good for Naafiri if you can get the damage and get the reset in, right? Ulti W immediately because I don't know if she has the E, and then yeah, that's good. RW immediately just in case she had her E, and I could dodge it at that point. So I'm gonna use my R2 here and then E out of this stun because the R2 gives me a shield, right? And it's a free cast. It's just free damage that I could get. So now, right, I'm like, okay, I have blue buff, so I'm going to go to the wolves, right, and heal off it, as you can see. Because I don't want to back it. I don't want to miss. I don't want to miss this way. We're not gonna back. Poppy just died, so we're not in threat of their jungler, right? So that's the next thing. I'm gonna go for the Raptors here. Just look at how I do them, by the way. That's what you do it. For the Raptors, you queue and you wait till a dog like pulls aggro, and then you can just queue again. For the Wolves, you can do the same thing, right? So I'm just waiting for the dog to pull aggro, and then that way the wolf just jungle camp just stay still to hit. So don't try to like queue quickly. Just be patient. Like they will stop because of the dogs. If you have no dogs though, then obviously like it's gonna be different, especially with the Raptors. The Wolves is pretty straightforward, but they're gonna run far to you, by the way. They're gonna run you down all the way to the top. But yeah, this is still the early game, right? This is still laning phase, right? I'm just like doing my thing right now, just farming, looking for reset timers, right? I'd love to pull off a roam, but it is a tanky bot lane, right? But you see, like, if I'm going to roam, I try to push first. So here, I finally am able to do what I wanted to do all along, right? Where I get to ult him immediately. So, like, I was just waiting. So I E forward into Q, W over the stun, and then I go into the turret to tank one, but I get big damage off. Now he's solo. I'm like, okay, good. And then I ping my jungler, hey, this guy's 1 HP, right? Could do something possibly. Now I'm being ganked, alright? I was being warned about it. So I E away. Knife flash. Now I know I can Q here for the heal, right? So boom, Q, heal. Good. So just play with confidence in this case. Now I'm just here. I know the poppy is here on my ADC. Double Q again for the healing. See, as long as I have that my double Q, I can play with confidence. But here, I'm like, okay, that's I don't want to stick around. I'm gonna try to push mid wave quickly. That was my plan. I should just get mid wave because it's guaranteed, right? While the healthier teammates like look for the play. So we're focusing on farming a lot. Like that's how you get gold. Yeah, roams give you gold, right? But sometimes, right? If you imagine, right? If you get farm and roam, this game I couldn't roam as much because I was getting poked down. But the bigger thing was more so the bot lane is it's up to your bot. Like they're tanky, Leona, right? And it's the same thing if they have like an ADC that's just hard to get. So I want to do the ulti again on him, but as you can see, I got poked out. So I'm like, okay, let me go to this red buff real quick. Get some quick healing. Cause I wanna engage. So he eased the minion wave here, so I'm like, okay, I'm safe for a bit. And that's fine. Alright, I'm trying to dodge everything here, but it's rough. I don't have much control right now. So they're gonna be looking for drag. Right. To stop my jungler. I'm trying to Q, I'm trying to heal off this. I know we can't do much. I'm gonna E out of the way. I had the Q on the dragon, so if she mismited, I would have gotten it. Which is nice. Alright, back to mid lane. So I'm just trying to push wave here. I landed a Q, which is nice. When I land Qs like that, I'm really happy. Because I could, also just look for an R at that point. And then the second rotation, the Q comes up. Pick up the red buff on the bot side. And I'm looking to see if he walks up here. He doesn't, because I was going to look for the engager. So we're gonna be moving into mid game soon, right? It's just like this is like at this point you would say it's mid game. But I'm gonna teleport bot. So I have teleport. So I see so how do I decide my teleport here? So I look, I see, I see the play happening. I see them engaging. Leona E'd in, right? So she's committed. So that's why I just send the teleport. It's past 10 minutes, so the TP won't take forever. I get some damage off there. I immediately ulted Victor so I could double ult him if needed, but it wasn't. So I just saved it for Leona. Draga set me up there with the kill. Like, okay, Fury, you can come get this. Alright, so now, alright, we're basically in mid game now, right? This isn't about laning anymore. So here Udyr is I'm baiting the Udyr, he flashes in. He's down, and then we're like, okay, maybe we can kill this guy too, right? He lands the ER combo, but then he pops his ultimate and his W. I know my W is coming up with a certain, an exact timer to be able to use it to just dodge out the tower. So, all is well right now. Close the Eclipse, but I don't want to stay in the lane with Gragas there. So I decided to wait for the goal because I just need it. But in the mid game now, right, we are going to be looking. So Gragas died on bot, right? So here's the thing. This is something that's big. In this season, the home guards are OP. The home guards will like once you get to this stage of the game, right? Home guards basically take you all the way until you reach like enemy minions. So you can see, you'll see indicators of this. See that big indicator right here? Yeah, this right here. So this is where I will lose the movement speed. So once I get into that point, right, I'm like, okay, E forward into W. I know I'm Swifty, so I'm faster than him. I know I don't have to worry about him trying to escape. Now, if he did Q me, right, but the dog blocked it, right, which is nice. If he did Q me, then I would have to ult. seeing that he got the blast point. But now, right, in the mid game, as I explained before, right, in mid game, it's time to put work in that side lane. This is where you're gonna generate a lot of the gold. So now, right, I'm like, okay, I want the tower, but Victor is there. So what do I do when I see Victor is there? I immediately pivot to mid, right? Unless I can just dive him, then sure, like I can stick around. But I was trying to like see what I could get done here. I'm assuming they had a ward here, so I backed off. I didn't want to go for a dive when we only have vision on 2 people. I mean, Victor is bot, but those are 2 tanky people. It's not just squishy people. And Kiana was already moving on to Rift, so yeah, that's fine. I just go back bot lane and grab the wave. I'm expecting Victor to show here, right? The crab is spawning. So when there's nothing to do, like you can just take jungle camp. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get as much gold as I can get. So that's the play. So I try to run back bot lane quickly. I got the crab. I'm running back bot lane to grab the wave. I get the wave here, and then I'm looking to push the next wave mid. Sorry, not mid. Bot. I'm not pushing right now. I don't want to get poked out, so I do the thing that I talked about before where I want to trade heavily. I want to use my ulti to just trade with Victor. Instead of sitting around getting poked, I do that. If the second Q hit, he would have been dead. But it's a little bit hard to hit because his upgrades, his Q upgrade gives him movement speed, and I mean eventually when he has a W one, he slow when he hits you with abilities. But yeah. All right, so now, as you can see, I'm just taking Torre. Victor had to back, right, because he was so low. So that's the pressure that I'm talking about in mid game. Like you put pressure on the person. You don't have to kill them per se, but you see, I'm able to get the tower and then I get goal. So I'm trying to get this as well, but then I see that guy shows up, so I'm like, okay, well, I might as well just run. Not gonna stick around there. We're hoping we just get this and we can get out. I'm looking for Q. A lot of misses, but as you can see, we just jumped the wall. We're out. We're not trying to stick around. All right. Now, after our reset, I grab a last despair because they have a couple tanky people. So I want to get that armor pen. I want the slow so I can line them up with my abilities and just like stick to them. So we see Udyr here. No, I don't just want to engage onto Udyr. He's pretty tanky. If he has awakening, he's really, really strong. So right now, I'm trying to like, if I'm gonna engage, I want to make sure that he's down. Because I usually try to like land a spell or two before I even engage onto tankier people, right? Supposed to chip the HP down with that. So I pushed bot lane and I immediately start rotating, right? Because why did I rotate instead of push? Let's see. I see 4 people on the top side, right? I see Udyr moving over there too. So the reason why is because based on the positioning of the fight, I can tell that if I rotate, all right, I'm expecting the fight to happen like here or like here in this area basically, right? If you see my mouse, right, in this area. So because of that, and if I'm coming from this side, I know it's a good flanking opportunity because they'll be distracted by my teammates on this side. So if I come from this side, it's gonna be a blind spot for them mostly. And then I know it's a very likely case that I actually do get something done. Because we're not gonna teleport here, right? I'm just gonna walk and get the flanking. Because if I teleport, I alert them and and so forth. And then I'd have to reposition where I end up being anyways. Because look, where would I even teleport to? In the middle of the fight? No, I want the flank. So I come in from the side. Yeah, I get a perfect flank onto Victor. Poppy flash W so to stop me. But it doesn't matter because the flank is such a good angle that there is no way for him to survive. Alright, so immediately I go back bot lane. I use my R here, it's free. I have the shield to block the damage. So I know that I'm not going to take a lot of damage back. It's just like damage trade advantage. So here I was trying to look for some extra damage, right? That's why I was being so. That's why I was being extra. Like I like to do that where you're at E in and then Q and then W out, like just to like poke them out so that you know it creates more pressure, so they have to play safer or just have to recall, and then we just get more. We get the tower, and we're just getting pressure done. So we're getting pressure, which equals turret goal. It denies them goal. We get minion. We get jungle camps, even. So yeah. So I'm gonna back here, right? And I say, oh look, my teammates do a massive fight. They win. There's 2 people dead. So what do I do? Because if I walk, like this, there's 3 people dead right now, right? So the tempo, I'm gonna teleport back out on the map to keep the pressure up. I'm gonna look mid, but I see that it's over, right? So I'm gonna go back to the turret. So that's, you can use teleport like that. A lot of people don't think that they can. They think you use teleport to like cross map to some fight. I'm teleporting just to hit the tower, all right? Which is fine. It's 120 gold per plating, right? 2 plating, 240, 360. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm getting a lot of gold here. So I'm gonna back off, right? I get some more gold. So that's really nice. 480 gold there. Just like that. And 480 gold is more gold than a kill. So with Udyr, right? As I talked about the awakening, right? If he has that, he gets a big shield if he presses W twice. So I'm trying to bait it out. Like if it goes down, I'm good. So it's down now, so you're gonna see, okay, I'm gonna immediately just go in. So that's the thing, like that I try to explain to people. When you know what the enemy ability is that is problematic for you, and once it's down, you can just engage. I'm gonna use the R2 here because I have the shield. It's free damage, right? I'm trying to W. I have the Lulu with me, so I'm pretty good. Alright, and then my ADC is flanking, trying to kill the Victor, but I'm just focusing on killing the Lulu here. ADC drops, but it's fine. But you say, back to the main point I was saying, right? I know his abilities are down, right? This, so you can't double W with a big shield. So just immediately go in. A lot of times, as I said, when the problematic ability is down, if the Veigar cage is down, you know, the Draven E is down, that's the opportunity to go. Then here, I see the Poppy on the way, so I'll be like, hey, let's run. Blast plant. Also, another trick there is that you can use the blast plant to send the dog over the wall to keep getting vision, which is really very cool. Do it. All right, and there we go. Thanks. Right, I'm staying on the map. Right, we're doing dragons, so I know I can stay on the map. So how tempo works is that you want to recall with your teammates, because let's say you recall for them, then you come out on the map, and then they are just still on the map, right? And then, well, let's say you come back, you recall first, right? They're on the map, then you get out there, and then they recall. Like that messes up tempo, because instead of 5 of you guys on the map doing something, like you have to wait on those guys basically, or they have to wait on you depending on the case. All right. But anyways, right? They're still, they have items, right? So they're chilling. So I'm the only one that's behind. I had to reset though. I had to get my serpents. So I get the serpents for Udyr shield. I mean Victor shield, Poppy shield. Leona should have locket. Krakus with a big engage here. It's all good. All right. And here, all right. I'm going in. I'm looking for my people here. I go in on Udyr. I know I have serpents, so I know his shield doesn't big of an effect. Look at the damage here on this guy. Nice. So this is just a good example of like what you saw. I side laned a lot, and I did like a flank onto the Victor, and even with Poppy flashing to W to save him and all of that, he still died. So it's just to show you like how powerful flanks are, right? and I just spamming that. And the thing is, right, because your teammates know that you're flanking, they're very they're very confident with going for the play. So it just works out really, really good. All right. So yeah. All right. So for this section of the guide, I'm going to basically be breaking down some clips, some moments in some of my games, right, where you'll be able to. The whole point of this, right, is to basically give you, like, show you what some of the crazy stuff that I'm looking to do, right, are different scenarios and basically examples, and it will allow you to, like, have an idea of, like, what is possible, and some of the things that I'm also looking for in the fights that you can, in your own game, right, you can be like, okay, I should be looking for something like this, but so we're just gonna run through a couple of them. So the first one here is, as you can see, team fight starts. I go onto the Nautilus here, and then with the red Necton here, right, I have my R, right, but you notice I'm holding it. I've not been using my R the entire time. I've been holding it. There's no need to use it. I just use Q, and I just basically just focus on just using my Qs. Then once the big guys with the CC are out the way, that's when you see me ulting. And then I can just go in and follow up and just get the other tree here in the back. So notice I'm just holding ult, not spamming it, right? And we just hold it for the fight there. Just mid side actually. Alright, so here is another fight. Basically Nocturne, we're doing dragon. So Nocturne looks to ulti in, right? And this is where I'm like, okay, let me just kill the Nocturne first, right? Lights are off. I can't even see who's in the back. So forth. Well, instead of me running into this fight, because they have a gangplank, right? So they have a gangplank here, and I believe this is solar backup, right? I think so. Yeah, solar backup, and he's going doing like a AP GP build. So we know that the ultimate does a lot here, and I know the enemy is like in this area because this is the last place you saw them, right? See, they were here. So what I do, right, is after I kill Nocturne, right, instead of just running directly that way, right, I go over the wall. I think that I'm going around, so maybe my teammates can know, like, hey, I'm actually going in. And Silas, I was next to him, right, so he knows, like, where I'm going to be. And I'm going in. Then he looks for the ulti, right? I mean, you notice I don't immediately send it with my ulti, because I keep telling you guys, don't send it with the ulti. Look what I'm going to do here. I'm going to Q. I have the Q onto 2 targets, right? Let me go back a little bit here. Sorry. I'm gonna land the Q onto both targets here. And then GP even flash because of the one ult, right? And the next Q, right, goes directly onto Ezreal there. Alright, Silas hits him, he's dead. And these two have my Q on them already. So now I'm gonna ulti. I'm not gonna ulti early, like in that case. I'm just gonna get the free Q. So that's what I mean by, like, lining people up with your Qs. The Q does a lot of damage, right? So yeah. I lost my edge tonight, but I don't need it anymore, right? Nice. That's how you play Naafiri in a team fight, bruh. Alright, next one here is this here. So let's see. So this one is just a neat, like, quick thinking here. So I'm running up to the ANIVIA. I'm going to Q her, right? I know she has her Q. So she's looking for the stun. I know I have the ultimate, right? But I don't have W. Normally if I have W I could just W, but I don't have it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Q, then flash to reposition, and then immediately R onto her. Then she's gonna flash because she's like, oh no, like Naafiri is on me. So I ulted her, and it grants me access to Ivern. So that's one of the things that you should be using the ulti for, is to gap close. 'Cause a lot of times, right, if you're close to the enemy, right, you don't need to ult them like with a Renekton clip. But when they, sometimes when they are about to get away, right, or when you create that distance, there's distance created between you two, right? That's when you can look to ulti to stay on top of them. And while you're traveling until your cooldowns are coming back up. So just to run it back, right? You see Q R into the Q. W is coming up, right? And I use all the second ulti here onto Ivern. So it just granted me easy access to Ivern here. And this is why Naafiri is so powerful, like, in these skirmishes. Because of the ultimate just granting you a lot of, like, covering a lot of distance to, you know, get onto people. Another example here of just me like focusing on Q. This is a Q flash here. W first for the movement speed, and then I Q the after I Q the Kha'Zix, I go over here. I Q the BRAUM. And the BRAUM is burning to DFT, and I Q the CAITLYN. So you can see here, I'm just jumping around E forward into Q. So this is the one of the things that will get you like a lot done, which is just the E forward into Q. DFT and Q just burning CAITLYN down. So just in forward into Q. Alright, next clip here is, oh wait, this is not the right clip, but Kha'Zix. This is well, I guess this is fine. Cause you can see here the dogs block skill shot, and this is where having the dogs lined up is really, really nice. Alright. Alright, and so this is the clip that I was actually supposed to show you guys, right? But this is just me, like, this is like me here using the dogs to help me to escape. So you can see I have Ignite burning on me right now. So normally I'll be dead, right? But I'm gonna use my dogs to tank. And I use my W there. I still have one dog. So I'm gonna run back this way. I'm like, oh, because of the top laner. I'm trying to buy time here. And then I E into the tower. But notice, right, that remember I have the dogs with me. So what I do is I make sure to E when I E, right, I make sure I go into the tower before my E finishes so that my dogs don't come out like in front of me like this and then start tanking. So yeah, I can just use this to stall timer for the execute, because the way execute works is that the last tick of damage that you take, right, it's 15 seconds. So yeah, what time was it? From whatever time there, so you just need to last long enough, basically, without dying. So that's why I walk back that way. To try to play some mind games there. But it's all about living as long as you can. Alright. And next clip. This one is, so this is the Halo Blaze clip here. So I'm being jumped. So you're gonna see that I try to walk out. And then I level up W here because he uses that, so I dodge it. And he's going back. I still have the Halo Blades on with the extra dogs, right? I had like 4 dogs there. So I was able to just turn onto Rise to get big damage. You can see the 10, 10, and the 9, the damage is coming through. And then here I just flash on him to use Ignite and prop my Sudden Impact. If you look in the bottom left here, you should see the Sudden Impact does 20 damage here. And yeah, it's just enough to kill. That's why I like using the Halo Blades. Auto attacks just, crit so much. Like 1, 2, he had bone plating too, by the way. So this is all damage through the bone plating. Alright, and here it's just being, these are stuff that I always look for. I'm gonna go in and so let me start from the top here. So these are stuff that I look for, right? It's dangerous, right? But it's this is knowing, like, this is pushing the champion to the limits. So I'm gonna look here, right? I'm gonna ult. I know they have a Shen and a they have a Seraphine, so I'm gonna ult in and I'm gonna W immediately because I was worried about, like, Shen or Seraphine trying to hit me there. But I'm just going in. And then, but I use my W, right? I noticed nothing was cast. And then I try to E through him a little bit and have the Q on him so that he'll burn from the dot, right? The dot, he'll bleed out. And then I'm gonna run back here, right? You notice this I E away immediately. So let me just go back here, play it again. So I'm gonna E out. So that way I don't get hit by the surfing. E to get rooted. And then next thing here that I'm gonna do is, so after my ulti grants me vision in the bush, right? Because when he kill, you get vision. So I see Zed. I'm like, okay, so Zed is here. So Zed goes on to me with his W. So I immediately ulted him. Since surfing E is down, right? I'm like, okay, let me ult onto Zed. And then when I go in, I Q him, and then I back click immediately because they're thinking, oh, I'm going in. So that's like the in and out like tech. So I'm going in and out. If I had E up there, it would have been a little better, you know, with CDR boost, you know. But I was able to do enough damage. The burn he's dead at that point. So the burn is just gonna get him. So that's just like pushing the champions to like the limit. And then I'm gonna come around here on the back end. I'm gonna try to look for some more damage. I'm trying to land those Qs, did not connect, but we were still able to get him at that point. But yeah, next clip. This is just to show you what it looks like to follow a Rise ultimate. Well, one of the more, this is unique though. It doesn't usually do it like this, but I'm gonna ult right before the ulti goes off, like before he teleports, and then I'm gonna get in here. And I was able to pick up 2 kills because of that. So as you can see here, look for the ulti. So before, like, you want to press it, and you know, before. And the thing is, right, if he was ulting like further away, like maybe like underneath the star here, then the best place I could be is over here. And then I ult him right before it happens, and then instead of me being here to the tower, right, it would be from me being here to the tower, which would actually keep me in the ult range. All right, and the last one here is just a little this a little combo here, just a one shot. So you're gonna see I'm looking, he Qs and then he E's and then he W's early. So I'm like, okay, I have Halo Blades, I have ulti, Jungle Mordekaiser. But here's the thing, right? This is the combo. This is just perfect combo in here. Here you're gonna see me use my W to keep my dog, like dodge their damage so my dogs are alive, and then Halo Blaze. I land the Q, right, but instead I'm not gonna Q immediately. I'm gonna like auto, and then I'm going to ulti, right, and I'm getting him as low as possible. So the lower I get him, the more damage my second Q does, because it's an execute. You're gonna see here. Oops, that's a kill. Just quick and fast, and just like that. Right, and I just run away from Cassidy at the end. All right. All right, so we have the jungle game here. So we are in a Fury jungle versus Lock. All right. So in this game, right, let's see what my plan is. So I have a Jace top, so I kind of want to play towards the Jace here. This game. All right. Unfortunately, though, I was a little late, but I would normally ask for a Raptor ward here, but it's fine. I do believe their jungler should be pathing down. Lock isn't really a good jungler, but he should be pathing down. Alright. Alright, so right now, right, starting blue. I smited early because I don't expect an invade, but it also lets me do the camp faster because of my Q. So the lower the camp is, the more damage it does. But when you're jungling, the most important thing though is to actually Q it early because the CD matters more than the increased damage of the Q. Alright. I'm trying to let the dogs finish it. I didn't do too well there on the blue, but it's okay. You're not gonna miss much time here because of that. Right now, I'm just doing my wolves. Again, I'm gonna Q, E, auto, Q. We're not gonna be holding on to the Q for too long. Alright, and that should finish it. And I'm gonna use W here, and then jump over the wall into a Q, another Q. Try break out, and get to the next camp. I might just use. So you can see, like, the secret to jungling here, really is just to try to start the next camp as quickly as possible. I'm not doing it too perfect though on this run, but it's okay. It's okay. Right now, we're just finishing up the red. Nice, and then we can just Q over the wall here, and then Q again. We're finishing up with Trugs, which is great. Now, I'm going to be on top side. I can look for a dive top if the conditions are favorable for that. If not, then I am going to... Oh, she's going in. Okay. It's a big trade here. Maybe I can Q flash. I didn't hit it. I didn't hit the second Q, so no kill there. It's okay. I'm going to go for the crab. I'm not missing much here. Lock is bot lane right now. Maybe I could make it to the next crab. I'm not sure. Alright. I'm gonna go for AHRI here. I'm gonna W over the charm. Okay, she's out. Okay, so I got another flash. Lock is supposed to be on this. He's not. Okay, I think they took too much damage, so he's scared. Alright. Even though I did not get any kill on these plays, right? It is okay. Bot lane is so low. I got the crab. Alright. This guy is spamming me, but I got the crab, so all is well. Alright, and I should be use the movement speed with the red buff to kill. It's perfect, good. Alright. People like Alistar, just ignore them. They, you know, it's fine. He doesn't understand the game, but it's fine. So I didn't see Lock there for a moment, but I mean I did get the double crab, so this is perfect. We're up so much. We're up so much right now, which is really, really good. So we got 3 flashes across the map, so we have a lot that we can do once they're back out on the map. Alright. So right now I'm going to reset because I do want to pick up my brutalizer. Right? So I can head back out on the map. I'm gonna switch a red trinket right now. And I'm gonna clear towards top. I'm still gonna clear towards top. Right? Because I want to still be on the proper clear for this game. Alright. Give it one more auto just in case it needs it. So I have my upgraded smite already. I'm gonna be level 6. So this is what I mean by getting a double crab here. So you can see how much I'm gonna be up by, which is crazy. Alright. Top lane is quite healthy, but he might go in. Okay. Okay, nice dodge. My ult into double Q. I'm probably gonna drop though. Nice. That's good. Okay, I did the Q ult there, by the way, so I could land my Q guaranteed. So that was really nice. Alright, this should be set for now. The next thing that I want to focus on is bot side here. I do want to focus on the crab that is up with the drag. So that's fine. We're gonna get the dragon here and crab. As you can see, we're up on the smite here. That's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna start drag right away. You don't want to do drag first. I'm gonna drop a pink in here just in case. I don't expect a ward to be in here, right? And Lock was top side. His top side camps are gonna be up. Remember, he started top side, right? As I predicted early. Normally, we'd have a ward that would also help us level 1, but we did know that he's gonna start top side. Normally, we just ward the Raptors. All right. And we're doing well right now. So the big problem right now is that we have a lot of camps to clear. So the question is, right, do you gank or do you clear? This is where people get confused. But you really just clear. It's guaranteed gold, so I am just gonna go for the guaranteed goal. Alright, I'm gonna mute the Alistar. This is what I do recommend. Also, I should just mute everything, because he's typing and all that stuff. So that's what I recommend for people that be typing already and not, like, they don't understand the game. So they don't see what's really going on. So you just mute, because you don't want them to bait you into bad plays because they're tilted. So right now, my top side, I'm trying to get to my top side. I know that the Grubs is up. Okay, their jungler took my camp because I'm so far behind, right? Because I got dragon. But I'm gonna go in here. We should be able to kill. Alright, I still have the ult. Alright, good. That was really good. That was a well-timed roam. So that was nice. Alright, seeing that my Raptors is down, we lost the Grubs, right? That's fine. It's a trade. It's a trade because I got Dragon, so he went for that. He was top side. It does mean that all of his bot side is up, but I am top side right now, so I can't really punish that. But I'm gonna smite this. Right now, I just want to reset. I want to get my reset right now. Alright, top crab is coming up, but I don't really have much business dealing with that right now. I already use ulti. I'm gonna be walking by here. I'm gonna walk back. No, my camp is coming up on the bot side. Block is also gonna be down here. He gets a stun, it's really good. Okay, I wish he went for Sona, but I know Lock is supposed to be nearby, so I kind of want to clear vision. Okay, he's actually going to my Raptors. Let's play. Go, 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 go. I'm telling the Cassidy to just go in, alright? We should be able to just kill here. I'm gonna W that. I'm gonna go over the wall. I'm gonna ult. Big damage. Nice. Nothing too crazy. Alright, so the Lock is doing some crazy stuff. So I'm trying to adapt. I'm like, okay, he wants to invade for that. Okay. And his jungle camps is up. So I'm just gonna grab these. So he took my Raptors. I'm taking his I'm taking his jungle camp right now. He doesn't have ult right now. But I don't really want to stick around too long because AHRI is gonna move. And we're out. Just like that. Alright, I'm looking at top, see what's happening. Nothing too crazy is happening right now. And all is well. Drag coming up in 50 seconds, so we're gonna be looking to play for that. I might want to look top here just because a lot might look. But I do want to prepare for drag. And if she goes all the way, ult or anything, I'm looking. Alright, so I'm just head to drag. Okay, Lock is on bot yanking right now. I didn't get it. I kind of messed that up. I thought that Q would hit, but it that's my bad there. All right, I'm going to. Okay, so for this game, right, I'm gonna work on an Axiom here. I'm gonna be late for drag though. That's the problem with overstaying though. I'm gonna head down to drag. I'm gonna see if I can still make it to kill him at the very least, even if I don't get it. Okay, he wasn't doing it. Okay, perfect. So, alright, now I'm gonna look bot here. I'm not gonna look on the dragon immediately. Okay. The Corki flashes in, he gets the kill. Alright. So I'm gonna start this drag up. I'm gonna try to pull it out. So I'm gonna just fall back here. Don't need them to be seeing what I'm doing right now, you know? But we're just doing a drag. That's all I'm thinking about right now. There's a lot to do on the map. There's camps to clear. But I just want to start these dragons. The lock is up top right now. I'm not sure if this guy spotted the raptors for me. Not up. Whoops. I failed my E. That is depressing. But look at lock. He's going for my raptors again. Alright. I am missing everything though. Holy. I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna heal off this. I'm a fighter. Into a kill. This lock is playing very crazy. He's always trying to invade every time. But Kassadin is getting farmed, so I mean kills, so it's OP. Anytime we see him running, even if he gets to camp, it's fine. Like he's dying for it, right? Every time, so it's really good. You don't have to play perfect. That's the thing. You don't have to play perfect. Just gotta be doing the most. And right now, right, I'm stacking those dragons, so that's the biggest condition for us to win the game. Right. Remember, we do have the Kassadin scaling coming in. Right, so that's really good. Alright, yeah, Raptors is coming up, so I'm gonna try to look for it. Don't know what's top. Okay. It is locked. I'm trying to go all the way. I don't have Alistar here, so that's a problem. Dead. I can ult this. I'm gonna R2, flash E, auto, auto, auto. Just like that. It's perfect. Alright, so I'm just gonna do referral. Normally I could just invade and take more jungle camps, but I'm like, I could just get this rift. It's really free right now. There's so many people dead. And I can do it solo so my teammates can just focus on farming their gold. I'm gonna look top afterwards. Oh. Alright, I'm looking. I'm gonna just ult first. And then W to reset the turret archer. But this time, not going to play no games, right? I'm just gonna make sure I ult that and guarantee kill. Alright, and then use my W to reset the or because I don't want I do not want to what happened last time, basically. They're fighting right here. I'm gonna try to blast plants. I'm not gonna go in because I have 1k bounty on my head. I'm actually gonna hold myself back there. I'm actually not going. Normally it'd be like, oh, let me, fight that, but nah, not work. The Raptors is coming up though. I'm still gonna be playing for that. I know he doesn't have ult. There is. Alright. Oh, Ahri is here. Wait. Oh. Okay, there we go. I'm so lucky for that. Okay, so what I was trying to do there was a double R. I was trying to get the well, I did do it, but it got cancelled, right? But I was gonna ult, then get cancelled, and then get the shield. So that's like a high, like, that's a high trick, you know, high skill trick that you can pull off, really. It's very rare, but that's a part that I actually was like, okay, I need this. Now I'm gonna spam pink dragon, let my team know we need dragon. So if they want to reset, they can reset. I'm just gonna head down. So the early game was a little bit, you see, I didn't get any early kills, right? Just like that. I mean, I didn't get no, I mean, I got one, but I went all the way botlane for it. As you can see, like, the game is just turning out really fine now because those were investments, right? People burn a lot of flashes. This guy's going for the smite. I have the second Q lined up. I'm gonna ult onto her. She's gonna ult. She has no flash, right? So now I can just continue there. Now I'm across map. I could just drop a rift. I'm gonna drop rift. I mean, they have dead timers for quite a bit of time. And I saw a Vayne moving here, and it's crazy that she's actually going for this. Alright. Now we're just picking up. Now, because we break open the map completely, this is where you just run through the jungle to just take jungle camps. On, basically like on repeat. This one is coming up in 14 seconds. Since I want to send a message, I'm actually going to wait on it. I see two of my teammates looking to recall. Okay, one of them dead. The other one is still on the map. I'm just hard pushing right now, trying to... Okay, well, the FF. So that's it. It's all about, like, focus on farming the camps. Don't let people like Alistar try to distract you from what you're supposed to be doing. Just hit camps, right? Get the camps out of the way, then you gank. That's for the most part. You can do the other things afterwards, basically. You can gank after you clear because when you clear the camps, that's confirmed CS or confirmed goal that you're getting instead of flipping the ganks. I got the flashes in the early game, but I made sure that I got both double crabs, so I was up by a lot. Alright, welcome to the mid lane gameplay here. So I'm against Yone. This is a very hard matchup. Right now I'm running the Hail Blade setup. You can see. Alright, so their team is quite tanky. And you have Soraka, they're gonna be hard to kill. Alright, so starting off lane here, I'm just chilling. Gonna look for a Q when I can. I'm gonna try and make sure that I get the CS. It's the most important thing. So he Q's in, I just Q him. Easy window, but I sidestep it as well. It's good. I know I have the little push, but we still gotta be careful. My Shaker is invading, okay. So if my Shaker is invading, that means Zach is going to be behind. So since my jungler is doing something like this, right, I can play off that. So we know Zac is gonna be behind and weak. Alright, level up my spells. Oh, he was on wolf. I'm gonna use, see, I just used my W with the Halo Blades to get a lot of damage off. Strickler is down. Oh, Zac probably has no flash. Maybe I could kill him. Okay. He backs off. Nothing too crazy. Alright. It is what it is. Alright. Using my W to dodge. Remember I have Halo Blade, so my W is I get additional dogs and I can do a lot of damage with it. It is the only, so he does do a lot of damage, but I do want to see if I could kill him before he gets that reset. He's just gonna become so much stronger. I'm gonna use my potion, considering that I'm going to be probably going for a kill. Pico's coming mid. Nice. I'm gonna pull the wave here. That's set up. I'm gonna W and go in. Okay. Alright, not bad. We got a flash for free. The big problem now is that my mana is running low, so we gotta watch out for that. Alright. We got a crash. I'm gonna look for a reset. Remember, this is a hard matchup, so this is me just trying to play safe so that I don't just get run over. Yasuo Yone really are really bad matchups, so this is how I usually handle it. Alright. We'll just come back to lane. We're just gonna be farming for now. Then seeing that he reset it, right, I am going to be looking for a hard push. And then I can use this timer to go ward. So see, now he's gonna have to clear the wave. Now I can use this time to go get vision. Okay. So we know Zac is probably like bot side. I'll W that. And we'll go in. He's dead, just like that. Beautiful. So I just use the W just to avoid the third Q into a kill. Alright, so this guy. I'm gonna flash. Do we know he doesn't have flash? We get a kill just like that. Nice. We know he doesn't have flash, right? Because of the early invade that happened here. So I just flash in and just secure the kill. Once you know people don't have flash, that is your time to actually just be aggressive. Just, you know, because you know they can't get away, right? If you get on top of them and you just go for the kill. Which is good. Alright. So now I'm gonna ping missing. And we don't know where their guy is. Okay, so he's top. Okay. Cool. The Fiora is going to survive that, no problem. Then now, right, to punish, I'm going to go for the play then. So now I'm just getting free goal just off that, which is really good. Alright. Amazing. Perfect. So now I just step back. I have red buff, so I want to look for a big trade. So now you see with this wave, I'm not trying to hard push it because I do want him to walk up to come see us. And then when he does, I'm going to look for a trade. Just like that. We know he doesn't have ult, he has no flash. If we can get him to, if we can bait him in to go in, then we should be able to just kill. I'm gonna look for the Q poke. There we go. We land the double Q. Perfect. Alright. And we're just trying to get the CS. Alright, now I see my Shaco moving into the river. I'm gonna go over here just for a moment. I'm gonna drop my control ward right here. Alright. So I don't know what Yone wants to do here. But I'm just gonna like not hard push because I do want him to walk up to CS. If he walks up, I can easily just trade with him like that. You know he does not have ult, right? Well, it might be up right now. I'm not too sure. But I could look for an ult here just to see what happens. And then I just W for the tower reset. Perfect. He ignited. So he didn't have ult up. His ult up was almost up. But he had no E, right? So if he had no E, no R, no flash, it's a good window to actually go for it. Even if he did have ult, right, the end result would just be like whatever. Because I would just be like, oh well, he ulted, I just use my W and get to safety. Will miss the plating though. I could have snagged it, considering that play was happening. The jungler was top shown. So I could have really abused that there. But that's what I should have done. Alright. All is well. So we know Yone went this way. He's probably gonna look for a ward, or you could just rotate bot. But I don't know, right? We don't know if he's mad enough to go all the way bot. So I just ping bot lane just in case. Alright, now we see him back in mid. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go get vision. So we see the Raptors is up. I'm gonna ward that. Make the vision plant onto Krugs. Okay. So when Zach comes into this side of the jungle, we'll know because we'll see him on the Raptors, which just gives us a lot of information. Because if we know where Zach is, we can avoid his ganks. So again, right, you see I'm not trying to hit the wave because I'm stronger, right? I do want him to walk up for the wave. So he's just using his E for one minion and so. Oh, he was on drag. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, and Soraka is here. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna try W over the silence. And I'm gonna ignite with a Q. Wonderful. I'm gonna go in for the damage there with the second R. Remember, my R gives me a shield. So that's what we're playing for. My Sona is trying to be a hero. It's okay. Alright. So Yone just backed off. I'm gonna just focus on hitting the mid turret since I can't get to Zac anyways. Nice. This is good. Alright. And just like that, I'm just gonna get this tower. This game is basically over already, but the thing is, right, a lot of people struggle when they're playing Naafiri, right? One of the biggest things that people come to me about, right, when I'm trying to coach them, right, is that they'll say, hey, I get strong, but then I just don't win the game. Like, what am I doing wrong? So we're going into mid game now, right? We just took the tower. Early game is basically finished. We're moving into the next stage of the game. So here though, right, I do want to build. So I'm supposed to build serpents for Yone, right? But in this case, I am going to try to get a eclipse because I'm so far ahead. Oh, alright, nice. Yeah, we're just winning across the map, so that's really good. So mid game now, right? Yone is right here. I'm going to hold my R for a bit. Alright. He's going to be feared by the box. He's dead. Ezreal saying 4 more minutes. Pretty much doom. But here's the thing now, right? So I didn't really get to do this much this game, but now is the time, right? So I have the push. I'm going to look for a bot lane play. This is where they'll see me, so they're gonna back off. But we should be able to just get the tower. If they stay though, alright, and it's just a kill. Okay, I'm gonna go on Zac actually. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna go in now. And then my flash. Not gonna be in range though. It's okay. I still have the R2. I could still look here on Yone. Save my E for the Zac jump if he's going to look. And my W. Okay. Circle's a little broken. But it's okay. So I have Ignite coming up. Oh. Oh, oopsie. Took a third shot. This is not good. But it's okay. Alright, so close. I hit that Q there, and I just have an Ignite on top of it. I have to be careful, he has a lot of lifesteal. I could just go base. It's not a lot of gold that I need. But I could be greedy here. We're in the mid game now, we're in the side lane. Right now, we're just trying to put pressure. And just farm up gold. I'm gonna hit it. And then just back off, let the minions and the grub dot do the rest. And then we're gonna reset. We're gonna pick up our Eclipse. Head back out. Alright, normally I would go Serpents for the Yone here, but they don't have many shields right now. So I'm just gonna grab the Eclipse for the HP stacking from these two. Ezreal building Trinity Force. So it's gonna be decent. Even Soraka is building some HP with her support items. It's a fine build. Alright, so now, right, the biggest thing, right, when we're in at this stage of the game, the first thing you need to do is focus on the wave. You see my CS? 152 there. Good CS. So right now, I'm gonna ult him. Nice. I'm gonna ult him while he's in the E. He just snaps back and I just go for the kill. I have R. I could do something with my R here, but it's not really worked. Zac is here. I'm gonna land the Q on him. He's just gonna take a good amount of damage. They do have a lot of healing though. I really should consider getting Grievous Wounds. The thing is, right, Ignite has Grievous Wounds. So you don't need to buy it early. But I mean, at this stage, right, as the game progresses, I do think a Grievous Wounds would be good. But yeah, this is good. This is just mid lane. This is how to just stomp lane and get everything done. Alright. Alright. So welcome back. We have another game here. A commentary game. This one is going to be the top lane edition. So for this game, right, I am against an Illaoi. So I kind of did a small adjustment to my runes. Instead of having haste here, I went presence of mind because I'm thinking I'm gonna need that extra mana. Now Illaoi isn't necessarily like it's weird because they've been buffing these top laners, so this matchup has become more difficult. But the point of all of this, right, is just the fundamentals of like how to really, you know, approach the lane. So right now I'm looking for her, I'm chilling. I'm gonna just be basically landing Qs and trying to dodge her Q the whole time. Illaoi has a 350 base movement speed, so she's pretty fast. Okay, nice. And we got one hit. Already got one in, so that's really good. Okay. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, we're gonna. She has a Q here. Ooh, bad space in there, but it's okay. First hit ain't too bad. Okay, nice. I was trying to use my W to dodge the... Okay. Her W has no CD. I was trying to use my W to dodge her damage there. But my ping ain't working with me, you know? But it's okay. We're chilling right now. We're just trying to poke her out. Not get hit by the E. Very nice. Remember, she has teleport. No exhaust. Nice, I got another Q. It's really good. Problem now is these tentacles. I would like to take this one out, but I don't. It's a little bit awkward. If I could W her. The thing is, I want to dodge the E. I'm gonna ward the bush in case she tries to walk into it. She might be looking for a teleport though, it seems. Yeah. She does have teleport, so nothing much I can do. That's I have the double mana runes here, so that's really nice. Try to keep up. This time I'm gonna stay near it because I can afford to tank some damage here. Alright. Got it. We are literally just poking. We're trying to not engage on her. Okay, this thing is coming top. But she has to be overextending here. Okay. Can't get the cancel on there, no? Let's try cancel her. Okay, nice. And then I'm gonna E back this way. I'm trying to like prevent her from resetting since Evelyn is looking to come top. Okay, hit by the tentacle there. A little bad. Okay. A little bit awkward here. Lord of mercy, I'm dead. Am I? Oh, 2 health? I gotta run. I got a base. No mana, no mana, no mana. Okay, well, that was a little scary, honestly. Okay, nice. Evelyn got a kill. Right now, you can see I'm just trying to just Q poke, right? Just burn out a HP. I'm going to be going HP shred items. So I'm going to be building Voltaic. I'm going to be building Eclipse. They're going to be my items to really take her out. I do think Eclipse probably could be a little bit better here, but I'm just gonna build Voltaic first since it just does more damage in general. Alright. But you know, no flash. I see you know flash. That's good. Don't have ignite. Still double ruby crystal. Looking for Qs. The W there, I'm getting extra damage off that. Gonna E. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's fine. Keeping a wave. I'm trying to clear some of the tentacles here. I'm just trying to stay on my side of the map. It could be in the bush. Alright, there she is. Fine. That's why I stayed to the bot side of the lane. You gotta watch out for those bush plays. Low is very hard to kill. I'm not really gonna be able to solo her. I just can only really just... Okay, so she might be going for plant here, so what I'm gonna do is just hard push. And then I could just get a recall. Right. He didn't get it. Unlucky. Alright. I'm gonna reset. Might as well just reset, and get Everything stacked up here. So my mana flow ban rune is stacked up, which is really, really good. Means I'm gonna have a good time with my mana at least. But even though I have a lot of mana, right, she's healing a lot. Like her base regen seems pretty good. The healing from the Q is really good. But this is what, when you're against tankier people, this is what you do. You literally just poke Q. That's all you can do. Alright, get some damage in. Getting a gank here. Have to run back. Too strong right now. The problem is, if we didn't get hit by the Eater, then we could continue, commit. The only thing that I could have maybe done was use my Ignite to stop the healing, but I was assuming we'd be fine if we just run away. I'm gonna try to... They're looking for grub play. I'm gonna walk down here. So much tentacles. He's gonna be healing off red buff. I kind of want to like slow that down, but I don't think I can be able to do much with it. Eat out of there. You can actually W the slow from the... By the way. Not very worth doing it though. Could be. It could be worth. Alright, I'm gonna look to just roam mid here. Well, never mind. Because Victor was low, he's gonna run all the way back. And I don't think Master... I'm not sure if Master Yi is gonna actually stay to like try to hold up, clear the wave. So we are fine. Teleport from Ilawi. I'm actually thinking about doing a little bit of proxying here, since I have people on the map top side, and then I know Master Yi should be bot. I can't fight. I can't really fight the Ilawi anyways. Out. We're not sticking around. I'm gonna use a dog to get that. Nice. Alright, maybe I could do that one more time. Alright, and we running. We see Zilan on our side, so we're just gonna dip now. Now the question is, does she keep the plating alive for me? She does. That's really nice. Good. I gotta reset. I'm just trying to make it out. I'm just trying to farm and just get some items. A call would have been really nice this game if it was suitable on one of my back timers, but it is not. So we're just going to be callless. She has no ult though. I could actually kill her. I messed it up, to be honest. Oh, that was a mistake, honestly. I was supposed to use the dogs to be in front, so I could land I could get a R that would be. I could get the R and then not be blocked by the. Well, get the dogs to block that there. Oh, I'm not gonna get that. Master Yi showed up. I'm assuming he's gonna be in the bush. I really want to stay though. Really do want to stay because I need a little bit more gold. I think I'm gonna have to just reset here. I'm gonna miss this. 18 Cool. Okay. Thing is though, Ilawi. Okay, Ilawi has item. Okay. I'm trying to. I need that. I need that eclipse. Don't need it. You don't get hit by E, maybe. Uh-oh. I need to run. Ilawi is a champion. Try to heal up off this here. Just get a little bit of healing. Help me out. Alright. I was trying to... I don't know where she is. I'm trying to... Yeah. I'm trying to like bait out her abilities there. Alright. I'm gonna walk down into the river here. And get a plant. I wanna look for some plays that isn't just mid. Oh, I got spotted. Maybe he's there? They looking for their jungler. Yeah, Yellow can die here for sure this time. Okay, and we dodged that this time. Nice. Okay, so this time she didn't hit the E, so it's a kill. All right. We need to use this to our advantage here and get some play-ins finally. I'm gonna just get one though because I do want to go pick up an item here. Alright, so I'm gonna go CDR boots here because I need more damage, more DPS. So she's building magic resist second, which is interesting. So I should be able to just I'm gonna just grab Eclipse next. All items that I have will be shredding HP. Okay, she ulted. But you see, I'm just kiting it out. I'm kiting her out. After she clears the wave, if you notice, she just kind of leaves. She doesn't really stay around. Not really giving me a good opportunity to like poke her out fully. Which is smart. I'm just trying to clear the wave and then try to move down and do something else in the meantime. Fine. Okay. I'm gonna need to... This dude just went forward. You should die for that. I see he's there now. Try going in. I'm gonna just secure that kill. Nice. Alright, top is... I'm not gonna be able to get there in time for that. So we're just gonna be... I'll try right. Just run top lane here. Could just teleport to this. Go, 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 go. Yes, done, my friend. I'm running back. Can't do much. We moved, so no kill for me. Nice. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try help the Evelyn here. My friend Jamal here. I'm gonna try help him. Okay, nice. He's out. So what we need to do now? We need to just get this eclipse. It's gonna be big. I'm assuming Elo is behind me. I shouldn't be. He shouldn't be able to hit that on me. Trying to go for something big here. Oh. Ooh. Okay. AZIR ulti. We're gonna try again though. I think getting hit is bad. Okay, that's out of the way. Yeah. Nice. Okay, we're playing on the edge right now. Okay, that was very crazy. Okay, but we got a lot though. We got a lot. Okay, I'm running. This is crazy. This guy is crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna try the back here. Hold on, I want this. I want this red. Yeah, I want that. I want that. Don't think Smolder don't need that right now. So I'm gonna just grab that red real quick. Alright, so for my items here, normally though, I do like to go Cleaver for Mastery. But I think Cleaver is really, I don't know, I'm not a fan of it here. I'm gonna just go to Cirilo. Because the reason why is because I like the movement speed that, you know, helps me kite the Mastery potentially. But I'm gonna just go Cirilo. Focus on dealing with the Illawi. If I have the item here, it's really good. Alright. We're farming up a storm right now. The key to this top lane thing is that you need to farm. You need that level gap. Someone walk down mid here, see Yuumi going to attach herself. This guy. Oh, she's trying to. Here, they have people in the area. I'm gonna just pick up this blue buff here. They actually buffed this, so I'm getting 20 abilities actually right now. Pretty nice. Could just dive, but Victor here if anything. Just stay forward. Okay, we out. We got all his sums, so that's good. I still can make it for top lane. Before Elo even does anything top. I want to ping back, because I'm actually going for this. I'm trying to let them know that they shouldn't stick around. Because it's bad to stay for that, right? Because I'm trying to get to top wave here to grab this farm. And if Elo choose to keep pushing, then she could just get Sadins for free. We just reset. We move to the next side of the map. We already got... What the... I'm gonna dodge just slow this time. Let me see how helpful that is. Okay, I just got flashed on. I can dodge this. I'm good. She has no flash though. Are you? No way. She's the GOAT. But I'm trying to keep my distance, as you can see. I'm just trying to keep. I thought she would have died there, so that's why I use the W like that. Okay, Smolder is dead, so I'm on my way mid here. Gonna try to hold that. I'll sell this. I love to keep doing blade, but this armor pen could go a long way, so I am playing with it. Should get in range. I'm looking to E into Q. I'm not committing there. We're not gonna send it. We see they're prepared turn, and then Master E would be a problem. Right? Or Dylan doesn't have ult, so you know we're kinda like waiting on that too. It would be nice to kind of follow, but the problem is that we don't know where Master E is. But I keep stressing. Alright. Master E ulted. That's big. I'm gonna go stay. The problem is the Lao is pushing. You need to do something about that. I want to send it, but I really want to send it. I'm gonna just go bot. Smolder is not recalling. I was wondering if Smolder could just match her for the time being. Okay, we are going to play this. All right. One more stun, my boy. Oh. I have to revive, so I'm gonna just keep going. I'm like, okay, let me just play with the Zillion revive there. He's kind of outplaying us, so that's that. But I need that Sorrel though. That slow would be so helpful there. Alright. Let me start getting ready to push. If anything, I should have just commit my ultimate. I have 1 key on me. I need to be careful. I cannot die to Master E. If I die to Master E, back in the game. I wanna recall here. And okay, they're gonna look mid, so I'm gonna teleport here actually. And then I could look on Ezreal when he tries to rotate up. Alright, I'm gonna go in them. I'm seeing things come down for that call. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, you see, I could have went for the Ezreal. That was going to be my play. That was going to be my play. Which would have been better than that. But at the same time, I did get Yuumi exhaust. It's not like I didn't get anything at all. I got an exhaust here. And I'm gonna have my ult up for this fight. Again. Put it. They're trying to one-shot her. That's good. Okay, we don't need to continue. I need to secure a drag at this point. Hold her. Hold up. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna go in. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about Yuumi. I forgot about the Yuumi. Okay, let's secure Baron. We don't need everybody on it. We don't need everybody on it. So my Vladimir can just push mid. So we're just gonna get a Baron here. So Baron is really good because it gives you a lot of XP. And you know, as a top laner, right, I can reach level 20. So just getting this extra XP is really good. Drag is still up. We should just take that off the map on our resets. They have all their people were dead, so it's not like they can do it. Alright. Okay. So now I'm going to try to reset. Not staying on the map forever. So right now I'm feeling like I could get an endless hunger here for the CDR. So that's what I'm gonna do. Since I have such a heavy CDR ability, I'm just gonna go for that. Essence would be, you know, probably like the better item to go, but I mean, if I'm not dying, well, endless hunger is actually gonna provide more value with the DPS. I could ult this guy here, but I'm gonna ult this guy instead. And then I'm gonna ult onto him. I'm getting to the Zillion. Alright, a little early there on the... I'm gonna back. I'm gonna back because, remember, as I said, I have 1k on my head. There's no need for me to get myself killed. I mean, they can stay if they want, as long as they respect. Because Zillion can speed them out and get them out. So I'm just gonna push down side lane right now. So as soon as we're done with the mid inhib, right, I back, I go side lane, I start putting pressure on the side so we can start working on the next inhibitor. But I do need to shop. And the thing is, right, here's a lot of people make this mistake here, right here. So they'll continue pushing, right? The problem with doing that is that you could get yourself killed. You know? Now, Massey did show top, so yes, he would have been fine there. But a lot of times people be pushing without actually seeing what's happening on the map. But the bigger reason why I recall, right, is not even because... The thing is, right, remember, I have my item in base. So I need to recall because I need to go purchase an item and shop. Let's just go for that. They're making a big fight up top. I hope it works out. I'm gonna be bot lane, putting pressure right now. And if they kill him there, then we could just end the game. Just Yumi and Ilawi left, and Ilawi is right next to me. Okay, so I'm just gonna cancel her recall then. That would be my play. I'm gonna try avoid it. I'm gonna go. And she's dead. Yeah, I mean, she's upset that the game is over, but right there, I didn't get hit by her E, and I got a lot of damage in before I could just go in. Alright. Okay. And that's it. That's top lane. It was rough at the start, but I just focused on farming, and now look at us. We're strong. So top lane, farm up, keep your distance, get to that side lane, and you can do a little bit of proxy and just know where the enemy jungler is, and then use that like opportunity to get better resets. And then when you get better resets off it, right, it allows you to not miss any minions, right? And the Lowy doesn't get as much played. But then the next thing too is that you can use that to roam. Like you saw where I went mid lane. I was hovering mid several times. So when you proxy, it can help you to get that done. Because Naafiri is a good wave player, so you can get it done. Alright, GG's. Alright, guys, so we are back with we're doing the bot lane gameplay here. So right now I have a Senna. We're playing into Jinx, Seraphine. So this one should be interesting. Senna and Naafiri actually has a very good, decent combo because Senna builds Black Cleaver, right? So I can do even more damage in the game. So I have DFT, As you can see, I have this is the runes that I go in bot lane a lot, mostly. So we're mostly just gonna be looking to poke. We're keeping our distance. We don't want to get poked out, right? We're gonna be looking for poke. Go. Didn't connect. Back up. Minions. We don't want to take too much damage. Nice. That's a good heal. I'll land the Q. One onto her. There we go. Good. Okay. Flash. And I land one more Q on her. The DFT is gonna do maximum damage here. Don't want to take too much more damage though. It's not boom, but I'm gonna go. That was I shouldn't have done it like that, but it was a little bit scary. Alright. Want to level up, that's the thing. Okay, nice. Maybe we could get her flash. We cannot. Actually, we'll just leave this wave here because this wave is perfect. So it's gonna push to us, so we're gonna just leave the wave just like that, and we're gonna chill. Which is great. I'm gonna pick up a call here because call is nice. Oh, did not mean to buy that, but we got the call. This is good. But you see, most of the thing is about just poking the enemy out. Lord. Okay. Jamal fight jungle. I'm Jamal. Okay, so right now, just need to make sure. Okay, I got a good poke here. Good. But we don't want to go too deep, right? Focusing on just playing minions. Remember, if I auto attack, then I will draw full mini aggro. So my Qs don't pull mini aggro. What I'm trying to say. Unlucky on the cannon. Alright, I'm gonna use one potion here. Alright. Do wanna look to go in. I need Senna to like if Senna if we can bait out the abilities, then I'll look. Or if I hit, I kill. Not far back. That's okay. Nice, I land the Q. The DFT is gonna get full value. We're just getting a lot of poke down. Not an issue. Try to keep the wave here a little bit and just see us. Gotta watch out. You're okay. I wanna look for some poke. Okay, nice. So my mana flow band is fully stacked. My E forward into a Q. I'm just trying to poke them out right now. And I'm not gonna take too much damage there, so it's okay. I'm gonna ward this. It's not gonna be here yet. Oh, we're chilling. Things are staying very far back. Maybe I just aim for the Seraphine instead. Could get more poke damage done. You want to go in. Get something more aggressive going. Alright, we're just poking right now. Or just farming out. We're trying to poke basically. They have a lot of range, so we have to be super careful. Okay, nice. We got the Qs. I'm gonna go in now. There's no flash. Then I could just kill. Okay, nice. Whew. She did I took more damage there on the back end. Cleanse the exhaust. Okay. Run. Run. She's fighting there too long, but it's okay, it's not bad. Then I got the kills. She's gonna get cleaver. But basically you can see, like, I'm just trying to like line out the Qs, and then once I line enough Qs, I'm supposed to you know, I just go in. Alright, now fine, we have a brutalizer, so our damage is gonna be a lot here. And once I'm 6, our kill threat is gonna be up by a lot. I was thinking about ulting her there, but it's very close to the tower. I don't know where their jungler is. Okay, Silas is bot. I'm gonna alter here. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Nice. So the Seraphine, I could have done that a long time. I should have done that a long time ago, because Seraphine wasn't there. I expected her to be back in time, but she was not around. I'm gonna go in and then use the W. I'm gonna use the W to avoid the turret aggro. Okay. Back off. Okay. Okay. And she finished? Oh. I'm trying to run now. Ooh. Oh! One more. Get it. Okay, nice. Yes. That was good. We had to crash bot wave, so that's the thing with the dragon there. We had to crash bot wave. Not Lissandra should be the one to be moving, because Salas was the one that moved before her. So she's saying like, oh, we not moving, but we had to crash bot wave. We couldn't allow Seraphine to freeze like that after we got the kill. So that's why we stayed in lanes for that long. Alright, Q. Are we farming? So we have Voltaic coming up. I wanna just try to get a reset for that soon. I could, I mean, she had no E, like she was a little bit vulnerable there. I'm a Q and then W, and you can see the DFT is just gonna be burning them here. Okay, well played. A little sloppy. I'm trying to stay over the trap. I'm gonna look to ult. Then I'm gonna use the W to reset tower aggro. Then I'm gonna ult again. Let Malphite just come in with the Q. Nice, and I'm gonna run out. Nice. Alright, so bot lane is pretty much in the best state, one of the best states possible, right? Or the best state possible, we should just say. But Senna should have cleaver here. Huh? Okay. Amazing, amazing. Okay, alright, alright. Alright, so I'm gonna just pick that, buy that, head out to lane here. So I'm thinking, what boots am I thinking? You know, normally I do CDR boots here, but I think I'm gonna try going some. I'm gonna go this boots here, the gluttonous, so I could get some healing. Cause I feel like I'm taking a fair amount of damage, and I feel like I can stack it up really well in bot lane. They shouldn't. This is illegal. I'm gonna W over the traps. 13. Okay. I have oh, coming up. I'm gonna go for Silas. Nice. I'm gonna just go for Silas. I'm not gonna go for Seraphine because let's just focus on the guy that, you know, that's way overextended. I don't want him to pull off a 1v2, you know, but I doubt he could. Oh, rip. I doubt he could because we had the Senna is pretty strong. I'm fine here. I am okay. I'm gonna try to sneak in this bush. We're gonna look for a pick. She's dead, she's dead. Run back. And Q. Alright. So you see, I'm just like poking with Q. The center is strong right now because of what happened earlier, you know? But I did, in Champ Select, by the way, I did tell my support, hey, I prefer range support when I'm playing Naafiri. And he said like AD or AP, like he was trying to figure like which one, like how, you know? Because after this game, I feel like I could honestly pull off an Axiom. Because I'm seeing some very, very squishy champions. Now, normally I'd do like Eclipse. You know, but I mean, I could do both. I feel like Axiom, having my ulti up here often is pretty nice. Now, Eclipse is like really good, but for poking, and even just diving in and giving a shield, but I feel like if I have this, I could just go in over and over. And we just kill just like that. Use the W to go over the trap, as you can see. I just alter, W over the trap, use the E to follow the flash. Just like that. Alright. And then now we're just gonna power hit wave. There's a play happening here. I'm looking towards it. If anything. Oh, I didn't expect him to come out. I'll walk this way. Be a little bit careful here. And I was wondering if I could get around the trap, but I could not. I have the W for the tower reset. And we're up so much right now. The Mal fight. Oh, the plate in? Yes, we're gonna get the plate in here. So now, right, I'm gonna leave the tower bit here and just go for the next wave. So this way I can deny more minions, you know, from the enemy. So right now you can see like the minions are just dying to the tower. And I'm gonna just auto attack it one time just to get it. Just to secure it so we can move on. Alright, so I'm gonna pick up the the Axiom mark. And now I'm gonna switch to blue trinket. Apply a control ward. And then just walk mid. Maybe I could walk top. Hold on, I'm gonna do I could just walk top here. Hold on. I'm gonna walk top. I'm gonna see if we could bait here. Clear that. Oh no, I was just gonna say if we clear that minion, it would be nice. Oh, nice. Perfect. Look good. Good play there. I got an ulti at the perfect time. I was wondering if I should be giving in cannon, but I am the ADC. I should, you know, we need farm. We need resources. Which is fine. I'm not too hungry for it like that, but it's just like how I normally do. But yeah, this is a good shot here. This is a play that you can make. He's not gonna be expecting it. So yeah, we're just gonna push out top now. Dragon is still up. Malphite DC, which is pretty tragic. But we're very, very strong. We could kill this team up if we would like. So I'm gonna stay here and just wait for my ulti to be up. And then look to kill the team.
A summoner has disconnected.
I'm gonna see if he walks up.
A summoner has reconnected. Double kill.
If I could get... Okay, and the dogs. Nice, I got him. It was a little bit weird because I wanted to just ult him from over the wall so I could hold my E, but I had to just go there. Couldn't wait any longer. Got 5 stacks on my boots. The healing is feeling pretty nice. Could get an Omni Vamp here too. Alright, it's time to leave. I wonder if Kha'Zix will show. Oh no, he's not. I'm gonna use W. Since I'm gonna get mana back from just doing the blue buff, I could look Jinx here. Let's see. I think she could play Bush. Okay. She did not play Bush, so I'm trying to, like, you know, see what can be done there. I'm kind of messing around a little bit. It seems like I'm messing around, but my team is on the other side. They're doing stuff right, and I'm over here just getting a lot of gold and farm. Because right now, my next item would just be, to be honest, it could just be Edge and Knight. Let's see, Seraphine is looking here. I do not have... Remember, I don't have the ability here. Nice. I was saying, like, I don't have W there, so I couldn't W the E. But, I mean, Lissandra is pretty strong. I got enough damage off for her to just... I get my ulti off. I still have exhaust. You know. And I just use the exhaust there. It's just an easy bait. Get the double heal. You see, that's the thing too. I'm playing with confidence, knowing I have like a lot of healing. I have the gluttonous greaves. I have my Q healing. The R shield there. I'm gonna W the ulti, and we're just gonna, like, you can just do that. I know what I have. I know what my champion can do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm gonna get the ulti here, but I'm gonna run back. No, we're not going all the way on that. Hold on. I mean, I have 4K gold right now. I need to back. It's not good to stay in the map this long, but circumstances, right? Because I was over here farming. You know, it's time to back, but then Lissandra pinged the play mid, so I went for that play. So it's all about like tempo really. Like if Sandra isn't trying to make a play there, I don't want to just back. So I'm gonna grab the Edge Knight here. Before I grab the Sorella, normally I like to grab the Sorella, right? But here I think the Edge Knight is just gonna be so good because look, like Jinx trap, right? Normally I'd have to watch out for the trap. But here, I don't have to watch out for traps anymore. I can just W. Look, I'm just gonna go over the traps. I'm gonna get the shield. And we kill. See? I don't have to. That's why Edge Knight is really good against Jinx. And I got the shield and my dogs help with the, prevent me from being isolated. So that was nice. Alright, we can just take bot turret too. And you see the Axiom is just gonna make my ulti be back up. I could just ult Jinx again, literally. I'm gonna look to ult here. I missed. But I still kill. I'm gonna look to Q. And then I'm gonna go on the Teemo here. Okay, Teemo flash. I don't want to lose. I'm trying to keep my Edge Knight if I can. Alright. I'm going around to the side. Oops. Didn't mean to use that. I forgot I didn't have a red trinket for a sec. Alright, so we're just gonna recall. We're gonna pick up the Sorella now. So that's what I did for my last item. Now, Seraphine does have some shield in here, but I feel like I could just I'm wondering, like right now normally, a game like this, Serpents with the full lethality is really good. But I'm thinking I can end the game before that, right? My last item could be anything. I could even go like Death Stance just to be a menace. Edna is back up now. Sandra. I'm trying to keep it. We should I do want to just like do Baron here. Let's see how this goes here. I'll drop the control. Put in this first. I don't understand. I feel like I just deleted a blue ward there. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. My team is doing Baron, so the team is gonna shroom the minions, I'm assuming. Oh no, I'm just in. Thought I could dodge it. Oh, Timo. And the exhaust into the E, to the Q. Dead. It's over. Big Kha'Zix. Do we run him down or we just end the game? I think we just end the game here, but it was a nice bot lane game. As you can see in lane, you focus on poking. You notice I respected the trades for the most part. I don't run in when I have no CDs. And if I miss my stuff, right, I kind of just try to chill and be back, play back, because that can happen. All right, GG's. All right, so let's get into the matchup section of the guide. So for this section, right, I'm just going to be giving you a basic rundown of interactions and stuff that you should look out for with each champion in the game so that you can be like be aware of certain things that are possible or even how to kill them depending on which champion I'm covering, right? So yeah, so let's start with AATROX, right? So and remember, right, this is just to give you like a brief small thing so you can look at before, like let's say you're going into a game, you want a brief rundown on what you should be looking out for with the champion. So it's just a small like tip like structure, right? So let's get into it. So we're gonna start with AATROX here. AATROX, I mean, if you're fighting him, right, the best thing to do is just space his Qs, and you can use your W to dodge his third Q if you need to, right? The best time to engage on him though, right, is to basically poke him out with Q, and then you can use your ultimate like when his Qs are down. So let's say he uses all 3 Qs, and he's actually vulnerable. In the early game though, um, at earlier levels, right, he's more vulnerable when his Qs are down. Like let's say he used 2 Qs, he's a little bit vulnerable there more than at level 9 because the QCD will be short. The CD of the Q starts after the last cast of his Q. So do remember that if he uses double Q and then you're like, oh, let me try to go in like at level 9, that's very dangerous. But before that, yeah. And having Ignite versus him, it's pretty much should be what you take. RA is the next champion. RA is a dangerous champion to be honest. It does depend on the elo though, but um usually you can go like DFT, Deathfire Touch versus her, and just try to farm, stay to the side, dodge her Q. The biggest thing here to see what you can do here, a mechanic. You should have learned this mechanic early in the video, but basically she's one of those champions where your dog can block her charm. So if you Q her and then let the dog jump closer to her and then use your ultimate afterwards, then the dog will block the charm. So yeah. All right. Next one is Akali. Akali is another champion. She's really good in Naafiri actually. The best thing to look out for is looking out for well everything to be honest. You want to stay out of her Q range, right? And just stay basically in the early game, especially stay out of the range of that. If you're looking for a window to go in, then if she uses her W and E and you're still like full HP, then you could actually go in for a trade. Her W cooldown is pretty long and her ECD is like long too. So those are the windows where she's vulnerable. As for post 6, try to stay away from her because she can just ult on top of you and just murder you like so quick. If they have double magic resist or like triple, you can rush Maw versus her. But yeah. And in team fights, you can use your Q to like it has a bleed on it, so you can try to track her in the shroud, helping your teammates, and you can also use your ultimate to like lock her down. Well, not say lock her down, but like reveal her in the shroud. Let's say she's about to shroud in a team fight, you can ult her and reveal her for a bit so your teammates can actually get to hit her for a brief moment. And obviously you could use the R to follow her R or E if she's trying to backward stash, but I mean most times it's just using your R to follow her in team fights if she's like engaging on somebody that isn't you. AKSHAN in the mid lane here is this champion can be just be beaten, but be watch out, he can do a lot of unexpected damage. Stay away from minions so you don't get hit by his Q. Right? Don't like stay away from him in a way where from walls where you can easily just E onto you. Remember, right? Action E prioritize champions if he auto attacks or Qs that person. So if he gets an auto attack or Q on you, then he's more likely to press E, right? When they even if there's a minion wave there. Yeah. So yeah. And if you're going to ult him, never like try not to ult him when before he E's. Like if you're going to ult him, right, wait till he uses his E, and then once it starts swinging, you can use your ult to follow him. Because if you ult him early, he will just E away, and you reach him, and then he just exit later on. You will exit your ult early, right? Because you'll reach him before he stops swinging, and you're just gonna take a bunch of free damage. W can be used to dodge his R, so yeah, you can cancel it, but the best thing to do is to dodge the bullets because that actually puts it on full CD. Alright, okay. Next champion is Alistar. If Alistar uses WQ combo, you can use W to dodge the WQ. Not really much to say, but yeah. But if he's smart, he could just press W on you, and you W, and then he just presses Q. That usually would happen in higher elos though, if the Alistar is really, really smart. And even higher elos, they don't do it often. So just, yeah, use your W to dodge the WQ. AMBESSA Serpents is your friend. Try to get it around second item. If you are against her in the game overall, try to just build a Serpent, especially if they have more shields than their stat. Using W to dodge her E is nice. So you can dodge it slow to run away, or you can use your W to dodge the second Q. It does the most damage. You can use W to dodge the R, even if you're, trying to, if she's trying to just dive onto you. And I suggest us keeping your distance, showing Qs at her. Try to not just throw your Qs randomly. Try to time it when she's going for minions, so that she doesn't like Q like away and just dash and dodge your spells. If you're trying to go in for a fight against her, right? If she uses in the early game, this is really for the early laning phase. If she uses her both Qs, W and E, they have a fairly long CD, so she's vulnerable. She just hard spams them, right? If she spam them quickly, then that's a window you could go in. AMUMU, W can be used to dodge his Q. W can be used to dodge his ult if you can anticipate it, or not anticipating it, and then predict when he's about to use it. The ult is a little is instant, so you have to just predict when he's going to use it, basically. So just study the patterns, like if he likes to Q into R immediately, or Q and then walk people down and then R. But the best thing to do is just like try to keep your distance. Like, well, in team fights, right? If he's engaging on somebody, just let him engage on your teammates or whatever. They keep your distance from him in that fight. Usually you want to flank at that point. Or just try to let him just get a one-man ult. Just stay on the ulti. Don't let him ult you for free. His Q does follow movement, so if he Qs you while you're jumping, then he can just follow that. So yeah, pretty simple. ANIVIA, the next champion here. ANIVIA, you can use, she has her wall. So use 7 your E to jump over the wall is nice. Or you can jump before the wall gets put up. But be careful because her W can interrupt your E. Her Q, right, hits 2 times, right? But she can, the second hit, right, she can reactivate it early to stun you. Use your W to dodge that and then just go for a trade, especially early before she's 6. After 6, then you just want to, you can just E forward into Q if you want, but be careful of her wall Q R combo. But usually I'd wait for her to R like the minion wave and then I go around it and then try to go in. Right? So yeah, that's just what you should look out for. The egg. Be careful of the egg early game. It's most champions can't kill it. Naafiri is one of them because you have EDs to work with. Annie, this matchup is actually one the easiest matchup. All you have to do is when Annie uses her Q or stun whatever on a minion wave, you can just ult in, right? Early game, it's simple. You just arm and Q her when you can. Watch out though, her shield is pretty good ability. It gives her movement speed, gives her shield, and let her do bad damage to you when you hit her, when you damage her. Do note that your W will not, like when she Qs, her Q will not consume the stun if you use W to dodge it. So that's the thing with Annie. So you have to watch out for that. So if she Q W, and her W is the one that she's trying to stun you with, and then the Q comes in afterwards. So what I do recommend is that if she's on full stacks, then you don't want to get hit by the Q. Don't W the Q unless you need to, basically, to run. You can use, so yeah, you just alter when she has no stun bar when it's low, and you can easily kill her. And do note that the same reason why her Q doesn't apply the stun, right? If she's trying to, let's say she's trying to stack up her passive, and then you alter, and then you use your W to dodge her spells, her W, E, and R will give her a stack, right? But you won't. So that's actually a very small tip there just to give you, right? Edge Knight also really good against her. Serpents is decent, but Edge Knight, if she's on full stacks, then you can just alter without even have to thinking about the stun. Anyways, you don't even need to wait for her to. In fact, it's better to engage on her when she has the stun up so that it's consumed by the Edge of Night. Aphelios, right, is the next champion. This guy, if he has a red white gun, be careful. The red one heals him, and the white gun lets him do a lot of like auto attacks if he's closer to you, right? So, and yeah, the Q just gives him movement speed and heals him. So just watch out for that. For the auto guns, turrets, like you really and truly, you just need to make sure that you're strong enough to kill him. Your W can be used to dodge any of the spells that are coming out of him, which is the R, the Qs, and whatnot. So yeah, get strong enough and just one shot. Or he can one shot you, so be careful. If he's stronger, he can just one shot you instead. The next one here is Ashe. Ashe, you can use your W to dodge your R. If you do note that her R does not stop you mid dash, will stop you if you anything will any CC that hits you really while it's channeling will stop you. But if you're already in the mid air, it won't stop you. So do note that you can, if it's a case where she's on 1 HP and she has ult up, as long as your ult starts to dash, then or starts flying towards her, you know you will connect. W can be used to dodge her. W as well if you're just thinking about, hey, I need to not get slowed to be chased out. But yeah, Edge Knight really good against her, obviously. Um, can use to be blocker ult. She doesn't have her W up, or you could use her W to dodge her W and then ult her, right, when you're chasing her down. Other than so, this matchup is actually very good for Naafiri. You should be putting a lot of pressure on this guy. So with ASOL, right, if he's using Q, that means he has to stand still so you can Q him. If he drops the E on the minion wave, try to go around it and then Q him. Because they like to, because Erensol likes to get stacks, right, by executing things with his E. So when they E, they like to Q. So you just go up and just Q him. Also, be careful about ulting him while he has his W up because he can just fly away. And if he doesn't, when he uses his Q while flying away, he does more damage, but he also slows himself while doing so. But if he doesn't do that, then he'll just fly away at full speed. If you're gonna ult him while his W is up, just make sure that he's low enough for it to really matter. Next one is Aurora. So Aurora, the trade pattern here in lane is when you can like be safe until like level 3 or level 4, and then when she's about to QE you, you can use your W to dodge the QE and then just run towards it for a combo. Now, it can be tricky though because if she has her W up, then she can just W away. So usually, right, what I kind of do sometimes is you can like at level 2, you could do the same thing, but you won't have E. So but you have to be close enough to her. So when she QE, you just run up to her. So you can try that level 2. Just use your W to dodge your QE, right? Make sure that you're baiting it completely so you can easily press your W to time it well and just dodge. And just run her down for a big trade. I do like Electrocute usually versus her, right? But I mean Halo Blades could work if you are, you know, very good with it. And DFT is, you know, DFT can work as well. But yeah, also for ulti, if she has her if she has her W up, you can't really, most times you won't be able to kill her unless you're really strong. She has her R up, she can use her R to like bounce away. But you can still alter to do a lot of damage if you're just looking for ult trade. But if he does ult, right, you can ult and then follow her to the other side of it if you time it right. So in team fights, if she's engaging and she's going to go into the wall or try to run away from you by just jumping through the wall, you can use your ult to just follow her. And remember, your ult does reveal champions in stealth, so you could use that to follow her in your W if you can anticipate a W is about to be used mid-fight, and then just keep her revealed while you're following her. All right. AZIR. So AZIR is interesting because in high MMR, he's actually really dangerous. But in low MMR, he's not that guy, basically. If you're in low MMR, I just suggest that you just kind of like run at him basically and just QE W whenever, like W before. If you can run up to him, right? If he's not respecting the distance, just press AW and just run up to him and then Q. You can, if you get close enough though, for real, then you can actually just get like on him or into him, whatever, and then block him from using his E. Because they like to put the soldier behind him and then E to it if they're trying to run away. If you interrupt that, then you're just gonna do big damage early. So yeah. Your W can be used to dodge his ult. So sometimes when you're ulting him, you just ult and then just press W, right? If he's really good, then he'll use it early. But a lot of times, they like to. It's hard for them. Like it's hard for players to like judge exactly when they should ult the Naafiri. So normally you can just ult into spamming W and then you just the W's ult, right? And if he ults you into the turret, right? In lane randomly, don't panic. You can use a E to go over the wall, or you can just use a W first and then use your E. Bard. So Bard, Naafiri, oh, also, sorry, I'm not done with AZIR. Let me just say one more thing. AZIR, you can use your ult to follow his E, but try not to ult him too early in it because if AZIR is decent, he can just EQ away from your ulti. That's kind of like how AKSHAN is. So do note that he can actually just do that. So yeah, but if he's not, if you think he's not gonna react like that, then you can just ult him. You know, if you have the damage. But otherwise, yeah, watch out for that. Bard. We're officially moving to Bard now. So Bard, his Q can be blocked by the dogs, but because it's a two-part thing, right? Stuns two targets, he can stun you off your dog. So yeah, just really watch out for that. And you can use your W to dodge his ult. So yeah, just follow him into his W, ult him if it's good. You can also ult and follow him through the portal, but make sure that you don't get your ult doesn't meet him part way, or even if it's somebody else going through the portal, you don't want to meet it part way through the portal, but then you'll end up somewhere where you might not want to be. Bel'Veth. Now Bel'Veth is a tricky champion. Use your W to dodge her W really. You can use your W to avoid her E damage as well. You can use your W to dodge her R. But this champion is a very tough for the Fury. Her E gives her damage reduction, so try to watch out for that if you're trying to combo her with a QQ or on top of her. She can use her E to negate most of the damage. Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, you can use your W to dodge his Q, right? If you use your W while he's about to press E, then you'll probably still get knocked out, but while you'll be untargetable while doing that. So do watch out for that. His ultimate does a lot of damage in silence and probably might just kill the dogs. The W can be used to avoid his ult if if you can predict when he's about to use it. But yeah. Bran. Now Bran is very dangerous champion for Naafiri. His E can bounce off the dogs to you. The ult can bounce off the dogs to you, so watch out for that. You can use your W to dodge one of his spells though, so that you can avoid getting stunned from him, right? And he just kill him basically. Your W cannot. If your W is R, it will not go. If there's something else that you can bounce to, his R will actually stay. Like try. His R will actually still bounce to you, even if you're on target support. It won't hit you, but it will still bounce to you and then bounce to something else nearby. But if there's nothing nearby, then it actually might just fizzle out at that point. But yeah, just do note that your W doesn't make his so that his ult just goes away completely. BRAUM, his Q can be used to block your E, right? You still take damage, but it won't go through him, so it won't hit the targets behind him. Your your passive can block his Q, right? And you can use your W to dodge his Q, and you can use your ult to follow his jump if needed. BRIAR. Now, BRIAR is pretty nice because your W can actually, if there's no jungle camps or any minions nearby, your W will cancel her W completely. Like it will put it on CD fully. But if she doesn't have a target nearby to run to, it will cancel. So one of the things is that if you actually jungling and you do invade her, um, your W can just put her in a very awkward spot. Like it can make her run back to the camp, or just if there's no camps up, it will deny it completely. You can use your W to dodge her Q stun. You can also use your W to dodge her E. And you can use your W to dodge her R if needed. CAITLYN. So CAITLYN, you can use your W to go over the trap. Use your W to dodge her Q. You can use it to dodge her E. And one of the best things that you can actually do is you can use your W to dodge her ultimate. Best time to use it is after the ult fire so that it puts it on full CD. If you do it while she's channeling, then it will just put it on a partial CD. CAMILLE. So with CAMILLE, you can use your W to dodge her E. You can use it to dodge her W. You can use it to even dodge her R. Her passive gives her a shield, so usually, you know, AD shield. So a serpent, you know, is nice versus her. To team play really. She might build Starak, so serpents can be good there. I'm not saying that you necessarily may face Camille, even if she's in the game and they have other shields, like serpents would give you value if she's getting an AD shield. Because serpents doesn't work against magic shield. So do note that about the Camille. If she gets Ravenous Hydra, you cannot fight her. Definitely not alone, right? Because Ravenous heals off your dogs. The grievous wounds will be needed at that point. Cassiopeia. Now, Cassiopeia is a tricky case because if it's in high elo, it's it's kind of a hard matchup. But in the lower elos, it shouldn't be too bad because you can use your E on to avoid her Q and then just look for Qs on her. You can also use your W to dodge the Q. You can use your W to go over or avoid her W, right? So that you can not just get locked up in that while she just seeing you constantly. W will can be used to dodge E obviously, but she shoots out many of those. So the best thing to do is to dodge the Q or just avoid the W here. And then at level 6 post 6, your W can be used to dodge her ult. So if you choose to alter, right, she can use her ult on you mid-air, but if she's slow with it, then you can use your W to just avoid it. So you can do kind of what, like, versus AZIR, you ult, and then she ults you, but you press W while as soon as you turn. But I don't, like, you need to know if she's the type to use her ult properly. So you gotta watch out for that. All right. They like to build Seraph's Embrace, so Serpents is decent versus her. So watch out for that. CHO'GATH, this champion is a very good counter to Naafiri. His passive it heals him for anything that he kills, and he gives him health and mana. So your dogs will heal him. The one of the things that I do recommend is using your E or W, right? Especially as the game progresses in the later stages to avoid for him from killing your minions, um, so that your pathmates, so that he doesn't heal off them. His W, you can use a W to dodge his Q, which is really the best thing that you really can use to avoid. And your W can also avoid his silence. So it has a big like little wind up, so it's really easy to. It's actually not hard to really dodge his W if you're doing it right, because you can sidestep the Q easily and then use W to dodge his W, and you can get some decent trading, at least early game, right? CHO'GATH. No, sorry, CORKI. So CORKI W can be used to dodge his Q. Um, Pretty much W can be used to dodge his R. That's something. W can be used to avoid some of his E while running away. W can be used to avoid some of the W damage. But one of the things I say is try not to do not ult him if he has W up unless like you're really strong and you can just ult him and just follow him all the way, because his W is like a rumble ult at this point, so it does a lot of damage. And if he times it well, he can just avoid it. But if it's a lower MMRs, right, he probably might just if he might panic W and just W away early, and then you just follow him and just kill him, right? Yeah. Darius. Now Darius is interesting because you have a lot of tools to work with here versus him. So you can use your W to dodge the Q, right? But you can also use your E to E away from the queue or into the queue, right? So, which is many times you're gonna do that. Like if you're ulting him, right? You ult him and then you E to stay on in the middle of the queue, so it doesn't give him a stack. W can be used to dodge his E, but I mean, usually you want to like predict when he's going to use that. If your ping is low enough, maybe you could just do it reactively. So that'll be nice for you. You can use your W to dodge is you can use an E to dodge his E. Just well to get out of the range, or just E over him to get behind him so he can't pull you. Especially in 2v1 cases where both you and your allies running towards him, you can use your E to go over his head, and only one of you guys get pulled, and then you could use a W at that point to dodge a Q. Just depends on how you want to play it. W can be used to buffer his ultimate, right, to dodge it, but he still will. It's not gonna go on CD. So watch out. Like if you do that, it's temporary. You can use it to gain this like the dodges ult and then run away if needed. I suggest just waiting. If like these things can help you reduce the amount of stacks he generates, because you don't want him to have a lot of stack on you and then ult you and then ult your teammate. So yeah, just watch the amount of stacks that you have when you're fighting him. If you're like laning against him, right? Just Q with poke, literally just Q, and keep your distance. And then if he's low enough, right, and the things that I mentioned before, you could punish it at that point. Next champion, Diana. This matchup is really bad because she does more damage than you. She's tankier than you. So good luck. But on a serious note, you can use your W to dodge her Q, right? So sometimes you can use your W to like dodge her Q when she's about to like QE you in lane, and then it puts her E on full CD, and then you could actually just go for a nice trade there. If your W is down, then that's actually a decent time to go for a trade. If she's actually using it on minions. The next thing is you can use your W to dodge her R. She pulled the targets she pull with it, right? You can use the W to dodge the damage from it. But if you actually if you're lucky, you could W, and dodge the ult entirely, and it actually just won't do any damage at all. But that is very difficult to do. Do note that she can also interrupt your R with her W. So I do want to, sorry, not her W, with her ult. You can interrupt your ult with the ult, so do watch out for that. And also, yeah. Mundo. And so for Mundo, Mundo, you can use your W to dodge his Q, really. That's about it. Oh, you can use your W to dodge the reactivation of his W to deny the full healing that he can restore with that. If you're in this matchup, try to bully him early as much as possible, because once he gets warm mogs, it's kind of, you can't really kill him anymore. But it's best to just farm gold off him early, and then you just use that to like snowball through the map. Draven. Now, Draven is the next champion here. You can use your W to dodge his auto attacks, obviously, with the spinning X. But one of the things is that the biggest thing to really dodge is like you could dodge his E to avoid that knock to the side ability. But try not to do not ult him if he has his E up, because he can just use it to cancel it. So just come in after, like engage on him after he uses it. W can be used to dodge his ult as well. So I mean, if you need to, you can use it to dodge that. Do watch out that early game his passive, his ult executes people that are below the amount of his passive. If they're left over, HP is below the amount of stacks he has. So yeah, watch out for that. So Edge Knight, really good versus him. If he's going shield bow, BT, I mean serpents can be decent against him for those reasons. EKKO. So EKKO, he has a big shield. Serpents will be needed later in the game. Ignite should be taken. Use Ignite to in mid lane, right? Use Ignite to reduce the healing of his ultimate if you're, facing mid lane. So you ult him before he's about to ult to avoid to do that. In the trading though, right? I suggest that you if he Qs the minion wave, then you can just engage onto him and use your W to dodge his Q back, any one of like the back pull of his Q basically, and you can get a decent trade. If he has Halo Blaze, just keep your distance until the UFCD's up. Don't let him get a free QE onto you, because if he does, then the trade is bad. But if you do manage to dodge it, then you're chilling. You can use your W to kind of like, when he's channeling his E towards a champion, you can use your W to actually avoid him from teleporting onto you. Bear in mind though, he still will have the E, so if you're still in range, he can just use it again. But it usually messes up with their combo if you do it like that. And W can be used to avoid his W, the stun, right? And you can just move over it or be in it, and then he gets that, and you don't get stunned, but you get a big shield anyway, so usually it's not the best time to trade if you just use it just to dodge it, to think about trying to trade with him. And W can be used to dodge his ult, just do watch out for that. Your ulti can be used to follow him in his E, but one of the biggest thing is using it to follow his ult. So let's say he's trying to snap back to somewhere, you can use your ult to follow him in a team fight. Let's say he's being attacked by your teammates or so. You can use your ult to, right before you ult, right, to just follow him wherever he snaps back to, and get some damage off. Elise. Elise, you can dodge both versions of the Q. You can use your W to dodge the cocoon. That's really much just it. She can use her E to dodge your Q, and she can use it to dodge your ult. So watch out for that. So I suggest just, put the Qs into her and then just wait, and don't like you'd use your Q to bait out her E at that point, but try not to use your ulti when she is in the spider form and has E up. But if she just transformed from spider form to range form, then you could alter, but he probably is going to stun you at that point. So if you're doing that, then please, just make sure that she's not stunning you into a kill, or make sure that your ulti is just gonna kill her at that point. Evelyn, now with Evelyn, the charm from her, right? If you use your W to dodge an ability, it will not consume the mark, right? You can avoid her first Q, which means she does a decent amount of less damage, or a good amount of, you know, you'll dodge a good amount of damage by, avoiding the Q but you know, the charm still will go through if she just hits you with a follow-up Q or E, you know. So watch out for that. Uh, her she has her E that can dash to you, so you could use your W to kind of like avoid that, and you can use your W to dodge your R. So yeah, control words good versus her. Just place them in spots where you want to see her moving around. And one of the biggest tip is if you want to track Evelyn, right, just ward her jungle camps. So when she's doing the camps, right, you'll be able to see her and know where she's trying to go from there. So use jungle camps to really mark her, um, and just know where she is basically or where she's going to be. And your ultimate can be used to follow her all. Once you press alt, right? If she ults, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when you ult her, right? If she casts her ult, at the, if she casts her ult right after you press alt, then you will still follow her wherever she dashes to. So that's a cool thing. Uh, yeah. So I remember playing against Scrub Noob and just playing Evelyn, and then my ultimate just followed him, and he was like, "I didn't know it worked like that." I'm like, "Yeah, it actually does follow any dashes. It's not going to be cancelled even if they go untargetable." Ezreal. Now with Ezreal, pretty simple champ. W can be used to avoid everything in his kit actually. So yeah, one of the things is that you can use it, like if he ease away then Qs you, then you can use your W to dodge the Q just to make sure that his E doesn't come up. But usually against Ezreal, you're just looking to ult him and then just murder him basically. Just kill him. Yeah, Edge and Knight, decent versus him. You just following it, like you can just follow it. Like if you can predict when he's about to use E, then you press R. Let's say he goes up to a wall trying to run away from you and then he's about to E over the wall. Just ultimately follow it. It's pretty simple. Yeah, good. Fiddlesticks. Now, Fiddlesticks is a scary champ. Hmm. Haha. But yeah, Fiddlesticks, he has his Q that you can use W to dodge. Your W can be used to dodge his E, but you can't, like, if he lands, presses W on you, your W won't dodge that. It's a stuttering ability, so it will stay on you even throughout your W. So watch out for that. His ult is very dangerous. So be careful of that. One of the things though is that if you kill somebody in a fight or get the ult reset, it will actually give vision of the entire area, which could actually be useful for revealing Fiddlesticks in team fights. Because if you have vision on Fiddlesticks, right, then his ultimate will not insta-fear everybody basically. Because when he is unseen for a moment, his his abilities when they do damage will fear you. All right. Next one is Fiora. If you're in top lane, I usually ban Fiora, but I mean, if you're going to fight her, W can be used to dodge her Q. It can be used to dodge her W, right? Like Grievous Wounds is nicest versus her, right? If she ults you, try to not let her hit all your vitals for free. You can use the wall to avoid her from just proccing every single vital because you can, if you stand hug the wall on one side, then she can't get that last vital to proc the healing, right? And she's very mobile, so I do recommend to use her Q after she, like, unless she's gonna Q towards you, you can easily predict it, then you Q her, but otherwise you kind of want to wait till she Qs first before you Q. Fizz, a little bit of tricky matchup, but um you want to stay out of his Q range and just poke him down, basically. That's the most thing, that the biggest thing that you should do. Your W can be used to dodge his E. So if he E's on, let's say he Q's a minion and E's on top of you, you could just W his E and then just mess him up. Basically, you just kill him. If he has ult, right, then you can use your W to dodge his ultimate. You can also use a W to dodge the, if he, even if it latches onto, you can use your W to dodge the damage from it. But obviously, if you can dodge the initial ult is better because it actually, you won't get slowed. Next champion, Galio. So in Galio case, right, you do want to watch out for his, I mean, every ability really. Just avoid his Q. If you walk up too close to the minions, then he's just gonna E you. You can use your W to dodge his E, but then he can just land its taunt. So one of the things is I like to do is sidestep the E, and then you can predict when he's about to use W, all right? Because he's gonna be charging it, and then you just avoid the W, and then you just get big damage off. Yeah. Normally Cleaver is good against him if like your teammates need it. Remember, only if your teammates really need it, but they like to build armor at that point. But watch out though, he has a lot of CC, so he's very good at setting up ganks. So that is one of the things that makes him a little bit difficult for Naafiri. And try to not get hit by his passive. It does a lot of damage. Gangplank. Gangplank, you can use your W to dodge his Q. You can use it to dodge the barrel. You can use it to dodge the R, especially like the upgraded Deathfire cannon thing or whatever it's called that does 2 damage. You can use it to avoid that. A well-timed thing. So one of the things with Gangplank, if he focuses on trying to land his barrels, then you could use your W to avoid the barrel and then just jump on top of him and just do big damage. But do note that if he has his passive up, he can still do a lot of damage back to you. Right? But that's what you would really focus on dodging. Garen. Now Garen is he's a decent counter to Naafiri. What I do recommend is that you try to cue him to take off his passive so he doesn't just heal for free. And then you also want to use your W to you can't use your W to dodge his Q. Like if he starts using if he goes into animation of Q, then it will hit you. Your W will not avoid it. If you're looking to kill him, right, always bait out the W before you try to do that, because will his W will make him immune basically. You can't kill him when his W is up. And CC lasts less duration too. Not that you have CC, but yeah. So yeah, always bait out the W before you even think about like trying to ult him, maybe under turret if you get him low enough. Right? Don't be baited by the W. Your W can be used to like mostly really dodge the damage from his E. So even if you get hit by the Q, you can use it to dodge the follow-up E, right, to avoid most of the damage or some of it. W can be used to dodge his R, but only it's not gonna put it on CD, right? So you can ult right again afterwards. You can also use your W to dodge his Stride Breaker if he's going Stride Breaker. All right. So if he's gonna like normally they like to run you down with a Q and then press the Stride Breaker and then try to like get you because of that. So normally sometimes a lot of times I use my W right before you Stride Breakers. Next matchup is Gnar. So Gnar, fairly squishy in his mini farm. Use Q poke, right? If he builds steel cap rush, he's kind of hard to kill. You can use it just sidestep the E mostly, right? And you can use your W to dodge his Q too. Even in his mega form, you can use it to avoid the Q long range if needed. You can use W to dodge the mega farm. The W, you can use it to dodge the R as well. So those like one of biggest thing to dodge is R in the mega farm. If you're going for a kill on him, one of the craziest thing that you can do that will really mess up on Gnar, if you time your W well, or if you're reacting fast enough, you can use your W to dodge his E. So because normally, right, if you get on top of them, right, they like to let you go behind them and then use the E to jump off your head. But if you time your W right before he hops on top of you, you're gonna dodge it, and then he's gonna be in such a bad spot because remember that he's not gonna try to full dash away. He's gonna dash towards you, so he's not doing the full extent because he wants to bounce. So he's just gonna do a short dash and then you just mess him up. So fight him when he's in mini. He has a lot, like he has a way more stats in mega farm, armor 80, everything. Gragas. Now, Gragas, your dogs can be used to block his E, which is really, really nice. And your W can be used to avoid the E, W can be used to avoid the Q, W can be used to avoid the R in those cases. But one of the things is that in lane, like you can use your W to bait out his E, and you just turn on him with a big trade. If it's later when he has items, well, be careful of that because he still has his R at that point. So you probably want to use your W for his R instead, and just use your dogs to block the E, or just sidestep it. So yeah. Next champion is Graves. Now Graves can get really tanky, so I do recommend to be careful not to fight him when he's able to stack a lot of that up around the minions. Well, not minions, jungle camps, or even champions. So try to fight him when his E stacks are low. Smoke screen is OP, watch out for that. It slows you up on impact. Q can be used to dodge his W can be used to dodge his Q. You can avoid that to, take less damage. And your dogs can block his auto attacks. So you can, if you position right, you can actually deny a lot of those. And then you can use your R to follow his E dash or his R. But I mean, normally you want to use your W to, if you're gonna do that, follow his R, you want to use um I mean, you wouldn't need to use W to dodge his R at that point because he's already using it, right? Does a lot of damage, but UW can also be just be used cleverly to like avoid like the R damage if you're in a 1v1 type scenario, or even long range, you're running away. Just use your W to avoid. So just fight him when the grit is low. And if you're gonna ult him, one of the best times to ult him is after he E's, so you can actually lock onto him because you don't want to R and then Q and then he E's and then dodge your Q. All right. Gwen. So with Gwen, right, if you're playing Advanced Wizard top, it's not a hard matchup. Just Q her, poke her down, right? Basically, watch her passive, right? Sorry, watch her stacks, so you can avoid the Q. You want to set to the side or E to the side, or use your W to avoid that, and just poke her out. When she uses her W, when she has her W up, try not to get baited by her W. Don't walk into it. Her W gives her increased armor and magic resist, so she's a lot tankier in it. So it's not just she's dodging spells on the outside, she's way tankier on the inside as well. So it's not, when she has her W up, you don't want to commit, right? But if you can bait that out, if she's low enough and you can bait the W out early, then you can just ult on top of her and then just kill her. Swifties is really good versus her, so you can avoid getting locked up by the R slow, right? So that's really nice. And if her R is down at a point, you can really kill. One of the best things I usually do against Gwen is to just bait her to fight with me. So what they'd like to do is to E, Q, and then you can and R. So you can when you're running away from her when she has her R up, just focus on sidestepping. Don't try to fight back with her with auto attacks and Q. You sidestep the ult. If you first sidestep the first one, right, then you sidestep the second one, and then you can use the W to dodge the third one. Or if she hits you with the first one, right, then you can use your W to dodge the second one, and then because you're not slowed, right, it's easier to dodge the third ult from there. I recommend just focusing on dodging when she has her ult up. Trying to fight her back is usually suicide. Hecarim. This champ is really OP into Naafiri because his W gives in armor and magic resist, right? But he heals for anything that within his W, right, that he does damage to, he heals from. So fighting him when his W is down is probably the best thing, but he just runs at you. Your W can be used to avoid his ult. But yeah, this champion is very dangerous. When I'm jungle, I usually ban it, but you can try to just farm up and get the shredding items to try to shred him, and try not to fight him when he's running you down with W. Also, your W can be used to avoid his E. So a well-timed W can be used to dodge his E, which is really OP. Heimerdinger. So with Heimerdinger, right? Heimerdinger is a weird champ, but if you can in lane, you're just really farming and just Q poke, right? and you're just waiting for him to basically make a big mistake. So let's say you're 6, right? You have the damage. Or level, you have ult, I should say. You have the damage. You can use your W to, like, if you chose to stun Wily at you, you can use your W to dodge the stun and then just ult him. And then you literally just try to kill him from there. The stun is the problem. If his stun is down, Hammerdinger is vulnerable. As long as you're strong, of course. Because if he's strong, then he's still not vulnerable, right? Gotta watch. Also, it's good to just farm until he makes that mistake. Then you just ult him and in for a kill. Hue. So Hue, you just focus on dodging his Qs, right? You can dodge like the QQ. You can dodge the Q, the one that makes the volcano thing, right? You can dodge, like, sidestep that. Just sidestep. Or let him farm, right? You just farm as well, right? You can use the W to, well, before I get into the W here, like, he has the E, the one that makes like the thing that pulls things together, right? So watch out that ability, right? Normally you can E forward to dodge that, by the way, right? Otherwise you can use your, if he just uses it randomly on you with, and he's far from his tower, just use your W to avoid it and then just ult on top of him, because that at that point he can't fear you. You just kill him. Your W can be used to dodge his R, the pop, the damage from it, can also be used to dodge the initial thing of it as well. Your W can be, like, if you use it as a trap, once you activate the trap, you can actually use your W to avoid um getting tagged by the trap after it's activated. You'll see it's actually a projectile. And bear in mind also, by the way, cool fact, but it actually will latch on to anything that's in its way. So it can actually latch on to a dog. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much. You're just one of those champ. If you use his CC ability, you can just ult on top of him. Simple. Ilawi. Now Ilawi, tricky champion. She's a cruiser, juggernaut, so she does a lot of damage and can be tanky. Just focus on just queuing her and keep your distance. Your her E can be blocked by your dogs, which is really nice. Your W can be used to block it as well. Sorry, dodge it. And you can use your W to dodge your ult, which is actually one of the best things. So if you were able to, like, let's say you were able to dodge her E, right? Block her E with a dog, and then you run up to her, and then she presses ult. You can use your W to actually just avoid it, and then spawns no tentacle, and you just, you know, beat her up. The best thing to avoid with Ilawi is to avoid her tentacles. Like, um, if you, because her tentacles heal for missing health, so when she's low, don't get baited. You need to dodge that tentacle, or else she's just gonna heal a lot and do a lot of damage. If she lands her E on you, normally you just run away. Like, don't try to fight her when she lands the E, because if she lands the E on you, right, it means that her tentacle, if it hits you and the tentacle hits you and the, the clone, right, the spirit pull, whatever, you'll get double the healing, and you'll take, more damage because, your clone is there, your spirit. So yeah, watch out for that. And your W can be used to avoid her W if she's dashing at you too. So I mean, yeah, that's decent if you can avoid that, and then, like, avoid the E and then avoid the tentacle and kill her. Previous wounds is nice versus her because she heals a lot. As long as she hits tentacles, of course. And her ultimate does speed up her tentacles, so do watch out for that. You gotta run and just hit the tentacles. Yeah. So also, by the way, just stay away from tentacles, right? Just fight her. Like, if she has no tentacles around, then it's actually a decent time to really, look for trades. Aurelia, if you let this champion through, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm kidding. But because there's other champs that is OP too. But Aurelia, I have permaban. One of the things is that you can use your W to dodge her E. You can use it to dodge her ult. You can actually, like, she can Q off the dogs. So just want to stay far back as possible and just farm, and then wait for team to help you kill her, or maybe bait her to dive you and then kill her underneath the tower. if you W properly or E, you could pull the dog away when she's queuing the dog and then actually dodge it. But her Q is really fast, so it's for me it's unreliable. But if you're on very low ping, you could achieve that. Maybe you could achieve that consistently. Ivern. So Ivern, you need Serpents versus Ivern. Like, so just get it second if you're playing jungle, mid, top, bot lane, doesn't matter. Just make sure you build a Serpents at at second item or third item, preferably second item at that point. Unless you have another person that may build it. Your W can be used to dodge the Q. Your Q can be used on him to uh, make the dogs go towards him, which will actually grant vision of the in the bush, basically, right, with him. So cool. And Daisy is very OP, so try to run from Daisy, W away from Daisy, E away from Daisy. But if you're strong enough, you could look to one-shot him. All right. Jana, Serpents is really good versus her. Like once again, another shield champion. And you want to use your you can use your W to dodge the Q. You can also use it to avoid the ult too, to be honest. And you can use it to dodge the W if you're like, oh, let me dodge the W so I don't get slowed. Try and do not ult onto Janna if she has her Q and R up. She's just gonna cancel your ultimate. Yeah. The next champion here is J4, Jarvan. So you can use your W to dodge his EQ combo. You can use your W to dodge yeah, basically you can use it to do that. W can be used to dodge the ulti damage, but you can also flash out of it if you do it properly. But I mean, the biggest thing to just watch out for is the Q. And remember, right? If he leaves the E on the ground, he can still Q to it again later in the game with high enough CTR. Watch out for that. And Jax. Jax now, you can use the E to avoid the counter strike. You can use your W to avoid the counter strike if you're trying to go for a trade back onto him like that. Just use Cube to poke him out basically, and you know just always E away from him. Don't be careful. One thing I do recommend is always to be clicking away from him, not into him when he's about to Q you, because his Q allows him to jump inside of your character, which can make him spawn behind you and then start body blocking easily. Yeah. His he can his E lasts 2 seconds. He can reactivate it early, after 1 second, and it stuns for 1 second. So as long as you use your W like after like 1 second, it's kind of like guaranteed to dodge it. Really. All right. Next champion is Jace. So W can be used to dodge is Q's, both Q, right? Yeah, pretty much that's the thing that you want to dodge. The best time to engage onto Jace, let's say you want to kill him, right? The best time to dodge, to kill him is to when he transforms from melee to range, because when he transform, because that way he can transform back into melee range, which gives him access to his passive, which gives him a lot of armor, which makes him a lot more tanky, so you do a lot less damage, and it grants him access to his E to just basically E you away, and then just run away. And obviously he can Q you too if he's looking to do that to like slow you and then run away. So yeah. Alright. Next champion here is Jin. Yeah, so Jin, you can use your W to dodge his W. You can use your W to dodge his ultimate. One of the best things is to kind of like if you can use it for the fourth shot, but you know, if you're getting too low, then you could use it to dodge a third shot, and then because you're not slowed anymore, you could use your movement to dodge the third one, you know, if you're thinking about that way. He doesn't have any dashes, but he's very, very fast, so if you're just ulting on him, just, you know, just watch out for that. Pretty easy to kill, not hard. Jinx is next champion here. W can be used to dodge, or uh, W can be used to dodge or alt. And you just alter. If her traps are down, you just alter. If her traps is up, then her traps will cancel your alt. ADR will stop you. So Edgenite is really good for Sir. So you don't even have to worry about the trap anymore. Alright. Cassante. So with Cassante, you want to avoid the Qs, right? Especially the third Q. You want to just keep your distance, Q poke, build armor pen when you can, like first item or second, and just basically stay away from him in Q. Now, if he uses his W, you can actually use your W to avoid it, and then just kind of like get a turn on him. This is pre-6, obviously, but well, post-6 you can do that too, but try not to get ulted through the wall and get kidnapped into your death. But if he has his E up, then he can E to minions. So try not to really fight him when he has his E up and minions around, because he can just E away and just avoid your damage easily. Okay. All right. So the next champion here is Kaisa. So with Kaisa, also with Cassante. Sorry, let me finish up with Cassante here. When he ults, he loses armor and magic resist, so he's more squishier in that state. So try to just land the Q on him at that point. Try not to ult him while his W is up, please, because his W gives him a lot of damage reduction. So you won't do any damage unless you want to ult for the gap closer. Okay? Same thing with a Q. The Q you could, sometimes you kind of just have to Q him at that point and then just wait for the next D to come up. So that's that. But if you can hold your Q until the W is about to be finished, right? He's damage reduction only lasts while he's standing still, not while he's moving. So you could actually get some good damage off while he's doing that. Serpents, decent if he has more stuff, right? More heals on the team going with. All right, next champion is Kaisa. So Kaisa, your Q can you can use your W to dodge your Q, like the missiles. W can be used to dodge your W can be used to dodge your W. You can use your ult to reveal her inner E for a brief moment, which is nice. Ulti can be used to follow her ulti, but normally you're trying to ult onto her and then she ults away. So just know that in mind when you're going in. And she can ult to reposition even in your W. So do watch out for that. Kalista, if you're ulting her, right? Um, you know, be careful because if you alter while she's dashing, then she can easily avoid your Q. Otherwise, you can just ult on top of her in your skill. Do watch out for her ulti because she can use it on her support and then just CC you with it, right? But you can use your W to dodge her or the ult on her when her support is being shown out. In W can be used to dodge her Q as well. Careful though, the Ren stacks can do a lot of damage to you. But yeah, you can use your if there's minions around, then you can actually use your W. If you use your W while she's used Ren, right? If there's other targets that has Ren stacks in it, then Ren will actually pull onto the other things around you, and not hit you. But I mean, if she did kill something with it or like a minion, then she'll have to reset and can E again anyway. So yeah. Next champion, Karma. Karma is one of the biggest shielder in the game. Serpents is a must. You should use you can use a W to dodge her Q. You can use your E to get out of her W. But if you're trying to go in on her to kill her, the best time to do is when Mantra is down, so that way she can't just Mantra W. But if you're strong enough, you could kill her before her Mantra W even saves her, as it heals her a lot and heals from missing health as well. Partos. This champion is you can just ult him, like as long as you're strong enough and he's not turbo strong, you can just ult him and kill him. His in jungle his clear speed is very fast. His Q actually does more damage if it hits only one target. So if he hits you and a dog together, then you know it actually makes him do a little bit less damage. Although if your dog die, you know you're gonna be doing less damage. So not the best thing that you want, but I mean that's favorable. Of course, that's favorable. W can be used to dodge his ult, by the way, so you can just always save your W for dodging his R if you're, you know, looking to, if you're worried about the damage that he'll do. But sometimes, right, you can just use the W first and then kill him and then try to run out of his E. And if you're, as long as you're gonna be healthy enough, of course, to not worry about the damage that it's all coming in with. All right, Kassadin, this matchup is one of the easiest matchup. You literally just attack him over and over and over. One of the best things I recommend is trying to like try not to hard push the wave in a way. Like let it push to you and let him come out from his turret, like let him walk out. Then when he's far enough now, you just run far away enough from his turret. Just run at him, use your W to dodge his E. Gotta anticipate it, right? So you predict when he's gonna use it, and then use your W to avoid the E slow, and then you just run him down. You literally just run him down, and you're gonna do so much damage. He's gonna have to flash, or you just kill him. Post 6, right? Just because he has his ult doesn't mean he's safe. If you're strong enough, right? Especially you don't like, as long as you're decently, you have an item or so, right? If he ults, you can just ult him to follow him, because his ult CD is actually very long at rank one ult. So you can just follow him and just kill him. One of the best things too is if you ult him while he's about to ult, and then you just follow him, regardless of where he dashes to. Yeah, you just one shot. Pretty free matchup. If they build Seraphs and build Serpents is decent later in the game, so that's good. Try not to ult him too close to him because he can Q, and the Q can cancel your ultimate when you're channeling it, because his Q actually does interrupt channeling. Katarina, another matchup that is pretty favorable. Your W can be used to dodge your Q. You can use your W to dodge the damage when she picks up a dagger. The best thing to watch out for is if you're gonna look to alter, you can ult on top of, the best time to alter is when there's no minions around, because that way when she dashes, she can't just dash to a minion. But if you are lucky enough, you could alter while she's dashing to a minion, and then you just follow her all the way. Yeah. And just bait her out, right? Bring her up, and then you can just engage on her. If the minion wave is in the middle of the lane, then she'll E to the minions, and then maybe you could just walk around and try to like just get some trading. All right. Try to, if she gets strong though, she will be a problem. You might need magic resist at that point. Hail. This one, pretty good matchup as well. Same thing as like cast it in a way. Try to bait her up, bring her up in the lane, and then just try to run her down. Use your W to dodge her Q, right? So you don't get slowed, because the slow is very strong. One of the best times to engage is like when her W is down, because that healing, that ability gives her a bunch of movement speed. So if you're able to like time it right, like wait, like let her use it to heal up or whatever, and then you just go in when it's down. Her ultimate, right? You can use your ultimate to trade ultimate with her. If she's not respecting you properly and she doesn't ult early, you could always use your Q bleed and your ignite to finish her off. At that point, if she's low enough, of course, because the your Q and bleed. Sorry, your Q bleed and your ignite last 5 seconds, and her, you know, her invulnerability doesn't last that long. Okay, so yeah, trade. If she uses her ult early, that's fine. You can just trade ults with her and then get her ult down like CD, and be like, "Hey, jungler, come gank," and then kill. Same thing for mid top. It doesn't, like, mid top role doesn't matter. Get ganks on her at that point. Kane base armor is really high, so just do watch out for that. W can be used to dodge any part of his Q. It can also be used to dodge his W. He's not a great champion to fight, but just watch out for those abilities. Um, and try not to waste your Q, because when he's about to ult you, because that would not be good. Yeah, and also Blue King cannot be slowed during his E, so if you're gonna ult him, and trying to depend on that slow to really land your Q. Not happening. All right. And yeah, the next champion here is Kennen. You can use your W to dodge his Q. You can avoid his E. You can avoid some of his ult, but you just poke him out, right? And then just like look for an ult, like when his E is down. Use your W to dodge some of the ult, the stun timer, and then you just, try to kill. Be careful that his ultimate does give him increased resistances, armor and magic resist, so he's a little bit tankier in his ult. But if you're calculating your damage right, that shouldn't be a big problem. Kha'Zix. Now you're very, very good into Kha'Zix because your pat mates prevent him from getting isolation, right? But when you're using your W and your E, or if you Q him and your dogs jump too far away, you are isolated. So you could just take more damage randomly when you're fighting him. So yeah, your ultimate can be used to follow his E. Your ultimate can be used to follow him in his ult, revealing him for the period for that period, which is nice. All right, so Kindred. Kindred is you can use your ultimate to basically alter when she's dashing, which is pretty nice. Just watch out for her Q. If she has her Q up and and you're ulting, then she can just use it to avoid. So you might want to time your Q properly to not, not make her dodge that shit. The next thing too is like if she has her ulti up, you can use your Q and then use your second Q when when the ult is about to time out, so you can like finish her off that way. Or you could use your Q and then use your second ulti. Use your ulti, Q on top of her, and then land the Q at that point, which would be nice. Your W can be used to dodge her E, the inner shell part of it, which is the best part because you avoid the slow and avoid the E altogether. And you can use you could use your W to dodge the, the, the last hit of the E, but the mark is still gonna remain. All right, and next up we have Kled. Now Kled, just shredding items that shred his HP like Voltaic and Eclipse. Just shred his HP bar. Just poke him out basically. Just poke, poke, poke. When he's dismounted, right? You wait, right? Don't just ult on top of him, but try to like poke him down one more time basically. And then on the next rotation, right, you can ult him and then Q and then just kill. Pretty much. Like, yeah. And Kled, right, he has his Q. You want a W before the Q latches onto you. It's a tether ability, so it will remain on you even in your W if you get hit. Your W can be used to kind of like avoid his ultimate. You can run past him. Well, not fully past him, but you could use it to like kind of avoid it a bit. But if it locks onto you, then he's gonna dash to you. You could use a W to dodge the ulti at that point. W can also be used to dodge the E, so he doesn't lock onto you. Let's say you want a QE, you could use it to dodge his E and his Q all together, and that would be a decent time to trade. Right? Be careful, right? As I said, when he's dismounted, like keep your distance and poke him out. Don't get baited. If he has his W up especially, then he can just get huge amount of attack speed and just remount very quickly. EW can also be used to dodge his pocket pistol. So when he dismounted, that Q that makes him do that makes him get knocked back. Yeah. You can use your W, like if you ult on top of him and then you can use your W to actually dodge that, which is actually really, really good. Because he misses a lot on his courage because of that. Next champion here we have KOG'MAW. KOG'MAW, everything can be avoided really. The Q, the E, the R, the passive, even the W auto attack. The best time to really engage on him though is when the E is down, because the slow is very annoying. But as long as he doesn't have a Lulu next to him, you can just, or anything to really peel him, you can just ult on top of him and just kill him, basically. And just use your W to dodge the E or the ults. I mean, the best thing to dodge is really you kind of like bait the E out, or if you're running up towards him, you could probably just use your W to dodge your EQ and then just ult him at that point. Using W to just dodge one ability is fine. LeBlanc. Then so LeBlanc now is a good matchup, but you like because your dogs can block her E. So yeah, you want to just Q her and just Q her when she's in lane. Now the thing is, LeBlanc likes to W on top of you, right? Or QW. So when she's going for that Q, you land the Q, and then if she W, you just W the E, and then you can run to the where the snapback is going to be. You can like go towards it. If she chooses not to stop back, then she's far up in the lane anyways, and you could just try to chase her down. Um, for extended trade at that point. She snaps back to it though, then I mean you're up. And then the chain doesn't too matter at that point if she does it that way, but if she does it the other way where she runs away and then like have the chain, then you could get held back a bit, but you still get good damage on her regardless. So best thing to do is just like try to just Q her when she's going for that that QW. Or she's gonna W, you could Q and then just W her. Pretty good. If she once she's like let's say you're 6 and she is not 6, then I mean after she uses the W and snap back, she's very free, so you just ult her. And then she has her ultimate, right? If she use double if she uses her W and then cast another spell, then her ultimate isn't going to be the W. So at that point you could just easily um just ult on top of her and then just like follow where she goes and just kill her. You can use a W also to reveal her in her passive. So I kind of just reveal her there and know which one is the real one. Next champion is Lee Sin. Passive your pat mates can be used to block his Q. You just want to Q him and just like have pat mates block that. Use your W to dodge. Serpents can be decent as an additional to the more shields on your team. You wouldn't really build it just for Lee Sin only. So yeah, he can kick you and stop your ultimate. He's gonna get hit though, but yeah, you just really just watch out for that. It's nothing too crazy. He has good life steal as well from his W, so just watch out for that. And yeah. Leona. So Leona, you can use your W to dodge her E, you can use your W to dodge her ultimate. Funny enough, you could also use your W to dodge her W, which would reduce the duration on her W because it kind of doubles if she hits the target. But yeah, it's just a tank. Just dodge her abilities, poke her out with Qs. Just watch out for that. Merc Treads, if they have other CC on the team, pretty decent. Lilia. So with Lilia, you can use her W to dodge her Q. You can use it to dodge her W. You can use it to dodge her E. You can even use it to dodge her R. So when she is casting R, when you see her go into the animation of casting it, if you press the W, you can actually avoid the ult altogether. But if you get hit by the ult ulti at that point, your W cannot avoid you from getting slept. So try not to use your W after you get slept. Unless you're trying to use it to avoid something else, really. But yeah. Her Q does more damage if you get with the outer edge. So it is best to go on top of her to avoid that. Alright. Cool. And ulti can just use to follow her easily when she's running around. Lissandra. Champion is really bad for Naafiri, but Merc Treads, some tenacity is decent. Stay away from minions. Try not to stay too close behind minions because the Q can like extend off them basically. And it hits you, it slows you. Your W can be used to root you. One of the things that you can do is run up to her and then press W. And normally they will just press W because they're like, oh shoot, Naafiri's on top of you. Let me press W, and then you just get a big decent trade on her. And then you can use your E at that point to just get the follower up with the damage. And you can use her ulti to follow her claw if timed well, but usually she has her ultimate. If she chooses to ult herself, she can avoid the damage. If she ults you, then she takes the damage, but you know, you're stunned. So yeah, some tenacity in this matchup is fine. And yeah, W can be used to avoid her passive. Your W can also be used to avoid her ult. Like when she's casting it, you can just press it, and then you when she's winding up, you can avoid it. Now it's still gonna be on. She's still gonna have access to her ultimate, but you could use, like, say being ganked, you could use that at timer to avoid it and then just run away. Lock. Now Lock, he has the triple Q, so you want to sidestep those most of the time, right? You can use your W to actually avoid let's say you dodge 2 of the Qs, you can use the W to dodge the last one and then get some good trading. This is early game, early lane fighting though. You can use your W to dodge the E, but it's not like, I mean, you can use it to dodge E, so that's fine, but it won't, if he marks you with the Q and E, then the mark is still gonna stay there. So all he has to do is just auto attack at that point. And remember, the blink does damage in itself, so the blink and then the dash both can trigger the passive. The next thing is the ultimate. You can use the W to dodge your ultimate, which is actually quite good because the ultimate does do a lot. But it actually slows you for like 99%, like over 2 seconds. So using it to dodge that is really nice. You know, so I recommend doing that. Otherwise, you can use it to dodge the other abilities. But try not to fight him when his W is up, because if he has W up, he heals a lot, and then he also moves a lot. He's very fast, so it's hard to hit your spells. I recommend having Ignite versus him. So if you need to kill him when he has his W up. Solution. So your W can be used to avoid his Q, can be avoid his W, can be used to avoid his some of his ultimate, which is fine. If you're gonna ult him, right, just watch out for the E. But most times the E is not that far for dash, so you can just follow up with an E of your own and just go on top of him and kill. Your ultimate can is your dog can tank some of the bullets from the ult. Lulu. So Lulu, right? You can use your W to dodge most of the abilities, like when they're being casted. So that is fine. You can actually use a dodge polymorph. So just watch out for that. So yeah, I would also recommend using. You can use your W to dodge. Like I recommend not. Sorry, I recommend not ulting onto her when she has the ult up, because she can easily just cancel your ultimate at that point. And also, Edge Knight does not block the ultimate, the knockup. I don't know why, but it doesn't. They may fix that in the future, but for now, I'm aware that it doesn't. But you know, maybe by the time this video comes out, they fix that. But you know, or when you watching this video. Okay, next up is Lux. So Lux is interesting because Lux, she has a root, so you can't actually stop your ultimate at any point. So you could actually ult it on top of her no matter what. And then yes, you'll be rooted, but if you have the damage, you know, you could still get good damage off. And then you can actually use W to just dodge her ultimate at that point, because she's gonna hit the Q on you, right? Assuming. And you just dodge your ult. But the best way to fight her though, right? If you're going for the kill, you can like like if she like normally you can just use your W to dodge her Q and then just ult her basically. But if she's holding her Q the entire time, what you can do is E forward into Q and then let the dogs get in front of you and then just ult on top of her. So that is what you would do at that point. And then the dogs will just block the Q. And it's a free kill. Alright, next champion, Malphite. Malphite is tanky. Armor based tank. So he's actually very hard to deal with. I do recommend that you build armor pen first item if you can, which is usually just black cleaver at that point. If you're laning against him, obviously, right? But yeah. Otherwise, you can use your W to just dodge Q to deny the slow. You can use your W to dodge the E so you can avoid him slowing your attack speed. And the attack speed actually is really effective against Naafiri because your dog share 1-to-1 attack speed ratio with you. So if he halves, let's say he halves your attack speed, right? Let's say he's you and the dog. So your attack speed is half, and then the dogs get hit with another half because you know they got hit by the spell itself. And then the W can be used to dodge his ultimate, of course, which is very, very nice. So just, if good reaction time, you can easily avoid it with that. Okay, next one is Malzahar. Um, Malzahar is not a difficult matchup. I have a video here, to show you so you can see how to play against Malzahar, but your E can heal against the dogs, and then you can use your W to avoid the Q and just ult on top of him as long as his passive is down. Pretty free. If he ults you mid-air, then he doesn't have an E on you basically, and you're not gonna take any damage, and then Malzahar has no ult. Otherwise, you just get on top of him and then you just do a lot of damage, and then he ults you afterwards, and then your dogs just help you kill him. Maokai. W can be used to avoid his Q, can be avoid his W, can be avoid his E, can be avoid his ult. This matchup, I just recommend like trying to poke him out, shut him down basically, and then just using your W to dodge. Like if you're trying to run him down, dodging the Q is really nice. So yeah, and in team fights, you could just use a W to kind of like avoid the ult in a way, which isn't actually bad. So yeah, that's good. Let's see. The next one here is Master Yi. The Master Yi has his W that can like guaranteeing damage reduction. So ulting while he has his W up isn't necessarily good, but sometimes you will have to gap close, right? You can also use his Q to kind of like avoid the ulti. So he actually does have a couple of things here. So if you're trying to like ult on top of him, like 1v1. His ultimate grants him movement speed, and he's immune to slows. So normally I do like to go cleaver versus him to kite him, in a way. But I mean, if you want to try to burst him the fastest, then Cirilo would be your best option. Your W can be used to like make it so that he can just auto attack you right after coming out of Q when he Qs you. Which is okay. Yeah, not really much to really say about him. Mel, the next champion here. So Mel can use her E on you to roots. You can use your W to actually avoid that. You can use your W to avoid her Q. You can use your W to dodge her R as well. So you can bait that out. So yeah, but normally they want to bait the Mel W out, so just bait that out first. So what you can do is throw Qs at her to bait it out, or you can just ult on top of it and then just use like E at that point and W whatever, unless you W earlier to dodge her E. But you could just like go on top of her and then just like wait for her to use the W. They'll panic. You can also like when you're baiting out the W in lane or so, you can just Q. You can throw a Q to the side basically. You throw the first one, it hits, and then the second one you just throw it to the side. Like if she's holding her W, and you think she's going to like W back. Melio. So Melio now, right? He has his Q, so Knight good against him at the later stages. Serpents is a must. He shields a lot. So just watch out for those things. His R is a cleanse. I mean, doesn't really concern you too much, but he has a lot of healing and shielding. So the shield is the biggest thing, and the Q. So just watch out for those abilities and build the correct items to deal with that. MF. Simple champion, just alter. Q can be used to avoid her Q. Can use to avoid some of her ult or some of her E. And you just ult on top of her and just kill her basically. There's nothing really much to say there. Mordekaiser, Serpents is decent versus him as the game progresses. The shield gets massive 1k shield. If you're laying against him, I suggest just your distance and dodge the Qs and try not to get baited into a ER. You will get messed up basically if he does that. So do watch out for that combo. But W can be used to avoid the Q and the E at that point. But I mean, if he's chunky enough, he can just ult you. If you're going to ult him, right, or go for a trade, I mean, if he wastes his W, you can just ult on top of him because that's where he doesn't have the W to actually do anything. And then you use the W, your W to dodge his Q or E at that point, or use your E to dodge the Q or the E because you can use the E to jump behind him. Yeah, many things you can do there. Morgana. So Morgana Q, same with Lux, won't stop you, but I mean, she can ult you with a tethering from that to lock you down in a fight. So, uh, if you can dodge her Q, you can just one shot her really at that point. Yeah, the black shield will stop whoever she shields from being slowed by the ult, or maybe Sorella if you have it, but or red smite. But yeah, just basically avoid the Q, one shotter, and try not to be too close to her to get locked up by the R, because your W is not going to avoid that. The next champion here is, haha, the next champion here is Nami. So Nami, you can use your W to dodge her Q, you can use it to dodge her W in a way, right? And you can use it to dodge your R. So, or even some of the E, you know, if it's being sent out by AATROX or another spell. But yeah, I mean, try not to ult on to Nami or a teammate of hers. Say she has her ult up because she can easily use it. The Q, she most times you can actually alter even if her Q up and then just W it or sidestep it. But if it's a really good Nami, then she could just bubble you properly. But I mean, yeah, most times you really just gotta watch out for the R because that can actually easily cancel your ultimate. Nasus. Now Nasus can stack his Q on your dogs, right? The best, and your W does not dodge his Q, it will go through it. The best thing I can recommend here is just to attack him a lot with Qs, and then, you know, once, like, if you get to the point where he's just, you know, healing off the dogs, stacking them, you can use your E to pull the dogs back, or even your W. And yeah, just, you know, keep, you know, reduce the amount of times you can just stack off your dogs for free. Nautilus. W can be used to dodge his Q. Can use it to dodge his E. Can dodge his auto attack so he doesn't root you. But one of the big thing, the two most important thing is the Q and the ult. Now the ultimate, right? I do want to note that when you're dodging the ultimate, right, it's a very slow ability. So if you're running away, you press W. The best way to do it is to run back into the ulti, or maybe like press S key and just stop so that the ulti catches up to you. Because you don't want to press W, right? And then the ulti still following you and it actually hasn't reached you yet. And then you still get hit by it. Your dogs can be used to block his Q, which is really, really nice. Okay, next champion is Nico. So Nico, you can use your W to dodge your Q, you can use it to dodge your E, can you actually use it to dodge your R. So everything here is dodgeable. Her E though, right, when passed through anything, if it hits something and then hit you afterwards or whatever, it will get the maximum root duration, which is how it can be like a 3, basically like a 3-second root at max strength. So she's really good into Naafiri. Edge Knight is decent, like pretty good against her. Her ultimate is a 2-part. It has a knock up because it pulls you up in the air and then a stun. So Edge Knight can only block one part. At that point, you should use your W to just avoid the next thing of it. So yeah. If you're laning against her, then try to just avoid her key poke, obviously, because it will bounce and do a lot of damage. Nidalee. So Nidalee now, W can be used to dodge a lot of abilities really, like the spear, right? Um, but yeah, you kind of just want to like your dogs block a lot of it, so it's it's cool. Like it's hard for her to play into you. You use your Q, and then if she jumps away, then you just ult on top of her and just land a Q with that combo there. It's so good. Like it's really good for against her. All right. Nyla. Now Nyla W does avoid basically Jack's E, so she avoids auto attacks. So that good against your dogs. Her whip is gonna be good against your dogs as well. So she can AoE, and the ultimate can be used to AoE dogs. So the best thing to do here is to use your W to dodge her ultimate, and try not to be baited by her W, because you're not gonna do any damage when you auto attack her. Other case, just focus on using your spells and then like waiting out the W. Nocturne. Your W can be used to dodge his ult and his Q, but the tethering from his E, he can stay on top of you. It's not a good matchup, and his W can be used to block your Q or your R. So do watch out for that. I do recommend just trying to get maybe like a steel caps versus him if it's good in that game versus the enemy comp. And try to build a little bit more on the tankier side if possible. Um, so that he doesn't just one shot you, especially if he's going lethal to build. Otherwise, if he's focusing on the targets, then you can just let him ult the other people and you just deal with whoever. Nunu. Now, if it's lane Nunu, or you can use your W to avoid. Well, doesn't matter what Nunu is. You can use your W to avoid the Q. Actually, the W, not the Q. The W. You can eat your dog. Normally, they eat you though. Well, to heal, do damage. Watch out for the E. Right, could use your W to kind of like avoid it if you time it well. The root. And ultimate, you can use your W to dodge the ultimate as well. But the thing is, the ultimate lasts longer than your W. So one of the things is that you'd have to predict when he's about to use it. So one of the ways that makes it easy to predict that is like, let's say you're about to escape, get to the edge, and then you press W. Because now he's thinking, oh, you're about to escape, so let me just release it, and then you avoid it. His ultimate grants him a shield while channeling the ultimate, so that's a shield there. If Serpents is good that game, it's decent. Edge Knight also pretty decent versus him for the snowball, so it's not too bad. Um, but yeah, it's pretty good. Um, pretty good. Also, another note here with Nocturne, just a note here. Edge Knight does avoid his ultimate. Like you can, Edge Knight can block the ultimate, as in when he turns the vision off, turn the lights off. So you can actually see the whole map. Okay. Uh, yeah, and if it's lane Nunu, by the way, you can walk into the snowball to kind of like block it so that he doesn't actually hit the wave. You should actually plant the snowball so that he doesn't get the wave. But watch your HP though, and watch where the enemy jungler is gonna be. Olaf. Now Olaf, Q him, keep your distance. He has a shield. Serpents is decent versus him. Later in the game, especially they have more shields. If he has Ravenous Hydra, then yeah, your dogs will heal him, so do watch out for that. His Q shreds armor, so it makes you squishy. Be careful, right? Um, Pretty much just watch out for that. Just don't like most times you wanna kite him, or if you're strong enough, you just burst him with your teammates and you just kill. Oriana. So Oriana, right? She's gonna Q you in lane. Like normally like to Q W, so you can use your W to dodge that, and then you can just run her down at that point. That's pretty good. You can also use your ultimate on her at 6 basically, and then when she's gonna ult on top of herself, and then that's when you use your W to avoid the shockwave, and then you just kill her. It's pretty simple to do that. If it's not high elo and the Oriana is really really good, then it could be a little bit difficult because they might try to run around and stuff. But Otherwise, you'd be able to kill her for free. Or in this matchup is pretty decent actually because you can just poke him down. You can use your W to avoid the Q. You can use it to avoid like the W. You can use your E to dodge the W by just repositioning sideways or just going behind him. You can also use your W to dodge the ultimate, the first and the second one, and you can use the E to avoid the first and the second one. So you can combine them both to really get things done. One of the things is that if you're engaging on him, you can use your ult to follow him while he's charging his E, and then at that point you can just use your, W to just amp your damage up. Or if he's gonna fight you, then you could just ult him and then just use your W to sorry, you could just uh use your W to just reposition and avoid that, or just E behind him. And the next thing too, if he's gonna use his E on a wall or pillar, you can use your W to just avoid the knockup. And you're gonna need some armor pen versus him, first or second item. Pantheon. Pantheon is a tough one, right? No matter which lane, top, jungle, bot, mid, like it doesn't matter. He does a lot. You can use your W to avoid his stun. It is a quick ability though. If you're on low ping, you can reliably dodge it, right? With good reaction time. One of the things though is E. You actually can E behind him to reposition to so you can do damage to him. You can use your W to avoid the Q. Even like if you're if the W isn't the concern here, and you can use your W to dodge his Q. Especially like the stacked up one, the empowered Q. W can be used to avoid his ultimate and so forth. So that's pretty chill. Normally armor is nice versus him, right? But I mean he does have armor pen in his ult, so he still will do some decent damage. Poppy, this matchup is really bad, but your W can be used to avoid the Q, can be avoid the E, can avoid the R, right? But if you're in and R in him while R in her while she has her W up, then she's just going to block it. So try not to do that. Thank you. Her passive gives her a shield, so serpents is if that's another shield source. So if they have other shield source, then it's decent. Armor is decent, pretty good against her, like Black Cleaver, because you're gonna need some tankiness versus her. All right. That's if you're laning against her, obviously in top lane. Otherwise, you can probably still do what you want, and then just adapt your build based on what you need for that game. Pike. Now Pike, if Pike is early, you can just ult him and follow, right? You don't want to ult him first and then he E's and then you get stunned. If he E's on top of you, you can use your W to avoid it and just kill him. And your dogs can block his Q. And your W can dodge his ultimate. And W can be used to dodge his Q. So a lot of options there to really deal with the Pike. And your ultimate can reveal him in well, I mean, from far range if that matters. But I mean, if you're close enough to him, you will see him anyway. So yeah. Kiana. So your W can be used to dodge her Q, right? Which is really, really nice to do, basically. And if you use your W to dodge her Q, you can use it to dodge the water or well, anyone, right? You can dodge a root. You can dodge the damage, right, from the Q and the rock element, which is really nice. And your W can use the Dodger ultimate, which is the big thing here. Post 6. So if you can dodge that, is really good. Do watch out for the grass Q though, because she will be stealthed and it makes it pretty difficult to do damage, especially when your dogs can actually auto attack because he's stealthy. And you can use the Q to track her in the you can use the Q to track her in the stealth. In lane though, I do recommend though, like level 1, she's very weak. Yeah, if you can walk up to her and get some trade in, that's fine. If she jumps forward to you, like level 2 or so, then you can just use your W to avoid the Q and then just run her down and just get big trade. Best thing to do is just avoid the Qs and then look for a big trade. But I do say, right, watch out for that E because she can use it to really fly across the lane to get to you or to escape. So if you jump on top of her, then she can go through you, go behind you, and then E backwards, which is towards her turret, which would be to safety. So yeah, watch out for that. Next champion here is Quinn. So with Quinn, you can use your W to like dodge her E, which would be really, really nice. But it's a very quick ability, but if you're on low ping with quick reaction, you can actually avoid it. Your W can be used to dodge her Q, which is nice. Try not to alter when she has her E up because she can just E and cancel it. So yeah, that's a big thing that you want to watch out for. All right. So pretty much her W grants her vision. So if you're trying to cheese her, it's kind of hard, but she can just reveal and see where you are at. All right. Next champion here is Rakan. W can be used to avoid his knockup from his W, but otherwise you just want to focus on. I mean, that's the thing that you want to focus on really. W can be used to avoid his E as well, but you can use the ult to follow his W, but try not to do it early because then you'll just follow him too quick and then get knocked up. And remember, his E can be used twice, so you just want to pay attention to that. Okay. Um. But yeah, the charm is OP. You can use charm into W. So one of the things that's decent versus him later in the state game is Edge because you can actually avoid the ultimate charm, so that you can actually react to the W. Cool. The next champion here is Ramos. So now Ramos, right? What you want to do versus Ramos is so with Ramos, right? Ramos, your passive can actually interrupt his Q. So you can use that to stop him from rolling. Um, you can use your W to kind of avoid it as well, but I mean, not for long, I guess. Just to stall it out. I do recommend just throwing your Qs at him, and your Q will make your dogs jump towards him, which will actually make it so that he runs into the dogs. Right? So that is the really good thing there. He does stack a lot of armor, so you're gonna need some armor pen for him. When he has his W up though, his armor measures actually increases, especially his armor increases by a lot. So it is best to not try to auto attack him while he has that up. But while it's down, like you can really go for the auto attacks. He has his taunt as well, so be careful of that. When I click CC, basically, and the ultimate, W can be used to dodge his ultimate, which pretty good. Next champion here is Rek'Sai. So Rek'Sai is really good into Naafiri because of the W. So her W can just be used to knock you up. You can't really avoid it. The only way you can avoid it is because thing is Rek'Sai, right? She can activate her W by right clicking the enemy or by just pressing the W. Um, she can press W. So the only real way for you to really dodge it is if like you run up to her and then she presses W while you're on top and you presses W before W's and you dodge it that way. But normally it's just gonna be right click and you're gonna get hit and that would be bad. So yeah, but you can use the W to dodge a R, although I mean that is something, but most times it's mostly about the knock up into the Q combo, which is just really bad for you. I do recommend trying to build a little bruiserish, if you can, of course, right? If it's a good game for it, bruiserish is usually nice because her damage is a little bit unavoidable. You just want to be able to not get one shot when you get hit by that. The next champion here is Rel, and Rel has a Q, W, R that can be dodged by your W. I mean, the R is kind of a little bit instantish, but I mean, you could predict when she's using it potentially, but I mean, yeah, the Q and W though are more like what you'll be looking out for with your W. And do note that her R or your R can be cancelled by her W and her R. Her R, the when it's being casted, it actually pulls everything towards her, right? And then so that can interrupt you. But then the magnet storm around that cannot interrupt your R. So yeah, no have to worry about that part. But yeah, or Q break shields. So I mean, if you do have Eclipse at that point, then the Q can actually destroy the Eclipse shield, which is just something to note, right? And then passive steal resistances. So I mean, when she's auto attacking and hitting champions. So yeah, watch out. When she hit champions, she steals resistances. So watch out for that. She has that movement speed, the flip. Watch out for those things as well. All right. You should be able to use a W to kind of avoid those things. All right. Next champion here is Renekton. Now, Renekton usually he's kind of a decent, good internet as well. His Q can be used to heal off the dog, so you're actually healing him in some cases. The W can be is a point and click auto attack stun. You can't dodge it, but I mean you could, kind of like try to E when he's about to use it to like avoid, or use your W to try to make him mistime it, to try to auto attack a minion instead. He could potentially auto attack a dog, but nothing too serious there. Like nothing too serious that you can really do about that. And his E, I mean, you can use W to dodge that, which is nice if you get that done. And his R is just pretty OP. Like just burn the E and the Q and R, they all AoE, they'll be killing the dogs. So this R does give him a lot of HP, so HP shred generally pretty nice against him. You might need grievous wounds at some point, but not for you to really kill him by yourself. But like if you're playing with teammates, I mean, if he's not respecting you and like, eating up a bunch of Qs, then yeah, sure you could kill him. But I mean, having ignite is just usually like decent versus Renekton. Grievous wounds can be bought early if you feel like you need the anti heal. If not, then you can just play safe, poke, and wait for assistance with your teammates. Or if you're ganking him, if you're the jungler, then I mean, well, if you're the jungler, it doesn't matter, right? You're just killing him. Rengar. So Rengar, you can dodge like when he's leaping, you can actually dodge the auto attack that's coming out with your W. So that is a very good thing to know. The W can be used to dodge his E, right? Both E's, the normal one and the root. So those are the things to really watch out for. As for the gray health, right? Usually is either you one shot him before he gets the heal off, or you have or you kind of like slow out your damage so that he doesn't really have anything, like spread out your damage a bit so that he can't just heal up off everything. Because if you combo too fast and he presses W, he can heal out the entire thing. Usually a bit bruiserish is pretty nice versus Rengar, considering he's very bursty. And if you can not get one-shotted, usually it's just for the best. Next champion here is Riven. So Riven, right? Oh, and also with Rengar, your dogs can block his E. So if you position well, pretty nice. All right, next champion here is Riven. So with Riven, she basically has um she has the Q, so you can dodge the third Q with your W. You can dodge the W, which is a stun from her. Usually you want to predict that, and you can dodge the R. So yeah, against Riven, usually in lane, you just want to keep your distance and Q poke. If she burns every CD just like that, then you can actually just go in for a trade. Do note that her QCD isn't like AATROX though, right? The cooldown starts from the first cast. So if she stalls out her Q and then third Q very late, then her Q is coming up back really quick. So if she like triple Qs like on a minion quickly and W and then I don't know E, then I mean she's really open at that point. So, yeah. Serpents is the good against her later in the game. So do take note of that. I usually recommend trying to just, as I said, just keep your distance from her. She does a lot. All right, Rumble. Rumble, pretty good matchup. Actually, you just like Q poke him out. His crap shield, his W is pretty good shield actually, because there's a short CD, so it actually negates a lot of damage and make him quite tanky overall. But you're supposed to just poke him out. You get him low enough and then ult. Your dog can block his E. You can use your W to dodge it, right? Dodge somebody Q if you need to, or just dodge like the ult if you wanna like not get hit by it and then slowed into death. So yeah, Rumble is pretty fine. Just watch out for the overheat when he is passive. He fully stacks it up and it turns red. His auto attack, he gets attack speed and he starts doing on hit for auto attack, which does a lot. So just watch out for that. Just keep poking him till he's low enough and then you can ult him. In the later stages of the game, right, if you're strong enough, right, you should be able to just ult on top of him and just kill him pretty easily. Unless he's like that tanky with Zonius and stuff. Rise. So Rise next, right? Here you want to Rise is tricky, but the big secret to this matchup is how well you use your W. When Rise is using his E, right? His EQ. If he E's you, right, it spreads to all of the dogs, right? And then he Qs you. And then when he Qs you, right, it will kill all the dogs. Try to stay away from minions. Because he can E the minion and it spreads to you, then he Qs the minion and then the Q spreads to you as well. Pretty good for him to do that. It's pretty nice if you're standing in the minion way for him. Like he'll do a lot of damage. So do note and be careful of that. I do say so the thing is, right? So the secret is behind the E, right? So the E, if he E, then he can land a root on the W point and click. So the best thing, right, in lane, what you can do is if you're run up to him, right? Then when you see him casting his E and he casts the E and it's in the air traveling towards you, you can W. And if you W that, it's so good because he's going to E, like normally they like to EW, but because you dodge the E, you can't get rooted anymore. And it's worse if he tries to like Q you, because it's just really, really nice. You dodge both spells, and then you just go for a big trade at that point. So yeah, just do that. Also, your ultimate can follow his ult. Depending on how far away he ults, your ult will follow him all the way. If he does a max range ult, then you won't follow him, but you most likely won't follow him. But one of the ways that you can actually make like increase your chance of following him is actually get closer to where he's going to teleport to, like the direction, and just like ult him right before he finishes the teleport. So that way you're closer to where he's going, so you're still within the max ult range when you're channeling, and then you can fly in that direction. Next champion here. Also, he builds Seraphs, so Serpents, good against him. Edge Knight also pretty good against him too. Alright. Next champion here is Samira. So Samira, she has her Q, which is like a skill shot that goes out. Dog can block it, you can W it. She can, if she's close enough to you though, she will Q and go a melee Q, which is a swipe, which is actually kind of really bad because it actually can take the dogs out. It can do damage to the dogs. And her E is a dash that you can use. It resets upon champion kill. does damage as well. She can like EQ and can combine the Q with the E. So she dashes and then Q on the ground, basically in a line. So that is another thing to look out for. And the W is probably the biggest thing that you really need to look out for because it actually blocks skill shots, right? Delete them. So it can delete your Q. So normally, if you're alternate, I would recommend just holding your Q until she uses that. But if she uses it early, then you don't gotta worry. Just go in and get the kill. You should also watch out for ultimate. You can use your W to avoid that, which is pretty nice. Not, you know, it's just there. And also using your W just kind of like can slow the amount of, stacks she can generate on her passive, so she doesn't get that ult off. Next champion here is Sejuani. The Sejuani passive prevents her from being slowed for like 3 seconds. It lingers for 3 seconds, right? So that's really nice from her. But I mean, yeah, she gets increased armor and magic resist, which is a little bit tankier. So make sure you not try to ult on top of her and burst her while that's up. Usually just be a bit slower. I mean, she's a tank, so normally you're gonna Q and just wear her down first anyways. UW can be used to dodge her Q, it can be used to dodge her W. It can also dodge the E, but the problem is that it's not gonna consume the mark on you. Like, sorry, not say the no, sorry. It will consume the mark, but the problem is that it won't put it on CD, so she can just stack it up again. So if you know she can just stack it up right away, it not really good to really do that. But something you should know if it's an angle to actually avoid that and avoid the follow-up ulti that she might do. So you can W the ulti as well. Remember that. And yeah, just poke her out. You can use your E to avoid her W or a Q or even an R at that point. You just basically dodge her spells and just focus on Q and spamming and hitting her. Alright, next champion here is Senna. So Senna, she can Q your dogs and extend to you, so just watch out for that. The biggest thing here is that the biggest thing is that she has her W, which you can use your W to avoid. If it lands on a dog, you can use your W to just avoid it at any point. And you can also use your W to dodge it mid-air, which is good. If she W's a dog and it's next to you, if you auto a minion or Q her or champion, whatever, you can, or jungle camp, you could send the dog to that target and then you won't get rooted. Do note that if she's strong enough, right, her W could one shot a dog, and that will means you get insta rooted, which is, it turns from something kind of positive into really bad, because you get insta root, which is not what you would want. You can use your W to dodge your R, but which is good. You can use she can use her E, and if she's in it, you can't alter. So be careful of that, because camouflage is kind of OP, or stealth, whatever, in that case, because if you can't get to clicker, then you can't get to alter. Like, let's say you're roaming bot on mid and then you're trying to alter, and then she just goes into that and her teammate is in it. So just watch out for that. Remember, a teammate can hide in it and you won't even know who's in it at all, and they could just jump you. So just bear in mind of that. Her ult does give a shield, which is something that you could build serpents for as an additional thing in the game. The Seraphine. So Seraphine is next up, and she. So the biggest thing here with Seraphine is that her E, it it slows you, right? But the E, right? Like if she double E, right? The first one will slow you, the second one will root you. But here's the thing, right? If you're already slowed, it will root you, right? So that's kind of like how it works. So even if you're slowed by an ally, it will just root you. But here's the thing that many people don't know is that surfing E, if you're already rooted in that case, right, then it actually stuns you. That's complete stun. You can't cast any abilities. The Seraphine is really annoying with how things play out. So if she build rallies and double E, then you get rooted into a stun. And then she can also follow up with the ulti, which is going to be a charm, which, you know, is like a stun at that point. So yeah, watch out for that. Her W is pretty I mean you can build serpents for that too. If your team needs it, if you feel like you need it. You can use your W to dodge your R, and remember a R extend off champions that he hits with it. So be careful of that. And if you are in, you can use your W to dodge her Q as well. It does a lot of damage if she's burst. So E out of it. You can use the E to dodge any of those abilities as well. Next champion here is Set. So Set, pretty straightforward. You can use your W to dodge his W. You can use your E to dodge. Sorry, you can use your W to dodge his E. You can use your E to dodge both, right? W and E. So yeah, that's the big thing to really watch out for. You should be able to actually W his ultimate too, but the problem, it's kind of instant. So I don't think I've ever really done it, but that's not something you're gonna be looking to do ever. Anyway, so ignore that, right? Ignore that. So use your W for his E. So the biggest thing is to actually dodge his E because you need, like, when you run it up to a minion, right? He likes to walk between put himself between you. Sorry, put himself between you and a minion, so that way when you press his E, it stuns you. Because if he has a target on both sides of the E, it will stun you instead of just pull and slow. So Seth like to just do that. So it's very predictable when he's going to use his E, and if you use your W, you can avoid that, and then you can use your E to actually dodge his W and just kite him out. He might flash, by the way, so he can W flash at that point, predict his flash if it's a thing where it's becoming a life or death situation. Serpent is really good against him for his W, and he a lot of times they build Starax, so it's really good for that as well. Serpents should be bought versus Set, especially as the game progresses. Alright. Next champion here is Shaco. Shaco, a little clown, but you can use your W to dodge his E. You can use your dogs to actually proc stack his passive, like it was, sorry, not passive, his boxes. So if you're laning against pink ward like I have, you can Q him and then let the dogs jump towards him, and then they can actually trigger the boxes, which is really good for, yeah. You can walk up beside them too if you position sideways correctly, and you should be able to have the dogs like proc the box as well. But do care because his boxes can stop your ultimate. So be careful if you're trying to ult one and a box is nearby. Your Q bleed can track him in his Q stealth. If he Qs towards you and auto attacks you from behind, it does a lot of damage, and he will slow you permanently when attacking from behind on as long as his E is up. So when they throw the E at you, that's when they actually lose the perma slow, when they're attacking you from behind. So watch out for that. All right, next champion here is Shen. Now with Shen, Shen has a lot of shields, so Serpents is nice versus him. You just poke in lane. You just poke away, and then when he's about to E, you can use your W to dodge it and then just not stay in the range of the W, because you can auto attack him and it can block your dog's auto attacks as well. Right? You can also E out of the way, or E away from the taunt, which is really good. If you can manage to dodge, if you manage to dodge the Q, right? Because if you stand between the Q and him, then it's gonna empower and do a lot of damage. So don't get hit by the Q, right? When he's pulling it towards him. Do note that the passive shield that he has is not an indicator of like it's different. Like the shield is not from his Q. The shield is from casting like an ability and so forth. So the shield, the shield is from his passive, and it has a separate cooldown from the Q. So if you see him use Q and then the shield comes down and he tries to Q again, the shield will be down. So that's actually a small thing to note, and yeah, you can do it. Your R can follow his R if the enemy, if he's ulting somebody that's like next to him, in the same fight. So yeah, you can look out for that. But most times it's kind of like cross map that you're looking for. But sometimes, the Shen kind of ult somebody nearby just to shield them. Especially if they're playing like support Shen and they're just in the middle of the fight. Unlike top lane Shen. Alright. Next champion here is Shyvana. Shyvana got reworked. Your W can be used to dodge your R, which is basically the most important thing. Serpents is decent versus her because she has that big shield. And you can also dodge her E. So that is something that will deny her some DPS. Singe. Singe, you want to just Q him, like literally just Q him. Like he's gonna run around when he's trying to run towards the minions. That's and try to gas the minions. That's when you just Q him. It's pretty free at that point. If you are remember his W is provide grounded, so do not be careful that you can cancel your R that way, cancel your recall that way, prevent you from Ian. When he presses his R, he gets a lot of stats. I would recommend not fighting him while his. I'd recommend not fighting him while he has that up, because yeah, if you can avoid it, you can do small trades, but no hard commit really. But when it's down, he's very very vulnerable. So let's say, you have everything up and his ult is down. Yeah, just kind of Q him, and then if you get him to EU, it's good. You can use your W to avoid him from Eing you. Like let's say he tries to WE, you can use your W to avoid that, and then move away from that. Move away from the pool, the sticky thing. So that way you don't get rooted, and then you can actually just follow up with an ult after he flips you. Pretty good. Try to prevent him from proxying, right? Don't let sync proxy. So always like level 1, make sure he's not invading and trying to get a proxy. Like stand and defend your jungle entrances. Next champion here, Sion. Sion is really good into Naafiri, really bad for you. His passive just makes his W passive makes him gain HP by killing anything. So when he kills your dog, he gets HP. Serpents for his W shield later on is decent, pretty good. Your W can be used to dodge his Q, can be used to dodge his E, can be used to dodge his R as well if you're worried about that. If he's ulting away, try not to ult him like that unless the ult is literally just the last hit him, because his ultimate will keep running away from you. You can't interrupt it from that angle. Alright. Tank shredding items is recommended if you are laning versus him. Or if he's gonna be a threat and you need your team needs a black cleaver, okay, you can go ahead. Next champion here is Sivir, and she has a spell shield, so do note that she can block your R or one of your Qs, or one of your E's actually. So that's just really to note. The W can spread to your dogs to do additional damage to you, because it's spread from your dog to you to your dog to you. So watch out for the W. Get strong enough and to the point where you can just one shot. If you're jungle, you can smite the shield off before your R connects, which makes it pretty easy to kill her. And her ultimate grants her movement speed, so at her team, so that's a little annoying, but not the end of the world. The next champion here is Conqueror. You can avoid this Conqueror E. You can avoid this Conqueror R with your W. And I will also avoid this Q with your W. But that's really it. You kind of just like use W to dodge the E or sidestep it, or just use, either way, however you want to do it, however is best. You can use whichever you want WE to set up, because normally you can use your E to like dodge the E and then save your W for the R to like bait it out. Because at that point he's like, okay, let me just throw the R out. You know, watch out. He does a lot of damage with his Q. So just take note of that. Very tanky champ. Tank shouldn't usually recommended versus him if if it's good. Next champ, Smaller. Smaller can get stacks off his Q. So if he kills your dogs with his Q, you actually gain stacks. So pretty decent against you. If Smaller has his R up, it does a lot of damage. So having your W to dodge that is nice. Usually the best time to trade on him is when he uses W and it's down, and then you can just ult on top of him. If he has ult up, you still want to dodge that W, so you avoid the slow, and then you save your W for the ult. If the ulti is down, right, and and you're strong, you could just the W first and just go in, right? As long as you can just E to a wall or something. Just watch out for his E. And your slow from your R actually affects him in his flight, right? If he uses it mid-flight, which is perfect. Because the thing is, you don't want him to, like, the best way he can use it versus you is to use it a little bit early. Sorry, not early, but a little bit late, so that he gets slowed first, then he ease away. So he's chilling. Sona, the biggest thing with Sona is her shields. So she shields more than she heals, by the way. So Serpents is a must versus her. Your W can be used to dodge her R. It can also be used to dodge her passive when she's about to auto attack, which is really good, because you can dodge the Q damage. You can dodge the W, which is basically an exhaust because it reduces the damage, or the E slow, which is pretty big if she's trying to chase you down or trying to run away, and use that to avoid it and run her down. Next champion is Sarka. She heals a lot. Grievous wounds, pretty good if you are the one that needs to build it, but Grievous wounds are just good in versus her. Her silence is OP versus you. Can actually stop you from casting your W when you try to alter. Her silence can stop you mid when you're challenging your R. So do just watch out for that. You can use your W to dodge her Q, which would prevent her from gaining extra healing and movement speed. So she's easier to hunt down. Swain. So Swain is pretty good. Ulti can heal off your dogs and so forth. But if you're strong enough, to be honest, like post 6, right? And you can just ult him. Like if you feel like you're that strong. But normally, right, if he's just even, then I'd recommend you just Q poke. You can E forward into the poke, and then use your W to dodge the E. And then if he ults early, you can always just run out of it with your E and W, and then just wait it out, and then like just engage. Like if he has no ult up, then he's pretty much free as long as you have your ult and you're ready to go with damage. So yeah, Swain is, but he's definitely very very hard if he's stronger than you, and he has like rallies and just tanking everything. All right, Grievous wounds against him is pretty good too. Silas. Now, when you're laying against Silas, the best thing to do is to just Q him, keep your distance. If he tries to EU, right, you can use if he positions yourself well, you can let the E hit the dog, And at that point, if he has no E up, he's pretty much free. You can just press W and it'll just turn right on him, as long as you have the health and CDs and mana and all of that. Right? And he's not overly fed. He's not stronger than you at that point. Yeah. So that's the best way. Because if he's a dog, then he just jumps closer to you with no additional damage. If you W the E, then he can just run away. That sucks. You can also W his W, which is pretty nice. If you're able to do that, as you know, like if he runs into you, then you walk up to him, then you predict when he's about to W, and then you press it, and you dodge a W. Yeah, that fight is so done. All right. The Q can E out of it. You can also use a Q to dodge his. You can use your W to dodge his Q, which is pretty cool. All right. And then next thing here is ult. You can actually dodge the when he's trying to steal the ult. You can dodge that chain, and you deny him from stealing your ult, which would put his ult on CD, which is really good. But if he does get your ulti, you can use your W to dodge his ulti at that point. But it would be better to just dodge the whole thing entirely. You know, usually. All right, next champion here is Syndra. So Syndra, normally in lane, she tries to bully and poke, poke, poke. But you just want to survive all of that basically until you're level 6 with a little bit of damage like item. And then if she, let's say she's a little bit far up in the lane and she uses her E, you just bait it out. You use your W to avoid the stun, and then you just ult directly on top of her and just go for the kill. You get a flash. You probably get a flash or a kill. All right, and you just do that over and over. The next thing here is Tahm Kench. So Tahm Kench now, right? He has the tongue, the Q. You can use your dogs to block that. Where you can send a Q at him and it blocks. The W, you can follow it with your R pretty easily. This E is a nice shield. Serpents is good against him for that reason. Right? And do note that his R, you can use it to save an ally. Just watch out for that. Or you can eat you. Right? You can also like QR you. Like if he's on 3 stacks and then Qs you, you can QR and pull you towards him. And pull you into his stomach. So just watch out for that. Next champion here is Talia. So Talia, her base armor is like the lowest in the game. So, if you do get on her early, you actually do a lot of damage. When she uses her E, right? Sorry, she uses her E, then like her W, you can actually use your W to avoid it. The shove, and then just run up to her. Careful of the stones. Don't try to E through them. Don't try to ult through them, because you will be stunned. And your dogs can block her Qs. You do know that the singular Q when she's using it from the big circle from ears that she's used the normal Q from, it will do bigger AoE. So even if you're hiding behind a minion or hiding behind a dog, you'll still take damage and be slowed. All right, and the ultimate, you can use the ult to follow her ult. Depending on how far she's going, you will be able to follow her. But one of the things is that Talia can, even if she hits you, one of the things they did is that her ultimate can be cast even if she's fighting people, as long as she hasn't taken any damage. So if you try to ult her, she can always just ult away. But if the Talia player is good. If he's not, then if she's not, Talia player is not good, then you can just ult her. As long as the E is down. Let's say she EW a wave. She's wave clearing. Just go up to her and just ult. One of the best things though is to avoid the W and just run towards her and then just try to kill her off that. Next champion here is Talon. So Talon, if he Ws, you can use your W to dodge a second W and bait a Q at the same time. So if you manage to like in lane, let's say in lane against him and he W and then he tries to E, you just use your W at that point, you could dodge 2 spells and the trade is just 1. But he does a lot of damage. Does a lot. So do be careful when fighting this champion, especially early. Seeing that one of his abilities is jumping walls, right? all his damage is in his Q, W, and passive. So he does way more damage than you. So you you need favorable trades, big favorable trades to actually do win, right? Cool. And you can use your R to follow him over the wall with your E. If E can use his E to, jump right before you connect so that he can just avoid your R basically. Well, not say avoid it, but like leave you on the wrong side of the wall. You're not gonna follow it. And his R, you can use your R to follow him in his R and reveal him throughout that time frame. So it can be helpful towards your team. Then building armor or bruiser against him is usually nice because if you can survive the burst, it's pretty nice. Because a lot of times he's just gonna be able to just hunt you down and one shot you. The next champion here is Taric. So Taric has a shield, so serpents is decent. You know, against him. You can avoid the stun easily. And the ultimate is the stun. You can just chill and just time that out. It is completely fine. It's not a big deal, right? But yeah, just Q poke. You can use his passive on your dogs to help him stack up his reduce his cooldowns. Use his passive, right, to get back his well, basically to get back his abilities. So do watch out for that. Normally you would want to E or W and pull your dogs back, against him. Teemo. Now Teemo is pretty easy. If you're laning against Teemo, I mean, once you're strong enough, you can just ult him. Otherwise, you just be poking him down, and then you just ult him. If he tries to kill you, and you can see it coming, you can just W that, and then just ult on top of him. Your dogs can also, you step on the shrooms, so you can send your dog to him or to a minion, then pat behind the shroom, and your dogs will just walk back to you and then pop the shroom. Do note that when clearing shrooms or well, when walking around, your dogs can cause use it take shroom damage, seeing that it's AOE, and that is bad. So that sucks. So that is a negative there. So just watch out for that. All right. Next champion, Trash. W can be used to dodge his Q, and his Flay can use to go through the wall. Can be used to your ult can follow his lantern, like if he's lanterning somebody, so that's nice. You can use the E to dodge the Q as well. And you can like kind of like space out the E. So you just poke him down basically and just do your thing. Yeah, not really much to say about that. Tristana. Now, Tristana is a little annoying because she can W away. You can follow her, but she can ult you, right? So if you're just walking up towards her, you can use your W to dodge her E. You can also use it to dodge your R, but I mean normally it's kind of like the way they use it. A lot of times you might not get that done, but if if you're that good, or lucky, you can use your W to dodge your R, and that would mess her up real bad. If she jumps and then you can dodge her E, right? Because when she fully stacks her E up on a target, she can jump again. It resets her W. So if you can actually avoid getting hit by the bomb, it's pretty good, actually. Pretty nice. You can also use your W to avoid the bomb damage even after it hits you. Let's say in lane, you can actually do that. But yeah. You can use your W to dodge her W slow too if it's if that's a good thing for you to do. And next is Trundle, the Troll King. He has a passive that heals him a lot. He can heal off the dogs when he kills them. But his Q also reduces your AD, so do watch out for that. And his ultimate steals your armor and magic resist, makes you very squishy. Just watch out for that. Focus on KAITLYN. Use your E to jump over the pillar when needed. And also do watch out for if he goes Ravenous Hydra, if he's like top lane, you're gonna be healing him, so yeah, you're gonna need some help. Really bad matchup. Tryndamere, another champion. He can reduce your armor. Sorry, with your AD with this W by a lot. But trading when he has his W up is not necessarily when you're affected by his W is not necessarily good. But yeah, armor is nice versus him. Like steel caps, you can use your Q to burst, try to burst him down, but he's gonna sustain most of it. Your W can be used to avoid his E. If for some reason he ult EQs first, then ult, then you could use the Q bleed to actually finish him off with it, with especially with ignite. So that's another thing to really know. But just try to not fight him when he has a lot of rage because he will crit easily. Next champion here is TF. Now TF has the cards, right? You know, you can use your W to dodge a stun card, the red card, blue card, if you know, and deny mana, to be honest. So which is nice. And yeah, I mean this champion you can just like mostly just ult on, like he uses W on waves and you just ult on top of him. He can use his ult to cross map. I mean, if he was to ult away like close to where you know he currently is, then your R could follow him. But like most times, that's never gonna really be the case. All right, Edge Knight also can block his ultimate, so he can't see you. You know, reveal you on a map, which is nice if you're looking for flanks. Twitch. Now, Twitch, you can use your ult to follow him. You can just W and go into Twitch. If you can see him and there's nobody there, you can just ult him, kill him. Not really much to really think about here with Twitch. Just kind of just kill him. Yeah. Next champion here is Udyr. So Udyr is passive, the Awaken, and makes his Empor his next ability cast if he double casts it. Pretty strong. Kind of want to like bait that out and not really do much when he has it up because he can increase his. He can use the turtle wand or whatever the W and get a big shield. The Q can be used to do a lot of damage, auto attacks. The E can use it to immune CC. And then the R you can use it to you know get the big ANIVIA ult basically. Does a lot of damage. I would say for the you can use your W to kind of avoid like you can avoid it if he tries to stun you with his E. You can actually use your W to avoid it, but he still can stun you again if he's still close enough to you. And your W can just be used to avoid the ult damage really. So that's pretty good. Serpents is nice versus him if you can, you know, if he's like, especially if he's doing like AP builds, because the W shield is gonna be pretty big. And grievous wounds, you know, some in some way is nice, like with ignite. If it's jungle though, I mean, you're not really going to focus on that. Just you know, do other things. Maybe other teammates could be grievous wounds at that point. Urgot. So with Urgot, these are Juggernaut. So you just poke him down, get him low enough, and then yeah, use your E to avoid his E. You can also use your W to avoid it. And if you avoid it at that point, then you could just go for a trade as long as he's not too strong. If he's stronger than you, then yeah, you're not gonna want to do that. Just keep on just poking. Because the E does give him a shield, so you know it's not always the best time to trade into a shield. Your W can be used to dodge his R. Your W can also use to dodge the chain off the R, which is very rare, but it is possible. All right. So yeah, just keep your distance, poke him out. Don't don't get baited by the E. And he can E flash as well, so do worry about that. Next champ here is Varus. So Varus, the can ult. You can use your W to avoid ult. If you're already rooted, you can use your W to avoid like the Q. You know, if you're far enough from him, and that's nice. So the biggest thing here is to watch out for that. Your W can be used to dodge his E as well. So yeah, not really much to say. Just avoid these spells and his blight from his W. can stack it up and then consume it up spell. So try to avoid just taking free damage when you're laying against it. Next champion here is Vayne. So with Vayne, if you get an Edge Knight versus her, she cannot condemn you, right? She only has one spell to proc it, so Edge Knight is really, really good versus her. Pretty much. And your ultimate can be used to reveal her in the Q stealth. Your Q bleed can also help track her in the stealth. So that's the biggest thing to really note there. Next champion here is Veigar. Edge Knight later is nice, can be used to, block the E, can be used to block the Q, or yeah, so those are any spell really is big because if he's really strong and fed, then blocking a Q is fine because you're gonna take a lot of damage. In lane though, one of the things I recommend is that if you're playing against him, right, you can actually just if you run up to him, right, and let's say he puts the cage on top of himself, like he's in the cage and then he's running outside of it. If you have your W up, you can just go to the edge of the cage and then W through it and just follow. A lot of times they will not use perfect cages, so you will be able to abuse them in this manner. And then even when you're 6, you can just ult onto them and then they use the cage and then you just W to go inside the cage. Well, like over it, but inside the circle, right? But you're not stunned. And then you just get some extra damage off. Or if he W's and he's in the middle of it, well, just use your W to go outside of it and kill him. Also, do note the stun cage will stop your dog, so you can lose DPS off that. Next champ here is Vel'Koz. His E is pretty quick, right? They usually save it for when you're ulting. So if you ult him and he has that up, then spamming W is best. But if he uses it early enough, he can actually avoid your E. So yeah, watch out for that. It's very, very dangerous. The next champion here is Vex. So with Vex, she's pretty good into interfere as a counter because she can, stack her passive off and get the fear up quickly. What I do recommend is that if you're going to trade with her when her passive is down, so she has no fear. Edge Knight is really good against her. Serpents is decent, especially if they have like other like shield users on the team. It could be an additional thing here that you'd be working with to, help get her. Nice. You can use your W to dodge, the Q, the E, and use it to dodge the W if you, you run melee range to her. And you can use it to dodge the R as well, which is good. The R can be used to follow her R if she's ulting somebody far away from you, which is not really realistic because she should be diving into your team. And you should be kind of like there with them. All right. Next champion is, so yeah. Next champion here is Vi. So Vi, you can use your W to dodge her Q. You can use it to dodge her R. Now, she can combo her Q into R though, so watch out. But so sometimes it's just better to dodge her Q. But if you can avoid the Q with the E or just sidestep, then using your W for the R is just like really, really good at that point. So she's decent into Naafiri because the QCD is pretty short as the game progresses. She's a bruiser. She kind of just messes you up. But you do have some, like, if you can keep your distance, then it's not bad. Not too bad because you can actually just do your thing. Viego. So one thing with Viego is that you don't want to ult him when he has his W up because he can stun you quite easily and then just burst you. So try to ult him when he is W down. The camouflage can be used to avoid him, avoid your ultimate. Like let's say he's running away and you just camouflage and then you're like, oh, I can't ult him anymore, even though I can see him. You're close to him. It's camouflage. You can't ult him, so just watch out for that. Not very cool. But using the ultimate to follow, you can use the ultimate to follow his ulti, which is always really nice. So yeah, that's normally if they go shield bow, serpents is really good against him later in the game. Next champion here is Victor. You can use your W to avoid like his E, but the E is kind of instant, so it doesn't really happen. You can also use it to dodge the Q. which a lot of times you're not gonna do. The most biggest thing you need to dodge is the W. So you can just ult onto him, trade, and then use your W to like walk over the W. Because a lot of times they might not use it perfectly. You just walk over it, and you just get big damage and go for the kill. Yeah, pretty much. Vladimir. So with Vladimir, currently I do like to take DFT Ignite against him to just burn him out, which is pretty nice. And that just works. Like you just Q and you Q and you Q and you Q. Your W can actually use to dodge his empowered Q if you time it right. And you can also dodge his E, which is good. You can dodge his R if he, is about to cast it, then you just get lucky basically. But in league, sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's just predicting when they're gonna use it. So, yeah, AW can be used to avoid some of the pool damage and the slow, but the best thing to really to use it for is the Q and the E. All right. Also, if he's low, like you just trade with him, get him low enough, force the pool, and then when you force the pool, you can just ult him once you're like, level 6 or so. Pretty good. Next champion here is Volibear. So Volibear, you can use your Q to avoid his Q stun, which is pretty nice. If he bites you with the W, and he bites you again, he heals, so just avoid that. You can use a W to dodge the E. You can use a W to dodge the R. And remember, you can always use your E to just avoid these abilities. Just poke him down basically and try to work from there. He's a juggernaut, so he's really tanky. Serpents is good against him, later in the game. And that is E gives him a nice decent shield. Warwick. So with Warwick now, Warwick, you can just use your Q to poke him down, right? Use your Q on him, and the bleed will also just help to prevent it. Like, let's say he's chasing you down, you're low health because of his W. Just Q him and put him in combat for 5 seconds. Yeah, and then land the second Q, obviously, if you can, because we want healing, but you can just Q him and prevent him from just having that big movement speed. W can be used to dodge the fear from his E, can also be used to dodge the ultimate. So remember, the E gives him damage reduction, so E away from it is usually the play. But sometimes you can just W it if he can predict when he's about to use it. He can hold it or he can recast it early. So, it's up to you to figure out like when is the best time to use it for that, based on how that Warwick player is attempting to use that. Grievous wounds against him is good, but if you're laning against him like a Warwick top lane, buying early Grievous wounds is not really it, because he heals off minions all the time. The best time, you just use Ignite. When you're going for the kill every 3 minutes basically, you can use Ignite for your Grievous wounds. The next champion here is Wukong. Wukong is really good into Naafiri. He has the ult, 2 knockups with the ultimate, and the clone, it spreads that knockup all over, so he can easily cancel your ult. So try not to ult him when he has his ult up. Your ult can follow him in his W though to reveal which one is a true one, which is nice. So yeah, usually being a little bit tanky versus him is good, because he's hard to one shot. His passive gives him additional armor when he's fighting. So yeah, he just gets really tanky. Zaya. Zaya, the biggest thing here is her ultimate. Try not to ult her when she has her ult, unless you're trying to force it out though. Because sometimes you do want to just force the ult out, and then you can E on behind her and go. Like especially if she's low enough. And because her ult CD is going to be higher than yours, um, you can force it out and make another play afterwards. It's pretty nice. Using your ultimate, using your W, you can use your W to like dodge her E pull if you're quick enough with it, and you can also just use the dodge the ultimate damage. But really and truly, just the E. That's the real big thing that you need to dodge. Alright. Watch out for his W2. When she auto attacks you, she get movement speed, so she can run around. Best time to trade too is also when that down, if if the movement speed is the issue. Next champion here is Zerat. So with Zerat, use your E to just avoid, like, use Q, W, stuff like that. Pretty nice. Just avoid his damage. The stun, you can do the trick where you Q him, and then the dog to go in front, and then R. You can use that versus him. Edge Knight, really good versus him. You can just ult him at that point and just get on top and just kill. Flanking and finding him in the backline is usually the play versus this champion. And do watch out for his passive. He can get back mana, so don't think he's just completely boom. As long as that's up, he gains mana when he hits a minion, and he gets increased mana when he hits a champion, actually, with his auto attack. Next champion here is Xin Zhao. You can use your W to dodge his W. You can use your W to avoid his R in a way. So, like, let's say he wants the R to knock you back because he's fighting somebody else. He could time it and get a good W to avoid that. But he's point and click, so dodging just the W is the biggest thing. You can use it to dodge his E though. Try to prevent him from following up with Qs. Yeah. He heals a lot, by the way, so just watch out for that. Next champion here is Yasuo. Real second worst matchup for Naafiri. He can eat you your dog, he can Q your dogs, he can win wall your Q. So do watch out for all of that. I would say the best thing that you need to do is just stay back and not let him jump on you for free. W can be used to dodge his third Q. When he can EQ, right? You can use it to dodge that NATO as well, or the knockup from that. So that's pretty good. When you're trading with him, just try to bait out the win wall, and then if he tries to trade without the win wall and is passive, yeah, it's good. Those are the times where you can actually do some decent damage versus him. So that's pretty good. The next champion here is Yone, and just like Yasuo, Serpents is good versus both. The best time to trade with Yone, like if Yone uses his E, right, and then it's down, you kite it out, run away, and then he tries to Q you. If he Qs you, you just W over it and then just do some big damage. That is fine. That's actually something that you can really do versus him. So yeah, W can be used to dodge his R. So that's pretty nice. Do care that if he decides to argue without using his E, then he's just next to you in the later stages of the game. Steel Caps is really good versus these two, so just watch out for that. Yeah, and they heal a lot, so watch out for that as well. Okay, next champion here is Yorick. Yorick, you just want to avoid his E mostly and just Q him. Keep your distance. He does a lot of damage. He's a juggernaut. Um, killing Maiden with a teammate, like, or if you're the jungler and you can go kill the Maiden, like kill the Maiden. It does a lot of damage. I repeat, kill the Maiden. Puts it on CD, and it will help you. It'll help all you guys a lot. If you kill a Maiden, but if not, if you don't need to, you can just ultimate kill him, right? Which is fine. So just using W to dodge his E is fine, or E another way. You can use the E to dodge or jump over the wall is W, right? Or you can just auto attack it and break it. But normally the best thing is to E over it. Or you can use your R to go over it, right? If you're trying to follow it up into a chase. Next champion here is Yunara. So Yunara is pretty good against Naafiri, especially she just does a lot of damage to you because of her Q just bouncing through the dogs and such. So one of the things is that Yunara, is she as her ult up and you ult her, she can ult into an E, which really sucks. It's a big dash, so she can get away and do a lot of damage, turn damage. I recommend that best time to trade with her is when her E is down, or if her R is down, like the dash, that is. Alright? W can be used to dodge her both forms of her W, which is pretty good. Next champion is Yumi. When she's attached, nothing you can really do, right? But if she dismounts, do know that if you alter and she goes back into a teammate, she can avoid your damage. Yeah, Serpent is good versus her because she shields a lot. Anti-heal is nice too, versus her. And we'll just watch out for her Q and the ultimate. The ultimate heals a lot. Next champion here is Zion. Zion, you're gonna watch out for his W because he can pull you with it and just do a lot, basically. Yeah, you just kite him basically and just Q. And you watch out for his E as well. The outer part of his E does bonus damage, magic damage, is off health, so it does a lot. The ultimate, you want to use your W to really dodge his ultimate. Once he's post 6, and you can use that. I mean, you can still use it to dodge a W and then E out of this, but if he does ulti, you can use your W to dodge it, which is really good because his W gives him damage reduction mid-air, so fighting him while he's doing that is not really the play, unless he's 1 HP and you think you can kill him before the ultimate hits people. Because his ultimate actually heals per champion hit. So dodging it with your W is always really nice. So to avoid the big healing that he's going to get. Next champion here is Zac. He can use the E to jump on you. You can use your W to avoid it. You can use your W to dodge the Q. You can use your W to kind of like avoid the, the ult in that case. But yeah, the biggest thing is to just dodge the E really, with it. Or you can just E out the way. It really does. Or W to Q. It really depends. Because yeah, there's just like it just depends on what he's doing and what you get hit by. Because if you dodge the E and then he's trying to accuse you, you just dodge at it and you just go. But if he has his ult up, I mean, you're gonna have to chill. But normally, you're not really gonna dodge like the biggest thing to dodge is like the E. Stepping on bloblets if you're laying against him, really, or so. If you step on his bloblets, it's really good. You can deny him from getting healed from that. Next champion here is Zed. So Zed is annoying because he kind of outranges you when he uses WQ or when you use WE, which is like basically a point and click, right? You point and click at the enemy and you just hit. So watch out for that. Usually armor is pretty nice versus Zed. He's very mobile with the shadow swapping, so if he uses W, do not keep track of which shadow he can dash to. He uses don't W before he ults. Always use your W to dodge his ult because if you don't, then he can just ult you, and you're pretty much dead. Alright, so that sucks. Yeah, death stance and steel caps usually pretty good against him. You can use your ultimate in team fights though to like follow, like let's say you engage on somebody, then you can use your ult to like follow him shadow swapping, which is really good because that actually puts a lot of pressure on him. And yeah, if his W is down, right, and he has no ult, then he's very, very vulnerable. You can just engage and just kill him. Next champion here is Zeri. You can use your W to dodge her W, but you can also avoid her ultimate if you're lucky enough with that. But one of the things is that when she's Eing, she can eat through a wall. You want to wait till she E's first before you alter. Because if you alter before she E's, then and she waits until you're there, then you'll just come out on the side of the wall that you don't want to be. But she'll just leave you on the side that you met her, and then just flies over. All right. So yeah, the next champion here is Ziggs. Your W can be used to dodge the satchel, but if you ult on him, well, it depends. Because if you're in an elo where they're not too quick, then you can ult on him and then use your W to dodge the satchel, which is really really good. Otherwise, if he throws it at you, then you W it. You know, that's just the biggest thing to really avoid. You can well, the next thing would be the ult. You can dodge it. You can dodge an ult with it. You can also use it to dodge a Q. You can dodge it to E as well. Like you say, you don't want to be slow. You can, and use W is not a priority right now. You can avoid that. Edge Knight really good because if you have Edge Knight, then most likely you can just easily avoid getting knocked back from that. Zilean. So Zilean now is you can drop the targeted slow on you. You can use your W to dodge the bomb that is being placed on you. So that is pretty good. You still get hit by the if he bombs you, you can't W it, right? But if it's on your dog, then you could avoid it that way. But one of the things that Zilean player might like bomb your dog, you can auto attack a minion or Q him and let the dog jump towards and go away from you. You can also just time your E properly and you can avoid the bomb. Alright, or W. You can just do it that way. When you're ulting on top of him to go kill him and he has his revive, you can leave him with low health and then let him, just walk him down and then just throw the Q to bleed him out at that point. So if you get bursty with him, you can just like play mind games. Sometimes you just kill him and put him in the stasis. Sometimes you just don't. But sometimes they'll ult so early because they're like, oh, nephew ulted me. But you don't have to follow up with a Q. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, do that. Zoe, using the dogs to block the Q and the E is pretty good. You can use it all to follow her ultimate, but normally that's not really a good thing because she's gonna snap back. So yeah, I mean, you pretty much just like try to poke her with Q basically. And if the dogs are in front, you can ult on top. You can ult her, and the dogs will block it. She's one of those champions as well. And then we have last year we have Zara. So Zara champion, you can use your your W to dodge your E. You can use your W to dodge the knockup from the ultimate. You can use it to dodge the Q damage as well. Auto attack the plants. Don't ignore them. Don't run from. It's better to, like, most times it's better to auto attack them than run, because one auto attack will kill them as a melee champion, which is really really nice. So it just deny her a lot of damage, and you'll be killing at a point. Edge Knight really nice versus her too, because if you can dodge the E or the R damage, I mean, it just sets you up to do a lot of work. All right, and that is the end of the video, right? If you made it this far, shout out to you, Year the Goat, for taking in. It took me a long time to actually get all of this put into one video, and I've been playing a lot of League and a lot of Naafiri, so all of that experience just and everything, the time spent just come together to put this guide out. So yeah, I really appreciate you for watching the video. Even if you skipped to the outro, I appreciate you same way, right? Because you're still here. So yeah. But yeah, if there's any other changes coming out, right, then we'll make another one of these. But for now, this video is out. So much information. I'm really happy to have it go through. So yeah, make sure to like, share, subscribe, send it to anybody that plays Naafiri, anybody that's looking to play Naafiri, right? Even if they don't, like, send it to them. It doesn't matter, just send it to them, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. Yeah, shout out to you guys, bro. Take care. I love y'all. Later, man, them.